Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Hacker Deku becomes Nemesis? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There's a fight, Kaken commented, looking down an alley on the way back from school. Keep going, Mitsuki said, grabbing him by the top of the head to steer him away from the conflict, which his feet had already started pulling him toward. With her other hand holding Kaken's backpack, though, she didn't have enough arms to catch Izuku. Luckily, Izuku was not a headstrong instigator who jumped into fights head first. He stopped short, peered down the alley, and flipped through his hero notebook, contemplating. Definitely at least two villains down there, he decided, and one of them seemed to have a water-based quirk. The other one had some sort of spikes on his hand but didn't seem to have a lot of control over them. Based on hero patrol routes. Izuku, Mitsuki barked, a warning in her voice, and Izuku wandered after her and Kaken, skimming his eyes over the passerby for a likely target. Based on hero patrol routes, Backdraft should be around, and he had the best matchup quirk with the water guy anyway. Here was the thing about Izuku. At 9 years old, he was very aware that people should not break the law. He himself had never broken the law even once. But if he had gone online and entered corners of the internet that he should not have been in and profited off other people breaking the law, then really it didn't even count. "Excuse me," he said to a nice-looking lady buried in her phone at the bus stop. "Can I borrow your phone for a minute? I need to make a phone call." She gave him a worried look and passed him her phone, opening it to the phone app. He flipped through his notebook for Backdraft's personal number. He called it. Admittedly, he should not have had access to Backdraft's personal number. But the shady villains in the dark corners of the internet had found it and Izuku had taken it from them, so really it didn't even count. Seriously. "Hello?" Backdraft picked up, confused. "Hi," Izuku said. "There's a villain fight in your patrol area." He gave the exact address and some details he'd noticed at the scene before he'd been pulled away. Mitsuki, noting Izuku's absence behind her, dragged Kaken back toward him, her expression somewhere between bewildered and irritated. Izuku tended to have that effect on people. "Who are you?" Backdraft asked, baffled. "I gotta go," Izuku said as Mitsuki got within phone-snatching distance. "Thanks." He hung up and passed the phone back to the lady. "Izuku," Mitsuki said in a tone of forced calm, "what are you doing?" "There was a villain fight," he said, "and this is Backdraft's patrol area and he had a good quirk matchup, so I just called him super quickly." The lady whose phone he just used went very pale and stared at her phone, which had the call history right there for her to see. "Yes," Izuku told her silently, "you will now forever have Backdraft's phone number. Use it wisely." He was not telepathic, but he hoped she understood. Mitsuki launched into a long lecture about how Izuku couldn't just run off like that. He had not run off, he had just stopped walking, and how Inko would kill her if she lost Izuku. Izuku's mom liked Mitsuki too much to kill her, but Izuku tuned most of it out. The bus came and the lady got on with a final curious glance back at Izuku. Mitsuki's lecture continued. The bus left. "Really, Izuku, this has to stop," Mitsuki continued. "How did you even get his phone number?" "The internet," Izuku said, tucking his notebook back into his yellow bag. "It wasn't a lie." Mitsuki sighed, pinching her forehead with 2 fingers. Kaken was already inching back toward the fight, so she grabbed him by the elbow and shepherded Izuku ahead of her so she could keep an eye on him for the rest of the walk home. "Why did you use her phone?" Mitsuki asked as they walked. "You have a phone that works fine." Izuku stuck out his bottom lip. "I can't make calls on it without Wi-Fi connection. Because I'm only 9 and apparently can't be trusted." Mitsuki made a sound like she wanted to disagree with that but simply could not. A fire truck whizzed by. "What's for dinner?" Izuku asked. All for One was not a man who found himself irritated very often. In fact, he prided himself on his ability to keep a level head. He would not have been able to make it as far as he had, to be this successful, without his patience, his calm, and his unflappable concentration. That said, there was this kid, Midoriya Izuku. 9 years old. At school in Mizurufu. Currently living with a family of Bakugas because his mother had moved across Japan to care for his ailing grandmother. Quirkless. And a huge pain in All for One's backside. When this kid had first become an issue around 3 months ago, All for One had done a deep dive into his background and found it all incredibly easy to access. He had cataloged his name, age, address, and major life details in under 3 minutes. It was so easy to find information on him that it was almost suspicious, but even top-tier cover-ups had their tells and this was not one of those. Midoriya Izuku was not a genius, not a prodigy, not a highly protected hidden force of power that the HPSC was using to weed All for One out. He was a 9-year-old. And not even a popular one. This was how it started. Midoriya Izuku had stumbled upon a business deal that All for One had been plotting for weeks, and he called Sir Night Eye and ruined the entire operation. Of course, at the time All for One hadn't known about the cause of Sir Night Eye's sudden appearance. He'd assumed Sir Night Eye's pesky quirk had been the reason. But 2 weeks later a similar disruption occurred, this time with up-and-coming hero Present Mike. And then, a week after that, 13 somehow got involved in a fight. 13, who usually avoided fights like the plague, had swept in and wiped out an entire gang that All for One had been carefully sharpening for months. That was what sent up red flags in All for One's mind. That was what got him wondering. Who was feeding intel to these heroes? Who was perfectly matching up quirks to make sure that whoever responded to these crises could easily navigate the situation? Several deep dives into several private hero servers and he had descriptive details. Green hair, always asking to borrow other people's phones, very young, freckled. In Mizutofu, except for when he called Sir Night Eye that one time. And from there he had narrowed it down and found this 9-year-old kid who was both extremely unremarkable and extremely annoying. At first, All for One had been content to keep an eye on him from afar, to wait for the right moment to strike as it had with Tamura. But that was quickly growing tiresome. Somehow, every single Mizutofu operation was destroyed by this child. Midoriya Izuku either had incredible luck or was some sort of shady business deal magnate. Either way it was making it difficult to operate in or around Mizutofu, one of the most important places to be, given the rise of UA. What to do was the question. All for One wasn't against killing children, but there was a sort of entertainment to Midoriya Izuku's antics, perhaps even a value to them, and All for One would hate to dispose of anything valuable. So he didn't want to kill the kid or dampen his admittedly stupid attempts at heroism. So then what? Adoption? He chuckled to himself at the very idea. Then stopped chuckling. No. Surely adoption wasn't the solution to his issues. All for One was many things, a mastermind, a murderer, a high-class criminal, but he was not a father. The idea was an outrage. But he eyed the photograph of Midoriya Izuku, his wide eyes and toothy smile. The similarities were not unnoticeable. They could pass as relatives. All for One could guide Midoriya Izuku, keep a watchful eye on him, maybe even make a villain out of him, as he was attempting to do with Tamura. He contemplated. He considered. He decided, in the end, why the hell not? More than anything, Izuku wanted to be a hero. This wasn't possible, he was told, without a quirk, but he did want it and so he would step outside the rules and save everyone. He would be just like All Might. So even though he was now grounded for disappearing, this would not put a stop to his efforts. Did a hero stop when faced with adversity? No. Would Izuku stop when faced with Mitsuki's wrath and the threat of a phone call to his mother? No. Well, it wouldn't stop him but it did mean he needed to be a little less outwardly heroic. Heroic on the down low. Like a spy. Or an underground hero. Currently, he was going through a dark corner of the internet, using several layers of ad blockers and basic computer protection, because people on the internet could be scary. He also was on the phone with his mom, who was blissfully in the dark about both his transgression earlier and his current misdeeds. "How's Mitsuki been?" she asked. "Good," Izuku said, clicking a sketchy-looking link. He was trying to figure out who was the head bad guy. Because, he figured, if he could get someone to take out the head bad guy, the bad guy of all bad guys, then all the issues forever would be resolved and everyone would be safe. He knew, logically, that a new head bad guy would always be waiting to take over, but a boy could dream. "How's Katsuki?" "Good." The sketchy link led to a sketchy website filled with pictures of a huge tall guy with a mess of white hair and one of the thickest necks Izuku had ever seen. Izuku took some screenshots of the page before running an image search. "And how has school been?" "Good." The image search came up blank. "Still having trouble with those bullies?" "Good. I mean, no. You're not paying attention." She sounded more amused than hurt, luckily. "I'm paying so much attention." Another click on a new sketchy link. Instant regrets. An immediate hard reset of the computer. "But not to me." "Shoot," Izuku muttered. That had probably lost him a solid week's work. But now he could give his mom his full attention, at least. "Sorry, I was just thinking. School's been fine? The self-defense classes Kaken and I started sort of help." A lie, the self-defense classes were helpful but Izuku didn't use them at school. He had used them that one time he threw a stick at a villain and couldn't run away fast enough. It turns out it is very easy to break someone's nose. And from that moment forth Izuku knew he could not use taekwondo skills at school. "I'm glad to hear it." Oh, your uncle called, remember him? Izuku only had one uncle, on his dad's side, and the last time he'd seen him he'd been, like, 3. As such, he did not remember him, but he made a noise of agreement nonetheless. He said he wanted to visit. Would you be interested in seeing him? I know it might be awkward with the Bakugas around, but he's in town and wants to see you. He's a very nice man, you remember. Izuku squinted at the script that came up on his screen during the reboot. It seemed normal, just reminding him that he'd just wiped the whole laptop. After about the third time he'd had to shut down the whole thing because he was about to get a virus, he'd started to get pretty good at deciphering laptops. YouTube was always a savior. Yes, sure, he said absently, hitting the spacebar. Great. I'll let Mitsuki know. The virus didn't seem to have had time to take hold of his computer before he wiped it, thank goodness, so he would not have to go scavenging for a new laptop. On the other hand, he now had to start again from scratch. At least now he had a better idea what he was looking for. He shut the laptop off again, done for the night. How's Obasan? She's doing a little better. His mom sighed. Mostly she's just tired all the time. I don't know how much longer I'll have to stay out here. I'm so sorry about all this. Izuku didn't mind. He liked Mitsuki and Masaru, and Kaken could actually be really nice when he wasn't at school and posing in front of their classmates. His mom was way on the other side of Japan, staying with her sister because Izuku's grandma was very ill. She hadn't wanted to make Izuku SWCH schools, and Izuku's grandparents had more than once gravely insulted him and his mom because of the whole Izuku didn't have a quirk thing, so Izuku had stayed behind. It's fine, Izuku said. He leaned back in his chair and peered at the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. Mitsuki and Masaru had done their best to make it feel like home. Masaru's cooking is really tasty and stuff. I miss you, baby. Izuku opened his laptop again, a thought about the white-haired man striking him. I miss you too. She laughed. No you don't. What are you working on? Homework. She laughed again at the obvious lie. Don't stay up too late. Izuku had honestly forgotten all about his uncle coming over until a few days later when a knock came at the door. He was in the midst of doing a deep dive of research on Fat Gum's quirk and halfway through a nice long mutterstorm and he barely glanced up when he heard the knock. Mitsuki yelling his name, though, got his attention. Your uncle's here, she called. Izuku's first thought was that he did not have an uncle. Then he remembered the whole one-sided conversation with his mom and gave himself a single smack on the forehead for responding without thinking. He had zero longing to meet his creepy old uncle. But he'd dug his grave now. Just a minute, he said, shutting down the sketchy website he'd been combing through. A deep, unfamiliar voice said something from somewhere in the apartment and Mitsuki answered with a laugh. Izuku closed his laptop and hid it under his bed. Pulling on a pair of fuzzy socks, he hopped out into the hallway and skidded into the kitchen. Very tall. White hair. The thickest neck Izuku had ever seen. Taking up half of the Bakuga's couch. The head bad guy. The bad guy to end all bad guys. Izuku's uncle? Squeezed into the Bakuga's living room. He met Izuku's eyes with a deep maroon stare and winked with a smile that might have fooled Izuku if he wasn't in the midst of facing off with the supervillain. Not a supervillain. Hey Izuku-kun, he said. Kaken was squinting at the head bad guy suspiciously from the door to the kitchen, but Kaken was always suspicious. Izuku had to smooth out the situation right away before the whole house got leveled. The head supervillain was inside the Bakuga's living room. Izuku had a good shot at him. He could break his nose too. But no. That would only lead to bad things. A broken nose wouldn't stop the top supervillain of all supervillains. He had to, as they say in All Might 4, Island Rescue, play his cards close to his chest. So Izuku said, Aji-san. Wow, you dyed your hair. It's been so long I almost didn't recognize you. And then he tackled the supervillain to end all supervillains, his uncle, with a huge hug. All for one considered, as Midoriya Izuku embraced him, that he might have made a mistake. He'd actually thought, right before the kid had dived into him, that there was a possibility Midoriya knew who he was, but the odd, frozen look had been gone. So quickly, and Midoriya was right about the color of All for One's hair. The truth was second-guessing himself now wouldn't accomplish anything. He had already laid all the groundwork for his success, taking steps backward would set him off course. He waited for Midoriya Izuku to get off him and brushed off his suit. You know, he said through a smile that might have qualified as trying too hard, last time I saw you, you were only this tall. He gestured. No way he was that short, Bakuga Katsuki said. All for One could kill this kid by blinking. Wipe out the whole family in an instant. He forced himself to smile. Hyperbole. Are you staying for dinner? Midoriya asked. Well, of course he is, Bakuga Mitsuki said. It was very kind of you to reach out, Midoriya-san. Izuku-kun has been lonely since Inko-san left. I have not. Midoriya said. Yes you have, Bakugo Katsuki said. Midoriya glared at him. All for One did his best to chuckle good-naturedly. It came out sounding a little strangled and Bakugo Mitsuki sent him a weird look. I forgot how funny your laugh is, Midoriya said, and joined in on the laughter through his crooked teeth. All for One was struck with the strange notion that Midoriya was somehow covering for him. But why he would do such a thing, instead of being suspicious himself, mystified All for One, so he put the entire idea aside. Don't make fun of your uncle, Bakugo Mitsuki snapped and disappeared into the kitchen. All for One attempted to give Midoriya a conspiratorial smile, but Midoriya was busy in a silent argument with Bakugo Katsuki and didn't return it. Not for the first time, All for One wished he had a quirk that would let him read minds, but quirks like that tended to destroy a person from the inside out. Maybe if he found one that was easy to control, he would take it, but such a thing was so rare it wasn't even worth it to look. Bakugo Katsuki left the room with a final glare at All for One, and it was just All for One and Midoriya. Immediately, the pressure in the room spiked. Midoriya fixed All for One with his huge green eyes, and All for One once again was struck with the unsettling feeling that Midoriya knew much more than he was letting on. How long are you in town? Midoriya asked. An innocent question, but there was an insistence to it that set All for One on guard. I'm not sure yet, he answered. Midoriya opened his mouth. Hesitated. Then said, why are you here? A shiver had the audacity to run down All for One's forearms, but the conversation was interrupted by Bakugo Mitsuki shouting about dinner being ready. Sorry, Midoriya laughed, already heading for the kitchen. Weird question. It really is nice to see you again. Who, All for One wondered, even was this kid? The moment Izuku's uncle, the head bad guy, finally departed the house, Izuku excused himself and went straight to his room, where he buried his face in his pillow and whisper-screamed into it. Because the head bad guy was Izuku's uncle. Not only that, but he was very capable of holding a normal conversation with the Bakugas and seemed actually kind of chill. The pictures of him Izuku had found on the internet made him seem mean, but maybe he had like a villain persona and a nice normal person persona. This opened up a whole new world of possibilities for Izuku. His uncle was a supervillain. This was the perfect setup for the situation that had happened in All Might 2, Victory Lap, in which All Might's estranged cousin had been the main antagonist. Izuku would be like All Might and he would defeat the head bad guy by being the head good guy. Additionally, this raised some questions. If Izuku's uncle was a criminal mastermind, then what about his dad? What if his dad wasn't actually in America but was lurking in the shadows of Japan, waiting to attack people? It was a little scary thinking about it. Once Izuku had gotten his excitement about being related to someone who wasn't exactly famous but sort of like that, he let the reality sink in. There had been a very scary person in the Bakuga's house because of Izuku, and he could have killed all of them. More importantly, there was a scary person who Izuku happened to have a connection to, and who Izuku could help stop. But carefully. He couldn't rush into this. He sat down at his desk and pressed his fingers into his forehead, lining the pads up with his eyebrows. This wasn't the sort of thing he could just call a hero to resolve. Well, if it was All Might, he could, but that was one of the only phone numbers he hadn't managed to get off the internet. Probably, it would be best to turn it into a whole hero operation with Izuku as the bait, but he got the impression that the heroes would try to rush it and end up messing it up. He flipped open his notebook and passed through the pages, trying to figure this out. Midnight, Clairvoyance, Gang Orca, Eraserhead, Ms. Izuku stopped. Turned back a page. Eraserhead had been flying under the radar since his second sports festival at UA. Izuku had first marked him down because he thought Eraserhead was probably the closest to a quirkless pro hero that he'd ever find. But that was beside the point now. Underground heroics. That was the sort of mission Izuku needed to embark on. He needed to spy. He rushed out of his bedroom, kicking on his shoes and ignoring Masaru's questions as he fled out the door. Down the stairs to the first floor, not worth it to wait for the elevator or his uncle would already be gone. He ran out the front door of the apartment and caught just the edge of a white head going around the corner. He sprinted for it, yelling, Aji-san, at the top of his lungs. He rounded the corner and grabbed the suit by the back, pulling his uncle to a stop. For a moment, he was absolutely sure he had met his end. From the way Aji-san looked down on him, he was certain he was dead. But his uncle recognized him then and said, Izuku-kun, with such genuine bafflement that Izuku felt safe enough to take a step back and hold up a finger so he could catch his breath. Izuku wheezed. He needed to work on his stamina, clearly. So, are you around for a while? Because I could live with you. Instead. If you're okay with it. His uncle stared at him, mouth partly open, and Izuku allowed himself to feel a minute of triumph for shocking the head bad guy into silence with his own evil plans. Izuku was exactly like All Might. "You want to live with me?" Aji-san said. "Yeah." Izuku beamed. "The Bakugas are nice and all, but they're not family. And you are." "I don't live in Muzurafu," Aji-san said quickly. He then held up a hand and closed his eyes for a moment. "No," he said, "no, it's fine. There are ways around that. I would enjoy caring for you in your mother's absence." Villains were super weird. "Okay, cool," Izuku said. "So we have to get my mom to agree to this, and she's really stubborn and overprotective, so I have made a 5-step plan. Can I borrow your phone?" Aji-san, staring at him like he'd just teleported in from another planet, opened his phone and passed it over. Izuku was temporarily distracted from his plot when he came face to face with a colorful background. "Your home screen background is the default?" he asked, horrified. "What's wrong with you?" He looked around for something to take a picture of, but the street was dead boring. He was the only exciting thing in it. So he opened the camera app, flipped the camera, and took a selfie of himself beaming. "You don't even act like an uncle," he muttered, navigating to the settings. Although this was the phone of a supervillain, the settings were all normal and no evil plans were immediately evident. Lame. Utterly lame. He changed the home screen and the lock screen to his selfie. When he was satisfied with the positioning of it, he went back to his original scheme. He opened the Notes app and wrote out his 5-step plan. Then, he navigated to the call button, which had a lot of unnamed numbers in the history, super exciting, super scary, all the stuff, and he dialed his mom's number. Aji-san looked bewildered, like he had just been the victim of a vicious attack and he still hadn't figured out how to respond. Izuku gave him a thumbs up. "Hello," his mom answered the phone. Izuku grinned and started laying down the groundwork. Midoriya Izuku was either an idiot or a genius, and All for One had been struggling for the past several days to figure out which it was. He had, eventually, stooped to making a bullet-pointed list. Reasons Midoriya was an idiot. He fully believed All for One was his uncle, which he was not, and therefore had volunteered to live in the home of a complete stranger. Reasons Midoriya was a genius. All for One's plan to get Midoriya's mother to agree to let him care for Midoriya had incorporated 17 well-detailed steps and would have taken him months. Midoriya's plan had 5 steps and was over within 2 weeks. Somehow, Midoriya had the ability to throw All for One out of his usual rhythms. Somehow, he had shocked All for One more than once. All for One, who no one shocked. He hadn't even believed he was capable of being shocked. The proof, All for One thought, was inconclusive. Idiot. Genius. Both of them. It was hard to categorize Midoriya. He would need further evidence. Luckily, Midoriya's 5-step plan had been incredibly effective, so effective All for One almost had to add a 3rd tally to the genius book. His mother had actually been delighted when she found out how much Izuku had connected with his paternal uncle. 2 more visits later and they had Mitsuki on their side, and from there it just fell on Midoriya pleading with his mother, who caved surprisingly quickly for someone who was supposedly overprotective. Midoriya claimed it was the puppy dog eye effect, which All for One found a degrading concept. So the difficult task of kidnapping Midoriya Izuku was in fact not difficult at all. And now he was going to pick Midoriya Izuku up, in broad daylight, without issue, all because the kid had developed a 5-step plan that had worked. Midoriya himself pulled open the door at All for One's knock and pushed 2 suitcases at him and a backpack. "I have a feeling you are not going to like my decorations," he muttered. All for One didn't have time to figure out what that meant before Midoriya disappeared again, and then reappeared with 2 more suitcases, a bright yellow backpack, and a delighted grin. "This is everything." "Not quite," Bakugo Masaru said, appearing with another backpack. "You left all these in Katsuki-chan's room." Midoriya took the backpack without looking at it, slinging it over his free shoulder. "Okay, that's everything." All for One propped the door open with his shoulder, but Midoriya apparently wasn't done with his farewells, because he ran and hugged Bakugo Masaru. This hugging thing was going to be a real issue. All for One needed to find a way to put a stop to it, and quickly, before he was the victim of another embrace. "Kaken!" Midoriya screamed into the house. "What?" a voice shouted back. "I'm leaving." "Whatever." Apparently satisfied with that, Midoriya turned to go. "I said goodbye to Mitsuki-san earlier," he explained, grabbing his last 2 suitcases and pulling them out the door. "And I'll still be seeing Kaken at school, so." "School?" All for One echoed as the door shut between himself and Masaru. "Oh, yes," Midoriya said happily, dragging his suitcases into the elevator. "School. It's very important, you know, and Kaken will be expecting to see me every day." All for One was struck with the strange feeling that he was being manipulated. Where do you live? Midoriya asked, his eyes wide and wondering. We'll be using a teleportation quirk to get there. How this was possible, All For One would never know, but Midoriya's huge eyes somehow managed to get even wider at that. Your quirk is teleportation, he squealed. That's so cool. How does it work? Do you have to have seen the location you're teleporting to ahead of time, or can you go anywhere? What about the bottom of the ocean? Or space? What happens if you accidentally teleport into a wall? How far can you teleport? Is it instant or does it take time? How many people can you teleport at once? At some point during that line of questioning, he'd extracted a notebook from his backpack and a pencil and had already started a new page with the title Aji-san and Teleportation Quirk. Put that away, All For One hissed, moving to snatch it from him. Midoriya pulled back, snapping the notebook closed. Stealing is bad, he said. All For One had done much worse than steal a notebook from a child. But he found himself stopping anyway. Maybe the shock at being told he was doing something so trivially immoral is what cut him off. Tamura would never have the nerve, or the idea, to say something like that. All For One considered that this relationship would be wildly different from the one he had begun to cultivate with Tamura. Unknown territory, so to speak. No more questions, All For One said. Midoriya pursed his lips tightly together and nodded. All For One checked to make sure he was holding still and texted Kurojairi to teleport them both directly to Kamino. All Might posters. When Midoriya said I have a feeling you are not going to like my decorations, what he meant to say was every inch of the room you benevolently give me will be covered in All Might posters. All For One stood, horrified, in the doorway as Midoriya filled the remaining gap over his bed with a postcard from that ridiculous All Might theme park down south. What is this? He said. I really like All Might. If All For One didn't know any better, he might think Midoriya was intentionally being a little sheet. What All For One wanted to do was murder Midoriya's mother and the entire Bakugo family and completely obliterate all traces leading back to him. But he needed Midoriya to have some sense of normalcy in order to benefit from having him around, and in order for Midoriya to have a sense of normalcy, All For One could not A. Kill Midoriya Inko, B. Pull Midoriya out of school, or C. Lock him in a closet for a week while he systematically burned every All Might-themed object in sight. So although this little side project of his might have been putting him in a position of slight vulnerability, it was necessary to allow Midoriya these small freedoms. But of all the heroes, All Might was the one Midoriya chose? This is unacceptable, All For One said. As a rule, he hated heroes, but if Midoriya wanted to engage in hero worship, he was not allowed to like the oath. He needed to pick a new favorite. Any other hero, I'll accept. Not All Might. Pick a new favorite. Midoriya pressed his index finger into his chin, face screwed up. I'll have to think about it. There are a lot of heroes I like. Pick one less obnoxious, All For One said. If the next time he entered the room it was covered in present Mike merch, he might go on a murdering spree. An underground hero or a vigilante? I love vigilante merch. Midoriya said, hopping down from his bed and trotting out the door. It's so hard to get though, because most of the time it's like custom made and stuff. And so it's expensive. I'll give you a credit card. All For One said, leading Midoriya down the hallway. After all, he had little intention to actually care for the boy. He just wanted to keep an eye on him. A very close eye. You can buy whatever you need with it. Midoriya's eyes lit up and All For One considered that giving him a credit card might be a mistake. But surely he couldn't do that much damage to All For One's incredibly vast accounts. What was he going to buy, anyway, that All For One wouldn't willingly give him? No buying All Might merch with it, he said, realizing the loophole. He glared sharply down at Midoriya before starting down the stairs to the bar. This is an All Might-free household. I think you should give All Might a chance, Midoriya said. He's a very cool hero. I don't even want to hear that name. Keep him out of it. Midoriya stuck out his bottom lip, which he was much too old to be doing, and nodded. Okay. I'll find other hero posters and stuff instead. All For One didn't want other hero posters in his space either, but he could tolerate it, he supposed, as long as it wasn't All Might. Famous last words, a niggling voice in his head said, but no. It couldn't ever be as bad as All Might. Now, Midoriya-kun, All For One said. Call me Izuku, since you're my uncle, Midoriya said, climbing up at a stool at the bar. He didn't seem at all shocked by their location or at all curious about why they were at a bar. Suspicious. All For One paused. Well, fine. Izuku-kun. There are a few important things for you to know. Right. Midoriya's eyes skimmed over the empty bar, the tables, the TV on the wall. His eyes caught on the door and then resumed their course around. I am very busy with work, All For One said, so you'll be mostly interacting with a friend of mine who lives here. His name is Kurojairi. Kurogyri, Midoriya echoed. Black fog? Does that have to do with his quirk? Black fog could be like. This kid was obsessed with quirks. I'm not done speaking, All for One snapped, cutting off the beginnings of what could have been a very long ramble. You can ask him about his quirk yourself. Neither of us have much time for raising children, so mostly you'll be by yourself. Food is under the counter. He pointed at the bar. Don't come down here past 8 at night, we often have guests. Kurogyri will take you to and from school. The words were like poison on his tongue, and you will do your homework without nagging. I've never nagged in my life, Midoriya declared, completely misunderstanding. What's the Wi-Fi password? I'm confiscating your computer, All for One said. I don't know what you've been doing to that thing, but there are at least 20 viruses. He'd done a cursory glance over it while Midoriya unpacked and had found himself extremely disappointed in Midoriya's coding skills, or lack thereof. He would be burning the computer later. I don't get viruses, Midoriya said. There was no good response to that, so All for One just stared at him in disapproval until he ducked his head in acceptance. I'm going to get someone to tutor you in coding, All for One said, so that if you continue to go onto the dark side of the internet, you can at least protect yourself properly. Midoriya nodded, eyes downcast. Now what questions do you have? Midoriya's mouth opened and All for One immediately regretted asking that. No, he cut Midoriya off before he could begin. I've changed my mind. Don't ask me anything. You can write down what questions you have and I'll answer them when I have time. Although he looked disappointed, Midoriya shut his mouth again. Go upstairs. Midoriya went upstairs. The credit card, in Izuku's opinion, was the best invention known to mankind. A credit card connected to an account with seemingly bottomless funds was exactly what he needed to expand his enterprises. He purchased more merch than he had ever purchased in his entire life, and in the meantime paid to ship all the All Might merch he had put up in his room back to Muzutafu. No way would he let Aji-san get rid of all that. He also bought even more All Might merch, but he sent it home instead of to the bar, because he figured the rule had not, in fact, been, don't buy any All Might merch, it had been, don't have any All Might merch in the house. Easy fix, buy All Might merch to use and admire later, after his mom returned and he could go back home to All Might merch heaven. Additionally, he purchased a few All Might themed objects for Kaken, and sent them to his house. And he also purchased a tea set Mitsuki had mentioned wanting, and sent that to her. And he also purchased an apron for his mother, and sent that to her. His discussion with Aji-san about vigilantes had given him an idea. He had yet to figure out if it was a good idea or not, but he had had the idea and it was this: be a vigilante. Why not? He had resources. He had time. His mom wasn't around and Aji-san didn't really seem like he would care. And really just by volunteering to live in the home of a supervillain he was already making great contributions to society, so more contributions wouldn't hurt. As such he bought a whole vigilante costume for himself, including such items as a green sweatshirt that he just kind of liked, a hat, All Might themed. He would need to find a place to hide this in his room, a scarf, also All Might themed, swim goggles, running shoes, All Might themed, pens, a hero-themed pack, and 24 notebooks, a 7 Kokuyo campus brand in several colors. He also purchased a book of hero-themed stickers. So he could decorate. It was around this point that Aji-san threw his door open and said, "What are you doing to my bank account?" Izuku shut his brand-new laptop guiltily. He perhaps had gone overboard. Nothing? I can confiscate the credit card. The joke was on him. Izuku had the number memorized already. Sorry? Aji-san gave him a final glare and stormed off, muttering, 130 million yen. Hell. Izuku waited until his footsteps were gone before reopening the computer and purchasing a Best Jeanist lamp. Then he shut the computer and decided to take a break from the spending of money. Really, he thought, he was doing the world a favor. Kurogyri was a man of few words. The boy All for One had kidnapped adopted, on the other hand, had many words. Does it hurt to teleport? Can you teleport people who aren't where you are? How do you know where to send your portals? Can you teleport anything? An airplane? I don't know why you would need to teleport an airplane since they can fly on their own. Where's your head? Do you have a head? Is that a rude question? Do you have skin? Can you teleport me? I want to try it. Does your portal work like through space or does it fold space? How does it work? Tell me everything. He blinked expectantly at Kurogyri, pen poised over a fresh A7 Kokuyo campus notebook in shade pink. I don't know how it works, Kurogyri said. How are you talking? Do you have a mouth? I haven't investigated. Midoriya looked like he had just broken his favorite toy. You haven't? Why? Get to school, All for One snapped from the next room over. You're wasting time talking. And it's distracting. Kurogyri had been doing none of that talking. He opened a portal for Midoriya. "Have a nice day," he said. "Bye." Midoriya stepped through the portal. Kurogyri heard him start muttering immediately on the other side, but he closed the portal before he could catch any of it. "What a strange boy." Kurogyri, All for One called. Kurogyri went to his office. "Yes? I have made a grave error." He gave Kurogyri the hapless look of a man who had gone far too deep. "That boy is going to be the death of me." Kurogyri couldn't help but agree. "Of both of us, sir." All for One knew that the battle would not conclude without some sacrifices. He was well aware that he would have to lose almost everything he had in order to come out of it with everything he wanted. This was why he had set Tamura up as well as he could with Kurogyri before he left, and why he had told Garaki the exact location to pick him up at. This had to be done with the clean precision of a surgical needle. No room for errors. All for One stood at the center of a deserted crosswalk, and he waited. As if on cue, All Might fell from the heavens. All for One rolled his eyes. Buffoon. The sooner he could get this over with, the happier he would be. "All for One." All Might shouted. All for One sighed. "I have come to defeat you once and for all. No more will your cruelty reign over Japan." He monologued for a long time about this. All for One waited for it to be over. "And that is why you will meet your end today." All Might, All Might, All Might, All for One sighed, adding a slow clap in for emphasis. "You think you're so powerful. You have no idea the skill, the stamina, I contain in one finger." He monologued for a time. The obligations of heroes and villains were heavy. One must monologue at the beginning of every fight. The monologue sharing was customary and crucial to every major battle. Most of the time, All for One didn't even know what he was saying, just that it had to be decently gory or All Might would never collect the guts he needed to actually start the fight. Eventually, All Might found an opening for exactly that, and the fight began. All for One loved the thrill of a fight. So many quirks he had that were no use in day-to-day situations, that he got to bring out just because of All Might. He had a new one that's entire purpose was to slap the recipient across the face. It was so glorious to see in action. He was just starting to get into it when his phone rang. His personal phone. Which very few people had the number of. "All Might," he said, holding up a finger. "I need a timeout momentarily. This might be important." All Might did stop, albeit with clear confusion. His injuries weren't quite at the level All for One needed yet. Perhaps 5 more solid and sharp hits and he'd be fully incapacitated for the upcoming weeks. In his current state, he'd probably be fine and dandy by next month. "I'm sorry," All Might said, as if he hadn't caught All for One's request. "It will just be a moment," All for One said. All Might held up his hands in acquiescence. All for One picked up the call. "Hello? Aji-san, hi. No, this was not happening. No way in hell was this happening. Not now." Through gritted teeth, All for One said, "Why are you calling me right now? And how did you get this number?" "Well, you see." Midoriya had the tone of one that was about to say something that he knew would make All for One very angry. "I was just exploring." And, All for One growled, letting his tone drift threateningly at the end. "And I found this room with lots of these old notebooks? And I was wondering if I could open them." All for One felt his heart stop. It actually stopped. "No," he gasped. Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure," he snapped. "Why are you in there? How are you in there?" "Well," Midoriya explained, as if he was patiently walking a child through a difficult math table, "I was exploring, and I found a locked door, so I unlocked the door and went inside." "Unlocked how?" All for One snapped. "Is everything all right?" All Might asked, stepping forward anxiously. All for One covered the speaker of his phone. "It's my nephew," he said coldly. "Allow me a moment." The expression on All Might's face at the word nephew almost made the whole affair worth it. Almost made Midoriya's discovery of very precious heirlooms a non-issue. But it wasn't enough. All for One returned to Midoriya. "How did you unlock it?" "There's a set of lockpicks under the..." All for One made a noise that could only be described as inhuman. "Get out of there. When you see locked doors, don't open them." "Why would you do that?" He was so mad he could have killed someone. All Might was a likely target. "I dunno." "Hey, you use the same notebook brand as me. A 7 Kokuya Campus. Wow. Are you sure I can't take a look?" "No, you may not." All for One hung up. He stared down at his phone, mind worrying. He had to get home as soon as possible. He had to stop Midoriya from looking through those notebooks. But he was also in the middle of a battle with All Might, which was admittedly very important. So the options were 1, have very personal information infiltrated by Midoriya, or 2, lose to All Might. Well, but he had already planned to lose to All Might. So this was just losing to All Might a little earlier than he had previously anticipated. Feeling suddenly stiff and on edge, he put his phone away. Is everything all? We'll continue now, All for One said. And then he resumed his attacks. Izuku recognized he should not have been on the website he was on when he found out All Might was in a big villain fight. There were certain corners of the internet where the really big villains kept each other up to date on goings-on, and this huge fight between All Might and some big supervillain was all anyone could talk about. It hadn't taken Izuku long to realize the big supervillain was his uncle. And from there he realized he and he alone could stop the battle and save All Might. That was when he frantically began exploring the house for a reason to call Aji-san. And that was when he found the notebooks. Rows and rows and rows of well-worn notebooks. Despite Aji-san's instructions to leave the notebooks alone without looking at them, Izuku's curiosity was uncontainable. Notes from a villain. How exciting. There could be evil plans inside. He could send the evil plans to the heroes and they would give him an award and make him a hero too for being so helpful. Izuku observed the notebooks carefully and selected one from the top right shelf. It was the same color as Hero Analysis Notebook Number 1, which Izuku had long since deemed unusable, since most of the notes were in crayon and had been written when he was in preschool. He replaced the notebook he pulled from the shelf with Hero Analysis Notebook Number, and then he found one that looked identical to Hero Analysis Notebook Number, so he replaced that one. And then he found one that looked identical to Hero Analysis Notebook Number. At that point he decided maybe he should stop stealing notebooks. He put the 3 notebooks in his room where their Hero Analysis counterparts had been, and then he returned to the room of notebooks to wait. When Aji-san arrived, he slammed the door open and immediately stormed to the bookshelves to make sure they were all in place. Izuku waited patiently as he scoured the shelves. The moment he was satisfied with his search, he whipped around to glare at Izuku. I didn't open any of them, Izuku offered. Which was true, as of this moment. You said not to. Why, Aji-san said, are you in here? Izuku sighed and began to explain for the 3rd time how he had found the locked door and then picked the lock. Do you have any idea the trouble you caused me today? Aji-san interrupted. I had to leave a very important business meeting to come back here. You told me not to touch the notebooks, Izuku pointed out. Maybe you should have trusted me to listen. I was waiting for you to come back. Also, why do you smell like smoke? Aji-san looked ready to breathe fire, something that Izuku's dad could actually do, so maybe Aji-san was capable as well. I was in a very important business meeting, he said. There were candles. Izuku nodded. Since when have you known how to pick locks? Aji-san asked suddenly. Well, Izuku regaled him with the story of that one time Kaken wanted to sneak into the teacher's lounge but the door was locked, so Izuku had taught himself to pick locks since he thought it would be a transferable skill to heroics. But then the thing was that by the time he learned how to pick locks, Kaken didn't even want to go into the teacher's lounge anymore. But then Izuku knew how to pick locks, so he could do other stuff like break into his mom's fireproof safe and stuff. Aji-san stared at him in silence. Izuku shrugged. Aji-san said, go to your room. And if I ever catch you snooping again there will be hell to pay. No more lock picking. Okay, Izuku said, and he went to his room, which, coincidentally, was exactly where he wanted to be. He waited until he was reasonably certain Aji-san wasn't going to interrupt his time with the notebooks before pulling them out and flipping them open. Dear Diary, the first one read, and Izuku giggled. Aji-san kept a diary. He kept shelves and shelves and shelves of diaries. Snickering, Izuku started to read. Against his better judgment, Kurojiiri had been growing fond of Midoriya Izuku. He was easier to be around than, for example, Shigaraki Tamura, who could be whiny on the best of days and an inconsolable nuisance on the worst. Midoriya had a light to him that had long been snuffed in Shigaraki Tamura, a curiosity and an excitement that Kurojiiri found endearing. Something about it felt familiar to him, like finding a piece of himself that he hadn't known was missing. How old is Aji-san? Midoriya asked. He was sitting at the counter in the bar, his short legs swinging, as Kurojiiri cleaned up. Technically, he was supposed to be doing his homework, but Kurojiiri trusted him to multitask. Very old, Kurojiiri guessed. I think so too, Midoriya said thoughtfully. He filled in an answer on his math homework, and then paused, fiddling with his eraser. How old is my dad? I've never met your dad. Neither have I, Midoriya said. Well, actually, when I was really little he was around, but when I was like 4 he moved to America, so I actually don't really remember him. Kurojiiri didn't know how to answer that. I'm sorry, he tried. Midoriya waved him off. No. He fell silent again. Kurojiiri frowned at him, putting down the glass he was polishing. Long silences like this were uncharacteristic of Midoriya Izuku. My dad has a fire-breathing quirk, Midoriya said finally. It's documented and everything. Oh? Yeah. Midoriya doodled lightly on the corner of his math homework. What's Aji-san's quirk? That was a question Kurojairi thought it best not to address. He suggested, gently, maybe you should ask him. Midoriya answered another question. Hey Kurojairi? Could I go to my friend's house for the night? Kurojairi, of course, couldn't find any fault in that. He did ask All for One very quickly if that would be all right, but All for One snapped at him that he didn't care where the kid went as long as it wasn't through any locked doors. Kurojairi didn't know what that was about, so Kurojairi told Midoriya it would be fine. Midoriya ran upstairs to pack a bag. When he came back, he gave Kurojairi some exact coordinates and Kurojairi dropped him in what appeared to be a random park. Is this right? He asked before he left. Yep. Thanks. Kurojairi didn't see any friends around, but Midoriya seemed so confident and All for One hadn't seemed to mind. They agreed to meet up exactly here after school tomorrow, and Midoriya ran off to go find his friend. Deep down, Kurojairi suspected that Midoriya didn't really have any friends. But the independence would be good for him, never mind that he was only 9 years old, and on the off chance that he really was about to have a sleepover, well, who was Kurojairi to ruin that for him? He closed the portal. How old is Aji-san? Izuku asked his mom over the phone. He hadn't really known where to go and hadn't wanted to show up at Kaken's house without having set anything up yet, so he was sitting on the back steps of Kaken's building to use the Wi-Fi until he could figure some things out. He's 6 or 7 years older than your dad, if I remember right, his mom said. How old is dad? 42. Oh. Izuku thought about this for a moment. How'd you meet dad? We met at a cafe. It was very romantic. She sighed, lost in thought for a moment. Then, why all the questions, Izuku? Is something wrong? No, Izuku said slowly. I was just curious, I guess. We don't talk about dad a lot. And Aji-san is? I don't know him super well. Oh. I'm sorry we don't talk about your dad enough. He's a really lovely man. Are you uncomfortable living with your uncle? We can move you back to the Bakugas if you need to. No, he's fine. Izuku scraped his toe carefully along the concrete steps. We would know if dad was like hundreds of years old, right? His mom laughed. I think we'd know that, definitely. He's only 42, I promise. And he has a fire-breathing quirk? Yes. It's very impressive. You won't remember this, but for your 3rd birthday he lit all your candles with one breath. Izuku smiled, imagining that. It was very sweet. Was he a late bloomer? Like me, Izuku wanted to add, but he was too old for that fantasy now. 8 years old, or barely 9, there was some contention, was the record for late bloomers, and Izuku didn't think he would be beating any records anytime soon. No, right on time. Why? I'm just... Izuku sighed. There wasn't any way for him to explain what he had found in Aji-san's diaries. The entries had been confusing and used a lot of big words Izuku didn't understand. But from what he had gathered, it seemed like Aji-san was really old, which meant that Izuku's dad was really old. But Izuku's dad wasn't really old. He was a normal age, and he wasn't quirkless, like Aji-san's brother was. And so the more Izuku read of the diaries, the more it didn't really seem like Aji-san was his uncle at all. And that was a little scary. How's Obasan? His mom paused, as though trying to decide whether or not to let him get away with the subject change, before answering. She's still fighting it. It might take her longer to recover than we thought. Are you sure you're okay living with your uncle while I stay out here? Yeah. The last thing Izuku needed right now was his mom trying to pull him out of the clutches of an actual supervillain. Especially since now it was starting to seem like the supervillain was not, in fact, his uncle. He's funny. All right? She paused. I'm really sorry, Izuku. Izuku hated when his mom apologized for stuff. Because usually, almost always, actually, it felt like she was apologizing for his quirklessness. As if that was anything either of them could control. It felt like pity. It felt like shame. I'm fine, he said, smiling as wide as he could so his voice would sound happy. Really? He glanced at his bag and made up his mind. Aizawa Shoyuta was a tired man. The reasons for this were vast and numerous: his close friendship with Yamada Hizashi, the ever-nagging emails from Nedzu of UA, the sad weakness of coffee in this day and age, his job, villains in general. At the moment, it was an hour Shoyuta wished he wasn't alive, let alone awake, and he was squatting on top of a building, looking down at 2 people doing something shady, and trying to decide if they'd done anything illegal enough yet for him to arrest them or if it would be a pointless exercise. Decisions like these were best made with the proper amount of sleep. He squinted as one of the people passed something off to the other person. Drags. He sighed. People, he decided as he dropped down to arrest both of them, were idiots. He waited on the curb for the arrival of the police with them both tangled up in his capture weapon. To pass the time, he opened his phone and found a new message from Nedzu, which he deleted without reading. The rat wanted him to come back to UA and teach. Huh. As if Shoyuta had any potential for skill as a teacher. He would be a terrible teacher, and it was a terrible idea. Excuse me, a young voice piped up. Shoyuta turned, an eyebrow already raised. Before him stood a scrawny kid swathed in a green hoodie a couple sizes too big for him, wearing an All Might-themed winter hat and an All Might scarf, which was pulled up to cover his nose and mouth. He was also, inexplicably, wearing swim goggles. There was no question that Shoyuta was coming face to face with a 7-year-old who was alone on the streets at 3 a.m. "Can I borrow your phone?" the kid asked. "I need to call someone." Ordinarily, Shoyuta would not pass his phone off to a random stranger. But this kid was obviously lost and needed to find his parents, who would hopefully put him to bed and burn his outfit. He pulled up the phone app and passed his phone over to the child wordlessly. The kid dug into his bag, pulled out a pink notebook, and flipped through it. He found the page he needed and typed in a phone number, cross-referencing with whatever was in his notebook. He held the phone up to his ear and gave Shoyuta a huge thumbs up. "Hi," he said when someone picked up. "This isn't Eraserhead. I'm borrowing his phone for a second. He's a little busy and there's some lady breaking into the ATM 2 blocks over. I was thinking you might be around." All of Shuta's previous assumptions were shattered, except one. That one was this: he should never be a teacher. No one in the world succeeded more at reading children than him. "Oh cool." The kid listed off an address. "Thanks so much. Bye." He hung up and held the phone out to Shoyuta. Shoyuta stared at him, the phone hanging in the air between the two of them. Slowly, Shoyuta took the phone. "Who are you?" he asked. "I have yet to decide on my cool vigilante name," the kid said, sounding distraught over this. "Problem child," Shoyuta started gruffly. He glanced down at the two people tangled up in his capture weapon, trying to figure out how he could have a real conversation with this kid about the dangers of vigilantism and why engaging in it was a bad idea, especially at 7 years old. "That's a terrible name. Where are your parents?" The kid shrugged. "I live with my uncle. Except he's not really my uncle? It's a very complex situation." He gave Shoyuta a grave look, which might have been less comical if it didn't come from behind swim goggles. Shoyuta was almost ashamed of his own goggles just looking at the kid. So complex it's unexplainable. You wouldn't understand. All Shoyuta needed to do was get the kid to hold still until Tsukachi arrived. That was all he needed. "How old are you?" The sound of something shattering came from the alley next to them. Both the kid and Shoyuta looked that way at once. When Shoyuta turned back to the kid to tell him to hold still, nothing was there except empty space. Shoyuta was so tired. Izuku slapped his homework down on the corner of Not Aji-san's desk. He then walked away and got a spinny wheelie chair from the other side of the room and pushed it over to Not Aji-san's desk. He climbed up on top of it. "English," he said, "is not my strongest suit." "And you are here why?" Not Aji-san asked coldly. As of now, Izuku had a plan. His plan was, 1. Get Not Aji-san to teach him English, 2. Slowly break through Not Aji-san's shell to what had to be a very nice person underneath. He was determined that this had to be true. 3. Bring about world peace. These items were loosely connected. He had not thought the plan through very thoroughly. After reading through Not Aji-san's diaries and doing some personal investigation, he decided Not Aji-san was indeed not his uncle, and not even related to him at all. Upon that discovery, he subsequently realized that he had essentially been kidnapped by the biggest supervillain of all time. He didn't know why this had happened, but since, after all, he wanted more than anything to become a hero, he had decided to take this as an opportunity. He could take down the biggest supervillain of all time all by himself and save lots and lots of people in the process, and then All Might would think he was super cool, and he'd be admitted into UA as the youngest student of UA history, and everyone in the world would think he was really powerful and strong and amazing. But first, homework. "I am here because you know English." Izuku tapped his pen on the paper. "And I need help." Not Aji-san went very quiet. "This is a part of adoption, you know," Izuku said. "Helping with homework. Spending time with your kid. And so on." As if it was painful for him, Not Aji-san echoed, "And so on." "Yes. So the question is asking me to write out the alphabet, but I'm stuck because the B and the D are the same letter?" Not Aji-san glanced at the paper. "You wrote the D backward." "Aha." Izuku observed his mistake. He erased the incorrect letter and rewrote it the right way. "Okay. And then why are the G and the Q the same?" "They are not." Izuku pushed his paper insistently toward Not Aji-san. Not Aji-san made a long irritated exhaling noise. He took the paper and squinted at it. You've written the curve of the G in the wrong direction. It curves in, not out. Why? Because that's how English works, Not Aji-san said. Now leave me alone. I have more questions. Not Aji-san made an aggravated sound. But he also didn't tell Izuku to go away, so Izuku considered it an all-around win. He pointed at the next problem he was having. Not Aji-san explained. And on it went. Tashinori had not expected the final fight with All for One to go so well. Sure, he'd had to spend half a month in the hospital and had been told he wasn't allowed to do any heroics for a full month after that, but he'd recovered fine, and other than a slight limp in his deflated form and a bit of a residual cough, no one was any the wiser to what had happened. He could argue that there was something almost suspicious about it, like it hadn't been the triumphant success he'd wanted it to be, but he couldn't admit that to himself, couldn't come around to it, so he let himself believe that All for One was dead. He had to, or he'd lose it. There just was no other option. His friendship with Mirai was frayed, but not irrecoverable. Mirai strongly advised Tashinori retire, now that All for One was gone, but All Might couldn't just up and disappear. A slow and steady phase-out was probably the better way to go, but then there was the issue of finding a successor for the quirk and all that. Tashinori had decided not to think about that though, because he was busy trying to recuperate. It was proving difficult, due to him having an inability to hold still, recovery girl's words, not his, and a penchant for self-sacrificial behavior, that was Mirai's. The months passed by quietly, and as time passed, he started to settle into the knowledge that he really had won. Just because they'd never found All for One's body didn't mean he hadn't died. This was what Tashinori had to believe to keep going. So he did. When Midoriya had come to All for One with a nervous expression and an important school thing in the form of a sheet of paper in his hands, All for One could not have imagined that 1 week later he would be walking into Midoriya's elementary school for parent-teacher conferences. And yet, "Where's your classroom?" he asked Midoriya, who apparently wasn't supposed to come to such events, but had asked to tag along so he could show All for One the way. This would have been humiliating if the situation hadn't felt so unreal. All for One. At a parent-teacher conference. What had the world come to? "I'll show you," Midoriya said, confidently leading the way. The school seemed normal enough, white paint on the walls, neatly labeled doors. He hadn't anticipated the amount of children's art hanging on the wall. "Are any of these yours?" he asked, gesturing at some historical projects with nasty handwriting. "No," Midoriya said, affronted that he'd even suggested such a thing. "This is like 8-year-old stuff. My project is hanging up in my hallway." He shot All for One a look like that should have been obvious. All for One felt his eye twitch. "So, all you do in parent-teacher conferences," Midoriya explained, as if All for One hadn't done a deep research dive last night on the very topic, "is sit and, talk to the teacher about my grades and personality and stuff. And they should tell you how I'm doing in the class and some things to think about when I do my homework, I think? I'm not really sure what happens. Maybe you eat candy." All for One suspected they would not be eating candy. "This is my hallway," Midoriya said, turning down a hallway that looked exactly like the other hallways. The handwriting on the artworks looked a little better here, All for One supposed. "We did hero projects a month ago. I wanted to do mine on All Might, but you hate All Might and anyway everyone wanted to do All Might so I did Best Jeanist instead, even though my teacher didn't know who that is." Midoriya stopped in front of a picture with an actually decent drawing of Best Jeanist, although the thought of Midoriya creating such a thing under All for One's roof was sickening. "See?" All for One peered to decipher Midoriya's writing. The essay seemed to extend several pages past what everyone else had done, given the stack of papers glued to it. "I got carried away," Midoriya said without a singular ounce of sheepishness. "I see. All for One really did need to stop this hero obsession. Nip it in the bud. Cut it off before it swelled too far, if it hadn't already. And this is my classroom," Midoriya said, already at the door. It looked fine enough. It had an irritating cutesy nameplate on it and a picture of the class that featured a hugely smiling Izuku, despite an obvious black eye. Clumsy kid. All for One peered in through the window on the door, but there was another family already in there, so he stepped back to wait with Izuku. Having to wait was irksome. He could, he reasoned, just murder the family inside, but maybe that would ruin more things than it would solve. Fine. He could be patient. "Also," Midoriya said, more softly now, "just so you know, my teacher doesn't really like me very much. Most of my teachers don't like me very much. So that's probably a good thing for you to know too. Maybe my mom told you that already, though." Inko hadn't mentioned any of that when All for One had spoken to her on the phone. "What, do you start fights or something?" I don't start them, Midoriya said. They just kind of happen. This seemed in character given it was exactly the reason All For One had felt the need to abduct Midoriya in the first place. The door opened and the other family stepped out, talking quietly to each other. The mom gave Midoriya a weird look, and then All For One a weird look, and kept walking, lowering her voice to talk to her husband further. All For One reached for a hearing quirk, feeling weirdly protective, but before he could activate it Midoriya's teacher poked his head out of the classroom and gestured All For One in. Good luck, Midoriya said gravely, like this was a matter of life and death. All For One couldn't even find the brain space to respond to that, a feat, given how much brain space he had available. Midoriya was too baffling a being to comprehend in one sweep. So, you're Midoriya's uncle? The teacher asked, settling down behind a neat desk. Yes, and his current guardian. All For One took the chair opposite. I admit I've never had to go to one of these meetings before. I'll keep it short, the teacher said warmly, shuffling his notes. Midoriya is a bright student and he gets good grades, but he's incredibly distractible and has a muttering habit that hinders his classmates. He's behind when it comes to socializing and connecting with his peers. All For One had a tactic. It included agreeing with everything the teacher said to get out of here as quickly as possible. He's always been a loner, All For One said, smiling pleasantly. If only it were just that, the teacher said, shaking his head. Starting fights. This seemed unlikely to All For One. Causing a ruckus, hurting other students. Hurting them? All For One repeated, unable to keep the incredulity out of his voice. Oh, yes, the teacher said, obviously misinterpreting the source of All For One's confusion. He probably thought All For One had never even considered such a thing for his good, sweet Izuku. In fact, All For One was incredibly aware of how destructive Midoriya could be, but it seemed unlikely he would use any of that at school. He was an irritating, smart, pesky kid, but he was also gentle and obviously wanted more than anything to be a hero. The idea of him picking fights was ridiculous, although it did fall in line with typical heroic behavior. Just not Midoriya's typical heroic behavior. Having a late quirk development can be difficult on anyone. Izuku is quirkless, All For One said, his confusion growing. The latest quirk development in the history books was age 8, some researchers argued for 9, but it depended on the source. Midoriya was almost 10. We're still holding out hope for him. You know how difficult quirklessness can be. It's already made him such a troubled child. All For One blinked at the teacher. Blinked again. He would have laughed if he wasn't desperately trying to reconcile his earlier planned tactic with the situation before him. Midoriya was definitely quirkless and definitely not starting fights at school. Perhaps he has an invisible quirk, All For One said in a last-ditch attempt to keep hold of some sanity. How can he improve his class performance? The teacher rustled his papers again. Yes, well. By the time the meeting was over, All For One had a headache and was seriously considering taking away the teacher's useless quirk just so the ungrateful man could have a taste of it. He walked out of the classroom to find Midoriya set up on his laptop, hard at work. What are you doing? I was thinking it would be fun if I could have teachers access to my report card, Midoriya said, not looking up. All For One sighed. What did he say? Midoriya asked, hitting enter and then making a face. For one of the first times in his life, All For One hesitated. The teacher had said plenty of things Midoriya probably already knew but didn't need to hear a second time. He had also said Midoriya was unusually sharp for someone his age, particularly since he didn't have a quirk assisting him, yet. Never mind. Midoriya clicked his laptop shut and smiled at All For One. I'm a terrible student and I like kicking people. He actually said you're very intelligent. Midoriya shook his head and climbed to his feet. He thought I was cheating for the first month or so of class and then he had me take a test in a separate room and I got better scores than everyone anyway and he had to admit I was doing it all on my own. People are weird. I want to go home now, okay? Home. All For One frowned at Midoriya, that word echoing around in his skull over and over again. Home. It didn't mean anything, probably. Just that Midoriya wanted to go back to the bar but didn't want to say out loud in his elementary school that he wanted to go to the bar. But home. He was reading too far into this and it tired him. All right. Home, then. Over the last few months, Izuku had learned many things. He had learned that not Aji-san had a cool quirk that let him give and take quirks as he wanted, which had led to several fantasies of not Aji-san giving Izuku a quirk, which he'd had to shut down with the logic of things like morals and danger. Izuku had endless questions about this quirk but had to keep them to himself or he'd reveal that he knew not Aji-san was the villain to end all villains. He had learned that All Might had a weird quirk too with a lot of complicated rules. This he still had to do some research on, he would need to get his hands on more diaries, probably, and that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. But the baseline knowledge he now had was good. But potentially more than all, he had learned about Kurogyri. He had learned, yes. He had learned that Kurogyri, above all possible stretches of the imagination, was a terrible, terrible cook. The worst cook in the world. Izuku had had bad cooking before, Mitsuki's was particularly awful, but Kurogyri's cooking held the record. This had led to Izuku volunteering to shop for himself and make his own lunches weeks ago, which seemed to be a relief to Kurogyri, and it had also led to not Aji-san stepping in on the cooking duties more than once when what Kurogyri attempted making turned out blackened and or raw. There was rarely an in-between. Not Aji-san didn't seem to like cooking, but he was much better at it than Kurogyri. This cooking thing was honestly upsetting. At first, Izuku had thought maybe the reason for the bad cooking was that Kurogyri, being made of mist, didn't have to eat. But no, Kurogyri had to eat too, and he also thought his cooking was the worst thing ever. Even after months of cooking for Izuku, it had not improved. Izuku thought he himself could probably do a better job. Which was how Izuku had come to the grand idea of waking up at 6 a.m. and attempting to make pancakes all by himself. He succeeded at mixing the ingredients, although he had some trouble with the eggs, and the batter looked like it was the right consistency when he was done. The frying pan seemed dangerous and he observed it for a long time, trying to figure out how high to turn the heat and how much butter to put on the pan. He had made pancakes with his mom before. Since his dad was in America, his mom was always trying to get them to do American-style things, maybe to feel close to him, maybe to understand what he was up to. But when they'd made pancakes, his mom had insisted that she be the one to do the parts that included fire and hot pans, and Izuku, being a very obedient and understanding child, had let her. But now his mom wasn't here and he was alone in the kitchen at 6:45. Mixing the batter had taken him a very long time, mostly because the ingredients were high up and he'd had to improvise to get them down from the top shelves in the cupboard. Vigilante training, if you asked him. The pan looked somewhat menacing. Izuku could try to turn on the stove by himself, but it seemed like a bad idea, particularly given that he wasn't used to this stove and didn't know anything about how it worked. His mom would not approve. His options from there were limited. He could go to Kurogyri and get him to demonstrate how to turn on the stove, but given Kurogyri's track record, it was likely Kurogyri himself didn't know how to turn it on. And Kurogyri wouldn't understand that Izuku wanted to do the cooking, and he would take over the pancake making, and then the pancakes would be terrible, and so really going to Kurogyri would do the opposite of what Izuku wanted to achieve. The other option was not Aji-san. After some contemplation, Izuku found that there really weren't any drawbacks to asking not Aji-san, so he set down the recipe book and went to find him. It had only taken Izuku a couple weeks to learn that not Aji-san didn't really sleep. Sometimes he took a power nap or two, which he called recharge breaks, to Izuku's delight, but he didn't sleep very often otherwise. Izuku chalked it up to a quirk, probably. All this meant was that Izuku was able to quickly find not Aji-san in his office, swiping through a map and squinting at the computer screen like an old man. Aji-san, Izuku said, drawing out the name. Can you help me? I'm trying to make pancakes and the stove is complicated and also unsafe for me to use all by myself. Not Aji-san turned slightly in his swivel chair, glaring quite openly at Izuku. What did I say about interrupting my work? Not to unless it's an emergency. But it is an emergency. Not Aji-san looked at the ceiling as if it could help him, which was funny because obviously the ceiling couldn't turn on the stove for Izuku. Evidently not Aji-san received no assistance from the ceiling, because with a resigned huff he got up from his chair and entered the bar to help. He stopped short at the sight of the place and Izuku happily squeezed past him to show him the stove dilemma. What did you do? Not Aji-san asked, awestruck. Izuku observed the kitchen, which he supposed he'd made a bit of a mess of. He'd seen Kurogyri do worse, in his defense. It was nothing that a little scrubbing couldn't fix. The eggs were complicated, he explained. And the flour? Not Aji-san said, pointing at an offending spot. I'm not tall enough to get it down normally. Can you turn on the stove? Not Aji-san picked his way through the landmine of the kitchen. He turned on the stove with expert ease. Izuku put the frying pan on top of the stove and then produced the butter. How much butter do I put on the pan? He asked. Not Aji-san gave the disaster of the kitchen another look and took the butter right out of Izuku's hands. We can do this part together, he said, cutting a small piece of butter off and dropping it into the pan. That sounded just fine to Izuku. He marched over to the batter he'd made and brought it over to the stove. Not Aji-san inspected it and apparently found it up to par because he used one of his quirks to pull the ground up under Izuku as a sort of step stool and gave Izuku a spoon. Not too much, he warned as Izuku stuck the spoon deep into the batter. Izuku carefully put some of the batter on the pan. It was not enough, so he added a little more. And then made another spot with it, and another. Not Aji-san helped him flip them when they were ready, his hands steady on the spatula. When Kurojairi appeared in the bar, looking well rested and calm, Izuku and Not Aji-san had a stack of perfect pancakes and a much bigger stack of misshapen pancakes. He froze immediately, his yellow eyes very wide, staring at Izuku on his makeshift step stool and Not Aji-san next to him, both of them eating pancakes by hand as they made more, and Izuku with eggs in his hair and flour on his shirt. "You have no right to judge," Not Aji-san said. Kurojairi turned away, resigned. "I'll get a mop." For Izuku's 10th birthday, Not Aji-san gave him a really nice computer with a monitor and everything and a textbook on hero analysis and statistics. He did this with a sour expression, as though he was giving the gifts against his will. Nevertheless, Izuku nearly cried with joy, particularly when he opened the textbook. Kurojairi gave him a brand new hoodie, yellow, and Izuku put it on at once. It was slightly oversized and the bottom of it extended to his knees. He loved it more than anything in the entire world. His mom mailed him a few All Might-related things, which Not Aji-san threatened to burn upon their opening. Izuku stuck his tongue out at him, which made him make this funny enraged constipated face, and then set about repackaging the figurines so he could mail them back to himself for a later date. They were all wonderful items. His father sent him a very boring watch which Izuku contemplated briefly before setting aside. Izuku didn't know his dad all that well and his dad didn't usually get him anything good, so he felt neutral about the gift. Not excited or sad. Not Aji-san seemed more irritated by the gift than Izuku himself, but Not Aji-san was usually irritated anyway. Mitsuki and Masaru, and Kaken, likely with reluctance, had signed Izuku up for a subscription to Hero Magazine, which delighted Izuku for several reasons, including the wonderful content in Hero Magazine, the torture that regular deliveries of Hero Magazine would bring to Not Aji-san, and the addition to his collection of other similar magazines. Life was good. Those were all the presents Izuku got for his birthday. They were plenty. Not Aji-san, to his relief, didn't seem inclined to set up a birthday party, which was wonderful because Izuku's mom was always trying to set up birthday parties for him and always cried when no one showed up. So not having to go through the motions of having a birthday party only for the disappointment of being alone on his birthday anyway was a welcome change. And it was all thanks to the apathy of Not Aji-san, which Izuku found himself loving more and more by the daily. So much freedom came from apathy. Izuku's birthday gift to himself was that he was determined to make the most of his evening. He had a goal: stop one villain fight all on his own without having to call a hero in for help. As Izuku was now in the double digits, he had decided he had come of age to do some actual crime fighting. Fortunately for him, Kurojairi liked Izuku possibly too much. "Kurojairi," Izuku said, draping himself over the counter at the bar. Very few people ever actually came into the bar before 8. It made Izuku wonder why they had a bar in the first place. "Today I turn 10 years of age." Kurojairi's foggy yellow eyes narrowed, as if he knew he was about to get talked into something he didn't actually want to agree to. "I would like to go to Kaken's for my birthday." "Has he invited you over?" Kurojairi asked, wiping off the counter. That was the other thing about this bar, it never got dirty, but Kurojairi was cleaning it all the time anyway. "Yep," Izuku lied. "Can you drop me off?" Kurojairi glanced toward Not Aji-san's study. "He won't mind," Izuku said, which was probably true. Not Aji-san, he had found, took only a superficial interest in Izuku's upbringing, except the few times he had suddenly become very interested. Izuku preferred Not Aji-san when he didn't care what Izuku was up to, because in that window of opportunity was when Izuku did his best work. Kurojairi sighed and put down the rag he was using. "All right," he said. "Can the Bakugas get you to school in the morning?" "Absolutely," Izuku lied. He had started getting very good at finding places to sleep in the city. It was either sleep out there, one of his favorites was on the playground, because there were plenty of sheltered places there, or tell Kurojairi what he was up to, and he would rather take his chances in the city. He'd almost managed to convince himself it was just like camping in order to come to terms with it. Kurojairi sighed. "Go get your bag ready." Izuku ran upstairs like a demon, so excited he could hardly breathe. He would stop crime just like All Might and save lives. 10 years old and the youngest hero in the history of ever. Wow! He was so awesome. He shoved his green hoodie, his goggles, his hat and scarf and gloves, an abundance of very healthy snacks including 2 granola bars and a pack of chips, his toothbrush, a notebook and a pencil, and his cell phone into a drawstring bag. Successful, he thundered back down the stairs and skidded to a stop in front of Kurojairi, who had a vaguely amused expression on his face. "I'm ready," Izuku said, trying to regain some dignity by speaking very normally and seriously. Kurogyari made a noise somewhere between a cough and a snort. He opened a portal for Izuku, an occasion which never ceased to be wondrous, and Izuku stepped through. Finding crime in Muzutafu was always the hard part. Not that there wasn't crime in Muzutafu, but more that it liked to hide. Izuku started by combing through the sketchier parts of the city, and when that didn't reap any benefits, he climbed up a fire escape and sat on a roof, waiting for some action to begin. Several hours later he was freezing and beginning to wonder if this was turning out to be the worst birthday of all time. He was just contemplating if it was worth calling Kurogyari and saying he'd changed his mind and wanted to come home when he heard a scream. He jumped to his feet immediately, forgotten excitement surging up in him again. The best birthday ever was back in swing. He clambered back down the fire escape and wove through the alleys toward the noise, making a mental note to start mapping out the city better so he could navigate it more quickly. Still, he found the source of the scream in record time, mostly on account of the scream repeating itself, and found a giant bat lady cornering some other lady. It struck Izuku in that moment that he had no idea how to fight people. He puffed up his cheeks, trying to figure out how to solve the problem without actually doing any fighting, given that he knew about how well that would go for him. He wasn't a super fast runner, so making himself into a distraction wouldn't help much and would actually probably just make the situation worse. He didn't have enough items with him to make a trap or a different type of distraction, except his phone, which he suspected wasn't actually helpful. The bat lady tried to approach the lady again, who luckily was holding a taser between them and seemed like she was both willing to use it and capable, although clearly terrified. Neither of them had noticed Izuku yet. Maybe Izuku hadn't thought this through properly. Even if he could take down the bat lady, then what? He didn't have anything he could use to tie her up. What a terrible disappointment. And on his birthday no less. Sighing, he stepped forward. "Excuse me," he said miserably. "Can I borrow one of your phones?" Both of them looked at him at once. The bat lady looked him up and down, wings lifting more and more by the minute. She glanced at the other lady, hissed, "We'll finish this later," and took off. Izuku couldn't believe it. That was all it took to be a hero? What a thrill. He'd scared off that bat lady with one look and one simple question. He really was just like All Might. "Thank you," the other lady said shakily, pulling out her phone. "Here." "Oh, no, that's fine," Izuku said, watching the bat lady fly over the roof of the building. "I don't need." The bat lady shrieked from up above and with a crash fell back into the alley. Wrapped all around her was Eraserhead's capture scarf thing. He followed right after, dropping down and finishing tying her up, looking bored. He looked the lady with the taser up and down, probably scanning for injuries like any awesome hero, and then looked at Izuku, who waved. "You again," Eraserhead said, sounding displeased about this. "You're welcome," Izuku said happily, and then he turned and sprinted away at top speed. Eraserhead was always trying to capture him. As he ran, he began compiling a new list. From here forth for his vigilante activities he would need support items. If he was going to actually engage in fights he needed more things, including more skill and forethought. This had been an excellent birthday experiment, never mind that he could have died, but he would refrain from repeating it until he had done much research and at least a little bit of practicing. But wow! A complete success. He and Eraserhead would make very good teammates, Izuku thought. Maybe Eraserhead could be his new favorite hero now that he'd been banned from liking All Might. This seemed like a great idea. He went back to his rooftop perch, pulled out his notebook and a pencil, and began to plot. All for One hated the word pickle. It was a frivolous word, a cheap word. But right now, he had to admit, he was in one, and he was in deep. So he had kidnapped Midoriya Izuku under the guise of being his uncle. Flawless, he'd thought. No one had to die, no suspicions were cast anywhere, and he could keep a close eye on the child as he grew up. But this had been operating under a number of assumptions. First, that All for One would keep a healthy emotional distance between himself and Midoriya Izuku. Second, that All for One would murder Midoriya's mother when the time came for her to return to take care of her son. Third, that All for One was capable of manipulating Midoriya to like him despite his murder of said mother. Well, Midoriya's grandmother had finally passed on and Midoriya Inko had called him to tell him she was preparing to return home, and he was in a pickle. Here is what had gone wrong. All for One had a reluctant fondness for Midoriya, he was sticking with that description, and thus he couldn't murder Midoriya Inko. This threw off the entire operation. He teleported to a small neighborhood in northwestern Japan and scowled at a white house with a pretty front door and a carefully done garden out front. It was fine, he supposed, but not somewhere Midoriya could live. There wasn't enough action here. He'd die from boredom. All for one, like the creep he was, walked around the side of the house and peered in the window. When he found the room he needed, he strolled off down the street again to wait until dark. He watched the house as night fell, watched a tired Midoriya Inko bring her sister and her grandfather into the house. He waited until the lights went out and snuck back up to the house. He peered in the window at the grandfather. He used one of his quirks to give him a nice, prolonged sickness. That would keep Midoriya Inko out of his business for another couple years. And then there was always the sister. If he really needed to, he could help the grandfather recover, then attack the sister, and go back and forth like that until Izuku graduated. Satisfied, he returned to the bar. It was a few weeks after Midoriya's 10th birthday that All for One discovered he was getting bullied at school. He should have noticed sooner, probably, given the amount of time he spent with the boy, against his will, and given the contents of the parent-teacher conference, but Midoriya was extremely good at talking the bruises away and Kurojiiri hadn't seen anything amiss when picking him up, so All for One easily wrote it off as a general clumsiness and/or idiocy. But then he came home with a burn mark on his cheek. It was just chance that All for One saw it. He happened to walk through the bar at the same moment Kurojiiri portaled Midoriya home, but that chance was all he needed to stop short, noticing the ash smudged over his skin and the way his continually unruly hair was somehow even more misshapen than usual. "What happened?" he asked. "Huh?" Midoriya said. His hand flew to his cheek the second after, eyes widening, and he said, "Oh, it was just this experiment we did in science today. Got a little crazy." "Don't lie to me," All for One snapped, sweeping across the room to look. He took Midoriya's chin and turned his face slightly to the side so he could see his cheek better. It definitely wasn't more than a second-degree burn, which All for One could heal in seconds, but it was a burn nonetheless, the skin rough and peeling. "Who did this?" he asked, healing it. Midoriya blinked at him, eyes very wide. "Izuku-kun. It was just this kid at school," Midoriya said, pushing him away. "It's not a big deal, I promise. They were just messing around." "Don't make groundless promises," All for One warned. Midoriya's nose wrinkled up. "Okay, it's a little bit of a deal. Like half of a big deal. But I'm fine, see?" He pointed to his newly healed cheek. "All gone. What would you do if I hadn't noticed?" All for One demanded. "What then? What if it had gotten infected?" He didn't know why he cared, to be honest, but he developed, not an affection for Midoriya, but a reluctant fondness, and this was flaring up something protective in him he hadn't seen since Yoichi. Midoriya listed on his fingers. "Run cool water over it, spread burn cream on it, and bandage it. Change the bandages twice every day." And that was how All for One found out this was, in fact, a recurring issue, and he had just been blind to it earlier. He took a deep inhale. He released a long exhale. "Who? Doesn't matter," Midoriya mumbled. "I don't want to get people in trouble." All for One had been contemplating doing things much worse than getting people in trouble, but fine. "Martial arts classes. You're going to start taking them. Lots of them. On top of the coding classes." Midoriya nodded vigorously, probably glad to have dodged the question of who was beating him up at school. All for One had other ways of finding this out, of course, but for now he'd let Midoriya keep his secrets. If not for anything else, then just to prove to himself that he was not getting attached to a random 10-year-old who was honestly more of a nuisance than a source of joy or support. "Great," Midoriya said, looking delighted by the idea. "Yes, good. Awesome. When do I start?" Perhaps All for One should have been suspicious of his quick acceptance of this plan, but he was busy using a quirk to scan for other hidden injuries. Midoriya had a bruise on his shin and a skinned elbow but otherwise seemed fine. God damn it. Maybe he was going soft. Since his 10th birthday, Izuku had been trying to find other ways to be a vigilante without actually getting into fights since his martial arts classes had only just begun, and until he actually knew how to defend himself, facing off against villains seemed like a bad idea. Of course he could always do what he'd been doing the whole time and call other heroes to help, and recently he'd also found out that he could use his credit card to anonymously purchase custom gear for active heroes and mail it to them. Several heroes had already begun using the improvements, but he'd begun to wonder if there was some other way for him to level up his abilities. Such as sleuthing through not Aji-san's stuff for the second time. This time, he set himself up for better success. He waited until not Aji-san was on a work trip and made a huge pancake mess in the kitchen for Kurojiiri to clean up, and then slid right into not Aji-san's office. His coding teacher had told him that there was a way to install viruses onto people's computers that would make some sort of link from the computer to Izuku's computer so he could go through things on his own time. Izuku had tried very hard to teach himself how to do this and had learned quickly that his level of skill was just not there yet. So instead he climbed up into Not Aji-san's swivel chair and went through all the papers on his desk. Not Aji-san was old-fashioned and liked having information in hard copies lest something went awry with his computer, which, Izuku had to admit, was wise, given that Izuku was plotting to sabotage the computer at some point. He went through the papers, carefully sounding out words he didn't know. Most of it seemed like boring personnel stuff. He took pictures with his phone of stuff that seemed important but not urgent. He could parse all that out later. When he was nearing the point that Kurogyari was probably almost done with the kitchen, he slipped off the chair again, disappointed but pleased that he could try this again. On the way to the door, a flash of paper sticking out of a binder on one of the shelves caught his eye. He hesitated, glancing at the door. He could hear Kurogyari banging pots and pans together, so he figured he had a moment. Careful, he tipped the binder down and flipped it open. Aha! This was more what he was looking for. Plans for a sketchy business meet-up of some kind. It looked like maybe Not Aji-san was planning on blackmailing an important-looking man into doing something for him. Izuku squinted at the letters, trying to make out the complicated vocabulary, before giving up and just taking pictures of all the papers that looked important. He put the binder back together exactly as it had been and replaced it on the shelf. On soft feet, he slipped out of the office, past Kurogyari, and up into his room. And then he settled down to parse out every scrap of information he could glean from the papers he'd found. Izuku wouldn't really consider himself a big fan of the martial arts classes. He loved the coding classes, but the martial arts stuff was more difficult than fun, and he felt like it was taking him longer to learn than it should have been. Not only that, but he'd started to find that he didn't really enjoy punching people, so he also had begun to feel torn about whether or not someone could be a hero if they were A, quirkless and B, didn't really enjoy fighting that much anyway. Kaken, he knew, got a sort of thrill from punching people, because it made him feel better than them. It didn't make Izuku feel better than anyone. Really, it made him feel bad for punching people in the first place. He thought maybe if someone was in danger, like that one kid he'd stepped in front of when Kaken was being mean, then he might enjoy punching people more. But he didn't even want to enjoy it. This was a dilemma. But if Izuku had learned anything from being the kidnappee adopted child of the villain to end all villains, it was that sometimes asking for things would get good results. After school, when Kurogyari dropped him off at his dojo, he went right up to Sensei, a stern-faced woman with a cool flower-making quirk, and said, "I don't really like punching people." Sensei blinked at him. He waited for the rewards of such a statement to appear. "Well, good," Sensei said. "You're not supposed to enjoy it. Now get on the mat and start stretching." Okay, so that attempt had not been as successful as he'd predicted. He went to the mat and started stretching, contemplating how better to express his needs. Clearly he needed an actual question. But what was his question? "How can I stop punching people?" An unfamiliar voice said something at the front. Izuku looked over, curious, and saw a tall man with slicked-back purple hair talking to Sensei, who was handing over some paperwork. Izuku remembered that paperwork. Kurogyari had done it for him. The tall man walked over to the counter to fill out the papers, revealing a lanky, purple-haired boy behind him, who was standing with his arms crossed and staring at the floor. He didn't really seem like he wanted to be here. Neither did Izuku, so it was relatable. Izuku wished his hearing was a little better so he could listen to what the tall man, probably the boy's father, was saying to Sensei. But his hearing was not a little better, so he just continued stretching. Probably, Not Aji-san had a file on him, and he could use that to investigate later. Or not. That seemed slightly immoral. Sensei said something to the boy and passed him a GI. She gestured at the mat. The boy sent his father a dark glare, kicked his shoes off, and disappeared to change. When he emerged, tightening his belt, which Izuku could see from the mat, was terribly misted, he looked more uncomfortable than ever. He cast his father another look, bowed at the mat, and stepped onto it. Izuku waved. One of the boy's eyes had a big bruise around it. Izuku had had many a black eye in his life, and he pursed his lips in sympathy. It was a bad idea to comment on it, he decided. "Your belt," he said instead, "is an abomination. I'll show you." The boy frowned at him and sat down a few feet away. Izuku demonstrated how to tie it, explaining every step and trying not to go on random tangents. The boy copied him and came out with something still horribly mangled, but at least properly tied. Izuku smiled at him. He looked away. "My name's Midoriya Izuku," Izuku said, "but people call me Izuku." Very few people actually called him Izuku. The list was limited to his mother, Mitsuki, Kurogyari. And now the purple-haired boy. "Shinso Hitoshi," the boy said to the floor. "And do you prefer Shinso or Hitoshi?" The boy shrugged. Izuku had a feeling this friendship was not going to come easily, but Izuku's number of friends was limited to one, and that one was Kaken, who some might say didn't even count, so he was determined to do this right. Shinso, then. Hitoshi's fine, the boy said. Hitoshi, then. The rest of the class started to file in. Izuku waved at them, they ignored him and went to stretch on an entirely different part of the mat, and Izuku continued his attempts at learning who Hitoshi was. Most people stopped wanting to be friends with him the moment the word, quirkless, came out, so he avoided that topic altogether. Hitoshi's dad left the building. Izuku told Hitoshi as much. Hitoshi shrugged. Izuku decided he really liked Hitoshi and that they were destined to be the closest friends of all time. Perhaps even closer than Izuku and Kaken, if such a thing was possible. They started class and Izuku avoided punching anything for as long as physically possible. Hitoshi was actually halfway decent at stuff, which was good because he was still a white belt and everyone else in the class had already moved past that one. After class, Hitoshi disappeared to change again and Izuku made his second attempt at talking to Sensei about his big punching issue. He tried for a more direct angle this time. "I don't want to punch people," he said. She peered down her long nose at him. Her gray hair was up in a bun and it made the whole look all the more intimidating. Izuku stood his ground. He lived with the villain to end all villains. Sensei didn't scare him. Now for the question. Is there a different martial arts style I should be learning? Sensei sighed like Izuku tired her. Yes, there are many martial arts styles. You may be more interested in Aikido, perhaps? Or Judo. These were a lot of words. I'll research this on my own, Izuku said, nodding seriously. Can you teach me other styles? Or just this one? I can help with a few others, and we have other teachers here that can help you with more. It depends on the styles you want to learn. Izuku nodded slowly. Yes. Good. Excellent. She sighed again. Izuku was a triumph. Yes. A triumph. The papers Izuku had found in Not Aji-san's office were indeed very important and very urgent. At first Izuku had thought Not Aji-san was just planning to blackmail some person into doing something for him, but it turned out to be much bigger than that, including abducting one of the high members of the Hero Public Safety Commission, which Izuku didn't really know anything about but seemed important because it had the word hero in it, and forcing him to give up big information. The operation was planned for 2 weeks from now. Izuku needed to get a hero involved as soon as possible, but he couldn't figure out how to do that without tipping Not Aji-san off that someone had gone through his stuff. Such a discovery would definitely point right back at Izuku. So if he couldn't get the heroes involved, then the next option was to just get himself involved and call heroes in for backup on the day of, after he had already ruined a good portion of the undertaking. The problem was Izuku didn't feel like he'd had sufficient enough martial arts training for him to take down the entire operation or even make a dent in it. Knowing how to punch the air and not fall over was not the same as actually punching someone. He'd have to be smart. And he was smart. His most recent school project on the weather CYCL had gotten a 30-30, but this was more than that. He'd have to be sneaky and careful. If he slipped up, he could get caught, and maybe then Not Aji-san would take away his Sir Night Eye figurines or something. It seemed unlikely, but possible. He stayed up later than he should have researching the blankets, now, unfortunately, Ms. Joke themed instead of All Might, pulled up over his head and his laptop to keep the light from escaping. He read everything he could on the subject, the abductee, who Not Aji-san had hired, the location, all the way in Tokyo. Until his eyelids grew heavy and slipped closed without permission. He told himself he'd close them for just 1 minute and then get back to it, but exhaustion took him quickly and he slumped back against his headboard, fast asleep. When his, no longer All Might themed, now Edgeshot, alarm went off the next morning, he felt everything click into place in his mind. He had a plan. The day of the abducting, Izuku packed his school bag with stuff he definitely did not need at school, including a length of rope, his vigilante costume, a butter knife. He wanted one of the sharper kitchen knives but wasn't sure about bringing it to school, a notebook and a pencil, a flashlight, his laptop, several cords, and his phone. He settled it on his back, wincing at the weight. The rope was much heavier than he'd anticipated, and marched downstairs, determined. "It's a bit early, isn't it?" Kurojairi asked doubtfully as Izuku walked into the kitchen. "I want to get a head start on my art project," Izuku said. "My teacher said it's okay." Izuku liked art class, and he had it every Friday. Kurojairi knew this about Izuku, but it was important to solidify, so that if part of Izuku's plan failed and Kurojairi got a call from the front office about Izuku's absence, he would at least think that Izuku had just gotten carried away in the art studio and would find class on his own time. Kurojairi looked doubtfully at the clock. "Kurojairi," Izuku said, drawing out the eyes and giving him a pouting look. A portal opened. Triumphant, Izuku stepped through the mist. He looked up at the school building, the sun just peeking over the horizon, and walked resolutely forward. He had important work to do. Even if it was super early. Izuku crouched behind a tree in the parking lot and waited for the first teacher to arrive. When they did, he followed them carefully and slipped in after them when they unlocked the front door. From there, he went straight to the front office and sat behind the desk, opening his computer and connecting it to the big front office laptop with a cord. It was easier than he thought it would be from there to hack into the attendance record stuff. He found his class and his name and used a program he'd made on his computer to set his attendance record permanently to present. The idea was that even if the teacher tried to mark him as absent, the front office computer would still show him as present, no matter what. Izuku couldn't be sure if the program would work or not, but he'd done what he could with the knowledge he had, which he was starting to suspect was a lot of knowledge, and the program would, at the very least, do something. And if not, there was always his art class alibi. Once that was done and he was reasonably certain neither Kurojairi nor not Aji-san was going to get a call from the front office asking where he was, he unplugged his computer and put it away again. He slung his bag over his shoulder again, snuck out of the office and the school building, and walked to the nearest bus stop. By the time he got to the train station, the train to Tokyo was waiting at the platform. Izuku climbed aboard and found his seat. Not 2 minutes later, the train pulled out of the station. Izuku grinned. He'd gotten away with something huge. On the ride to Tokyo, he flipped open his notebook and checked over all the phone numbers he'd carefully copied out. He wished he could predict if there would be someone around whose phone he could borrow, because he would definitely need to borrow a phone. Even he knew that using his own phone to call a bunch of heroes was a bad idea. What if it was tracked? If only there was a way to have a phone that he could use and then throw out. What a great thing that would be. When, a couple hours later, the train pulled into his station in Tokyo, he put away his laptop and his notebook and threaded his arms through his backpack straps. He checked his phone as he hopped off the train, no panicked calls from Kurojairi or not Aji-san. He allowed himself one moment of glee. His program had worked. Officially, he was still at school, which meant he was a genius. In front of the train station, he found an empty taxi and climbed in the back seat. The driver gave him a strange look, which confused him. There wasn't anything on his face, but he ignored it and rattled off the address of a cafe not far from the kidnapping site. The driver hesitated, looking around outside the car and then back at Izuku. Maybe he hadn't heard the address and didn't want to seem rude by asking again. Izuku said the address of the cafe again and buckled his seatbelt resolutely. With another confused glance at Izuku in the rearview mirror, the driver pulled out of the station. This was all very strange. Izuku decided maybe the driver was not actually a taxi driver and was doing this as a front to cover up his shady undertakings, including selling villain super weapons hidden in the trunk, just like in All Might 5, partners in their prime. He entertained himself with thinking this all the way through on the way to the cafe, ignoring the looks the driver continued to cast him in the rearview mirror, which grew more and more offended by the kilometer. What Izuku was doing to offend him was anyone's guess. When they got to the cafe, which was in a sketchy-looking neighborhood, Izuku paid with the credit card not Aji-san had given him and hopped out of the taxi. The taxi driver sent him a concerned look, and then glanced around as if waiting for someone else to appear. "Thanks," Izuku said. The driver hesitated, clearly torn between being polite and asking whatever was on his mind. Izuku waited patiently, but the driver gave up, shook his head, and drove off. Weird. Izuku waited for the taxi to be gone before he turned away from the cafe, opened the map app on his phone, and followed it into what was definitely the bad side of town. People on the street kept their heads down and hurried where they were going, not looking around. Izuku shrank toward the buildings, wishing he was just a little bit taller or bulkier, and wishing he knew where he was going so he didn't have to keep surreptitiously glancing at the small blue dot on his phone. The destination was a warehouse, which made Izuku very excited because the main CLMX of All Might 2, Victory Lap, had also been in a warehouse. He really was just like All Might, except maybe not as tall or strong. After spending some time peering up at the warehouse from a distance and trying to figure out how best to position himself, Izuku turned away, trying to think. Without going into the warehouse himself, he couldn't catch the bad guys, but he also knew he was probably too small to catch so many bad guys all on his own anyway. The area seemed too dangerous to ask someone to borrow their phone. They probably wouldn't give it to him anyway, and he didn't want to use his own phone for reasons aforementioned. His computer programs, so delicately crafted, wouldn't really do anything either. He had rope, a butter knife, and a flashlight in his bag, but what could he do with those? This stumped him for a while. Eventually he decided he wouldn't be able to do anything without his vigilante costume on, so he fished that out of his bag first and put it on before ducking into a small alcove in front of a random door and sitting down on the step to think. He opened his bag and squinted at the rope, the knife, and the flashlight. Perhaps he should have come more prepared. He glanced at the time, still an hour and a half left until the sketchy business deal was slated to go terribly awry. Frustrated, willing his mind to work faster, he pushed his goggles up and pressed the heels of his hands into his eyelids. Stars blinked in the field of black. And then it hit him. Izuku snuck into the warehouse, which some foolish person had left unlocked. He did a full sweep of the building, checking every entrance and exit. He counted steps across it both ways. The warehouse had lots of wooden crates in it. Izuku wasn't strong enough to open any of the crates, so he wasn't sure what was inside, but their presence made the warehouse maze-like and difficult to orient himself in. This would have to be fixed. He found the electrical panel and opened it up. An electrician Izuku was not, but he could see many suches which seemed important. He scouted out a few areas to hide in, came across an AED kit, and discovered the fire extinguisher and alarm. He also uncovered a small family of mice and a broken nail. When he felt that he had a working knowledge of the contents of the warehouse, he went back to the AED and ripped open the packet with pads in it, apologizing silently to the next person to have a heart attack in the warehouse. He picked a wall devoid of any exits and climbed onto a stack of boxes next to it. Flipping on his flashlight, he located a spot he thought was probably around door height and used one of the AED pads to tape the flashlight there. Unsure how sticky the pads actually were, he used 2 more pads to secure the first pad. The flashlight sent a dull glow up toward the ceiling. Pleased, Izuku hopped down and hurried back to the front of the warehouse. He climbed on top of a box by the door to get as high as possible and pulled his long rope out of the bag. He made a loop out of the top of it and slung it over the emergency light over the door. This took a few tries, but eventually he managed to get the rope around the emergency light and he pulled the slip knot tight. Tugging on the rope didn't yield the results he was looking for, so he carefully wound the rope around his arms a few times and jumped off the crate, pulling the emergency light down and a good portion of the wall. He flinched as he hit the ground, covering his head, but the chunks of wall and lights mostly missed him. Good progress, Izuku decided. He picked up all the items, tucked them away behind a crate, and made his way to do the same to all the other emergency lights. The process earned him 1 scratch on the cheek and a deep shortness of breath, but otherwise he found himself unharmed and exhilarated by his successes. The time had inched closer to the meetup, so Izuku found a likely crate to hide behind near the electrical panel and curled up into a ball, checking that he had his costume on properly and that his bag was secure on his back. As he waited, he untied the slip knot from his rope and carefully retied the rope around the handle of his butter knife. He made several thick knots to hold it in place, and decided that as soon as he got home he was going to order himself a big book on knot tying. Knowing how to do a slip knot and a normal knot was definitely not enough. Izuku heard voices at the front of the warehouse and he hugged his knees tighter to his chest. The voices were still too far away and too muffled to hear what they were saying. When they didn't come any closer, Izuku realized he was going to need to adjust his plan on the fly. He dug into the AED kit again, found the biggest, bulkiest item, the actual AED itself, silently apologized again to the future dying soul who needed an AED, and carefully started climbing up the crate he was hiding behind. He slid on top of the crate and peered over the edge to see who had come inside. A person wearing an orange shirt, a tall hat, and a mask was standing just inside the front door next to another, very normal and average-looking man wearing a bored expression. The bored man flipped the lights on and Izuku tensed, waiting for them to look over and see him. Luckily, they didn't seem to suspect anyone else was inside. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but neither of them looked like the HPSC guy they were supposed to be abducting, so Izuku figured he still needed to wait. And wait he did, for an excessive amount of time, until the orange-shirted man and the bored man had both given up on standing by the door and had started sweeping the warehouse to make sure no one was inside. Izuku found himself very grateful, suddenly, that he was on top of the crate and not next to it. Finally, a car pulled up in front of the warehouse and the abductee-to-be stepped out of the car. He was followed by a teenager with bright red wings and sunglasses, who looked decidedly unhappy to be at the warehouse. Abductee-to-be gestured at Red Wings to wait outside, much to Red Wings' clear displeasure, and walked inside. The bored man shut the door behind him. The two of them walked deeper into the maze of boxes, talking in low voices. Izuku watched them carefully over the top of the crates. Abductee-to-be suddenly raised his voice and the orange-shirted man stepped forward, talking in what he probably thought was a soothing voice and was actually very creepy. Abductee-to-be sent both of them slightly panicked looks, backing away. He stepped straight into a crate, nowhere to run. Now Izuku chucked the AED as far as he possibly could. It made it further than he anticipated, falling to the ground with a clatter and then skidding across the floor. Everyone looked in that direction and Izuku slipped back off the crate as the bored man went to investigate. Checking that the rope really was secure around the handle of the butter knife, Izuku took a deep breath and stabbed the knife straight into the electrical panel. The panel sparked and Izuku stepped back immediately, freaking out a little. The lights flickered on and off quickly, like they were trying to decide what to do, before one by one they shut off. Someone yelled deep in the warehouse as the entire place went dark, save for the flashlight beaming upward on a random wall, like it marked an exit. It did not, Izuku just needed more time. He traced his hand along the wall, counting steps as he ran for the fire extinguisher, which was too heavy for him to lift. But right next to the fire extinguisher was something that he was more than capable of using. His hand found the handle and he pulled. Blaring sound echoed through the warehouse as the fire alarm started wailing. Izuku slapped his hands over his ears, wincing, but he needed both his hands and he knew it. The door to the warehouse slammed open and Red Wings flew in, looking entirely full of rage. Izuku darted out from the crates and pointed straight at the flashlight he'd left up on the wall, protecting his free ear with his shoulder. "Over there!" Izuku shouted. Red Wings gave him a deeply confused look, but flew in that direction straight away. Now Izuku needed to get out of here as quickly as possible before more heroes showed up and found out the amount of damage he'd done to an AED and all the emergency lights. He sprinted for the open door. "Not so fast," someone hissed, and a fist to the side sent Izuku flying into a nearby crate. Kaken's punches, Izuku had learned, hurt pretty bad. This hurt much, much more. It took him a second to remember how to breathe, blinking shock out of his eyes. He rolled away from the approaching bored man, who no longer looked bored, and forced himself back up to his feet, curling over his injured side. "Hi," he said, backing away. "You look pretty mad." "I am pretty mad," the bored man said, approaching menacingly. Izuku felt very short and small. It occurred to him that he hadn't really developed an exit plan. He was all short of rope, butter knife, and flashlight. Izuku heard a frustrated shout from the other side of the warehouse. The bored man didn't even look, still moving forward. Izuku kept stepping back, toward the exit, afraid to run because his ribs were throbbing and he thought the bored man could probably catch him quickly if he did, and then it would be all over. It occurred to Izuku that he might be about to die. The bored man lunged for him and Izuku barely stepped to the side in time, ribs screaming in protest. His shoulder got clipped and he stumbled back, eyes wide with panic. This was really not good. He tried to remind himself he was being a hero and sometimes heroes did scary things, but he was too busy not dying for the reminder to stick. The bored man grabbed him by the elbow and slammed him into a crate. The back of Izuku's head hit the wood hard and his vision blurred. "How old are you anyway?" the bored man asked. 8? That was simply offensive. Izuku opened his mouth to snap at him for that, but didn't get the opportunity before a red feather hissed through the air and caught the bored man by the back of the shirt, pulling him off Izuku. Izuku threw a glance down the maze of crates and found Red Wings standing down there, supporting Abductee and glaring at the scene. Izuku figured this was as good a time as any to run away as fast as possible. He turned, adjusting his backpack straps, and fled straight out the door. A feather chased him and he breathed, "Please go away." The feather did not go away. "I'm like 8, Izuku lied, although it wounded him to say it. "My mom doesn't know I'm over here. I'll get in so much trouble." The feather still did not go away, but it did slow down considerably, letting Izuku get the best of it. Izuku ran as fast as he could down sketchy streets, vision blurry with tears from the sharp, unignorable pain in his side, until he found the cafe he'd made that random taxi driver drop him off at. He ducked inside the shop, pulling off his hat and his goggles, found an empty seat, and collapsed, gasping for air against the protesting of his ribs. The lady sitting at the table next to him gave him a weird look and he buried his face in his arms, trying to catch his breath without looking like a crazy person. That, he decided, had been awful. He'd almost died, he was convinced this was true. He replayed the whole scene in his head as his breathing slowed. His ribs really hurt. Red Wings had been very cool. His ribs really hurt. As his body sank into a calmer state, he reconsidered. No, actually, he mused, that had been freaking awesome. All for One was already frustrated when Kurojirai called him out into the kitchen. His plans had, according to Mr. Compress, been completely foiled by some kid wearing an All Might beanie and a pesky up-and-coming HPSC side project. It was probably a one-off occurrence, but it was irritating. He wouldn't have another shot at that HPSC representative in a long time. Not only that, but one of his loyal subordinates had been arrested and Mr. Compress had barely made it out himself. So when Kurojirai called him out of his office, a deep anxiety in his voice, All for One was really not in a good headspace. He walked out of his office to find Midoriya whispering pleadingly, "It really is nothing, Kurogyari, really, don't tell Aji-san," which naturally did not improve his mood. "What is it?" he demanded, looking between them. Midoriya gave him a guilty look. He had a deep cut on his cheek, dried blood crusted underneath it. "He's favoring one side," Kurogyari said. "I am not. It's really fine," Midoriya promised. "Nothing's wrong at all." He continued providing excuses. All for one, not willing to argue with a 10-year-old over whether or not he was injured, used a quirk to do a quick scan. And then froze. "Midoriya," he said, trying to be very calm. "Izuku," Midoriya corrected, shoulders slumping as he resigned himself to the knowledge All for One had stumbled across. "Why is one of your ribs broken?" Midoriya winced. "Broken?" Kurogyari gasped. Fluttering over Midoriya even more than he had been before. "What happened? Why didn't you tell me? I'll get some ice." "Don't," All for One told him wearily. Kurogyari was like a mother hen sometimes. "Ridiculous. Is this those kids at school again?" Midoriya frantically shook his head, eyes very wide, then hesitated and nodded. Then quickly cut that short by shaking his head again. "Make up your mind," All for One said. "Nope," Midoriya said, clearly lying, given the precedent. All for One gave Kurogyari a weary look. "I'm going to call the school." "No thanks," Midoriya squeaked. "I don't want my classmates to die." Kurogyari hushed him. "No one's going to die." After he said it, he cast All for One a doubtful look, verifying if that was true. All for One was not against the idea of Midoriya's classmates dying. "But fine. I just want to make sure this doesn't happen again." "They already got in trouble," Midoriya said, also clearly a lie, or All for One would have gotten a call from the school that one of Midoriya's ribs was broken. They would need to work on Midoriya's poker face and ability to cover for himself. Actually, All for One reconsidered, they definitely should not do that. Plus you can just heal it, right? So it's fine. For a moment, All for One considered leaving it broken just to prove a point. It was just a fracture, Midoriya would live. But then he thought that was probably a good example of how to be a terrible fake uncle, so he sighed and gestured Midoriya forward. Beaming, Midoriya pulled up the hem of his shirt to let All for One do his work. The side of his rib cage was swollen and red. All for One silently vowed that the child who did this would get what was coming to him, and healed Midoriya's side. Midoriya relaxed as it was healed, expression stilling. It had probably been very painful. All for One tried to hide his worry about this deep into his subconscious where he wouldn't have to consider why he was concerned for this random kid. He was somewhat successful. "Face," he said, gesturing for Midoriya to let him heal the cut on his cheek. Midoriya readily presented the injury to him. All for One frowned at the cut. It was clearly a couple hours old, and what kind of school let a kid walk around with an obviously bleeding face? He shook his head at the rampant quirkism in today's society and healed the cut. "Now go do your homework," he ordered. Midoriya saluted. Then hesitated. His eyebrows contorted like he was engaged in solving the biggest moral puzzle of all time. "What is it?" All for One asked. Slowly, carefully, almost like he couldn't believe his own bravery, Midoriya reached his skinny arms out and wrapped them around All for One. All for One had never been taken off more guard in his life. He stiffened, unsure of what to do. Midoriya slumped further into the hug, body shaking slightly. Glancing at Kurogyari for instructions, which he evidently did not have, All for One gave Midoriya an awkward pat on the back. Midoriya let go. "It feels a lot better now," he said, sniffling a little. So thanks." All for One stared at him. Kurogyari stared at him. Midoriya wiped his eyes, sniffled again, and climbed up the stairs to his room. Inside his head, very quietly, All for One screamed. All for One was beginning to suspect he had erred. This suspicion was all concerning a boy by the name of Shigaraki Tamura. At the time of the initial kidnapping, All for One's intentions had been very clear in his mind, and he had executed them to the T. But now, after a year and a half of life with Midoriya Izuku, who stubbornly refused to be parented poorly, he was in the process of realizing that he might have made a mistake. He sat across from the Shigaraki Tamura, who was whining about wanting to murder All Might, and contemplated his errors. In his defense, a lot of the damage Shigaraki Tamura had incurred was caused by his terrible home life pre-kidnapping and his quirk's nature generally. But in his offense, he had in fact encouraged the instability in Shigaraki Tamura and had given him the bad quirk in the first place. So really it was hard to say who was to blame for this. "When can I start actually doing stuff?" Shigaraki Tamura asked, crossing his arms. "Soon," All for One said, his usual answer in these circumstances. Damage had definitely been done here, and it was damage All for One was no longer sure was the right type of damage. Plus, All for One now had Midoriya to think about, and calling Midoriya a handful was a vast and frankly insulting understatement. Midoriya was the ultimate handful. All for One felt often that if he looked away for even a minute, which he did from time to time, Midoriya would dismantle everything he had worked so hard to build. An implosion. So yes, at the time of the initial kidnapping, taking in Shigaraki Tamura had been an ingenious plan. Perfect to rile up All Might later, perfect to hone as his own personal unstable weapon. But at the time of the initial kidnapping, All for One had not anticipated the arrival of the fiery ball of destruction that was Midoriya. All for One had not anticipated this at all. And attempting to reconcile these two kidnappings, particularly given the recent event that All for One could only refer to in his mind as the hugging incident, was beginning to prove impossible. How soon? Shigaraki Tamura asked impatiently. Perhaps never, All for One thought to himself, like a traitor. Out loud, he said, you must be patient. One thing was certain, Midoriya Izuku could never be allowed to enter the same room as Shigaraki Tamura. All for One shivered just thinking about it. Izuku was mid-stretch and wincing at a muscle he'd definitely pulled while vigilanteing the other night when Hitoshi walked into the dojo. This was not a rare occurrence. Hitoshi showed just as much dedication to the martial arts as Izuku, perhaps not by choice, and came to class consistently. But Izuku was excited anyway. Hitoshi. Izuku waved frantically as Hitoshi stepped onto the mat. Hitoshi, for his part, looked like he'd rather drop dead than go talk to Izuku, but he made his way across to him anyway, plopping down silently. With his recent near-death experience under the rug, Izuku's determination to become best friends with Hitoshi had increased tenfold. Said experience had been nearly a month ago, and in that time he had learned, 1. How to block punches to the side, 2. How to tie a wide repertoire of rescue knots, and 3. How much he did not want to die alone. All of these discoveries he found equally important. How are you? Izuku asked Hitoshi. The answer to this question was usually the same. Sure enough, Hitoshi's half-shrug appeared and then a slight JRK of the chin and raise of the eyebrows directing the question back to Izuku. Hitoshi didn't talk a lot. Izuku found he didn't mind this very much, because Izuku could do plenty of talking all on his own. I'm good, Izuku said happily. Gang Orca released new merch and I've been ordering non-stop. My uncle is going to be so mad when he finds out. Hitoshi's expression contorted slightly in either confusion or concern. He could be a bit difficult to read. Izuku was getting better at it. In this particular instance, Izuku didn't know what Hitoshi was wondering, so he decided to just be quiet until Hitoshi could figure out what he wanted to say. Your uncle, Hitoshi said finally, eyebrows creasing. He paused again. The front door opened and another one of their classmates came in, kicking off her shoes. I'd like to know why your uncle would freak out over that, I guess. So much lead up for such a simple statement. But Izuku nodded, accepting the question, and lowered his voice to say, he hates heroes. Hitoshi's eyebrows shot up, the appropriate response. What? Is he crazy? Immediately, he slapped both hands over his mouth, giving Izuku a horrified look. Izuku understood his concern, but didn't find the question offensive at all. Maybe an ordinary boy would, but Izuku was shamelessly far from ordinary. Between me and you, Izuku said quietly, he definitely is. Pray you never meet him. Hitoshi slowly lowered his hands, his eyes huge. Right, he whispered. Izuku nodded sagely. I'd also like to know, Hitoshi said, where your parents are. Sometimes the way Hitoshi phrased things was kind of weird, like he was wording everything super carefully and therefore a bit awkwardly. Izuku didn't mind this because he himself also had a tendency to do weird things and wouldn't want to be judged for that. But it was true. My dad's in America, Izuku said, waiting for the obligatory fan service after such a declaration. Cool, Hitoshi said, which was a bit of an underwhelming response but acceptable. And my mom's caring for my sick grandpa up north. Where are you from? Hitoshi pointed at the matted floor. I live here in Aichi. Ugh, lucky, Izuku said, scrunching up his nose. You live so close to UA. A little smile curled up the corners of Hitoshi's lips and he nodded. Yeah, I know. You must live close too, though, if you come to class here. Izuku shook his head mournfully. I live in Kamino. Hitoshi's mouth dropped open, the appropriate response to such a statement. But you come to class here, he said. Izuku fought with himself for a minute over how to describe Kurojiiri. Uncle's friend seemed a little too impersonal for what Kurojiiri was to him. Uncle's husband was also a weird way to put it, and very untrue. Guardian felt odd, but was probably accurate. Fake cousin wasn't it? My nanny, he said, wincing as the word came out, sort of person. Family friend person. This guy I live with. He gave up and just kept going. He has a teleportation quirk. So I go to school in Muzutafu and take martial arts classes kind of all over the place. I'm also doing jiu-jitsu and aikido now. Aikido is really hard. Hitoshi stared at him. I have a very complicated life, Izuku said. Your family confuses me, Hitoshi said. Like, a lot. Izuku laughed. Me too. All right, time to get started, Sensei said, taking her place on the mat. Izuku and Hitoshi scrambled to their feet and got ready to go. After class, Hitoshi's dad wasn't there to pick him up. When Izuku walked out after talking Sensei's ear off, Hitoshi was sitting on the curb with his arms curled around his knees, scowling at the ground. Did your dad not come at all? Izuku asked, dropping down on the curb next to him. No, Hitoshi said sharply. Very rude, Izuku observed. Hitoshi made a noise of vehement agreement. Did he forget? A car drove by very close to the curb and Izuku felt his hair whoosh back. Hitoshi shrugged. Probably. How long do we wait? Hitoshi glanced at him, expression quickly turning from anger to confusion. There was something hopeful in there, too, Izuku thought. Something not angry. You don't have to wait. Well, I'm not leaving you here alone to get kidnapped, Izuku said, crossing his arms over his shins. Kidnapping is a very real problem in this society. Many unattended children have been scooped up by big scary villains and their assistants. Assistant. That was a great word for Kurojairi. Izuku's uncle's assistant. Or, even better, Izuku's assistant. If only he'd thought of this sooner. Hitoshi gave him a flat look. I think I'll be fine, he said. Everyone thinks that until it's too late, Izuku answered. Do we wait until he gets here? How long until he remembers? With a sigh, Hitoshi rested his chin on his knees again. It might be a while. Izuku nodded and put his chin on his knees as well. Okay. To his surprise, it only took Kurojairi 30 minutes to come storming over to where he and Hitoshi were sitting. What are you doing? Kurojairi asked, clearly in a mood. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Anyone could have walked into me. I thought you'd gotten lost. Izuku pointed at Hitoshi. His dad forgot him. Hitoshi glared. You couldn't have said that any nicer? His eyes widened again and he put a hand over his mouth. In Izuku's opinion, Hitoshi needed to stop worrying about offending him. Especially since the things he said were rarely offensive. Izuku shook his head. I don't make the cards, I just read them, he said, which he thought sounded very wise. Kurojairi made that sound he always made when Izuku was about to take a dive off his last nerve. So we're waiting for his dad to pick him up, Izuku explained further. I probably should have told you. Probably, Kurojairi said, more loudly and high-pitched than he likely intended. It's fine, Izuku, Hitoshi said. You can go home. I'm just going to wait here. Kurojairi opened a portal, ready to go. Izuku produced his best puppy dog eyes. Kurojairi, tell Hitoshi about the rampant kidnappings in the area. It's not safe for a kid to be on his own. Anyone might pretend to be a distant relative and scoop him up. You tell him. Perhaps he had taken that too far. Kurojairi gave him a sharp look. Izuku gave up that thread of dialogue. Can you teleport him home? He asked instead. Please. Kurojairi frowned at Izuku. Izuku batted his eyes at Kurojairi. Kurojairi sighed. What are the exact coordinates of your home address? He asked. Izuku grinned. All for One slammed a fist into his desk in frustration. He then picked up a big pile of papers detailing the next big operation he had begun to structure, and threw them all in the trash. He shut his computer down and restarted it to keep himself from destroying the DMN thing. The most recent report from Jiren had just come in. His most recent attempt at assassinating the president of the HPSC had been foiled. This on its own was enough to make him want to strangle something, but there was more. Oh, yes, there was more. What he had taken to be a one-off instance of a random kid in an All Might hat causing destruction on his evil plans had in fact not been a one-off instance. The random kid was back. The All Might hat was back. More than anything in the whole world, All for One hated. No, wait. More than anything in the whole world except all the holders of One for All for One hated vigilantes. Always meddling their little hands into things. Heroes were easy to destroy because heroes were easy to predict. Vigilantes had so much more flexibility, so much more leeway, and this made them very difficult for villains to deal with. Sure, they didn't have the resources or the support of the public, but what they did have was no concern for the law and little to no regularity to their actions. They were the worst. Kurojairi, All for One snapped as his computer revived itself. He pressed Ctrl-Alt-Delete 10 times in a row, irritated with how long it was taking. Kurojairi. Yes? Kurojairi asked, already in the doorway. Look. All for One jabbed his finger at the monitor. The picture wasn't up yet. He clicked the mouse around, navigating to the file. A double click and an FN, F11 and the brat in all their all-might-clad lowliness appeared on his screen. Kurogyri looked at the image. He didn't seem to understand what he was looking at. Another vigilante. All for one. Yelled. Another one. What, are they multiplying like rabbits? I take one down and another appears? Why? Why me? You did choose the life of crime, Kurogyri pointed out. All for one inhaled sharply, glaring harder than he'd ever glared in his life, which was very hard. Hastily, Kurogyri added, but yes, it is very unfair, sir, yes. What can I assist you with? All for one zoomed in on the All Might hat. Look at this, he said, pointing at it. Terrible taste in fashion. Just look. Kurogyri looked. All for one waited for a response, jabbing his finger at the image again. In a placating voice that irritated All for one more than he would like to admit, Kurogyri said, yes, I agree. This was not the first time, of course, that All for one had entered one of these moods, and Kurogyri was well equipped to handle them. But All for one did not want to feel handled. He took great pains to calm himself, forcing his shoulders to relax and his expression toward something more pleasant. I called you here for a reason, he said calmly, trying to think of a reason. Kurogyri waited. Could you start a folder, All for one said, in which we will put all the information we accumulate on the vigilante? Of course. Excellent. All for one looked at the picture. Rage swept through him again. And the scarf, Kurogyri. As he continued to rant, he thought, for a moment, he heard a giggle. As though a kid somewhere was laughing at him. But it must have been his imagination. No one sane would dare laugh at All for one. Izuku stood at the bottom of a fire escape and regretted being so short. A tall person, he reasoned, would be able to teach the bottom rung of the ladder and pull the fire escape down. And although Izuku was now 10.5, he was not a tall person. At 11 he would be, he was sure of it. He tried jumping up and down to reach it, to no avail. The closest dumpster was too far away for him to climb up from there, so, with a heavy sigh, he turned and went to find another way to the roofs. Wandering the streets was also an option, but he'd found that method less effective than standing on top of rooftops. He could see a lot more from the top of something than he could from the ground. And in his jiu-jitsu and aikido classes, he'd been learning a lot about how to land properly on a fall, which he'd found pretty useful when launching himself from one building to another. He didn't risk this very often, but he had been practicing on buildings that had smaller gaps in between them and whatnot. The first couple times had been a bit disastrous. Not Aji-san hadn't been pleased, which was bad because Izuku was trying very hard to stop getting injured so Not Aji-san wouldn't murder all his classmates. So far, his classmates lived on, although one of the kids at his school had suspiciously stopped interacting with Izuku at all after the incident with Red Wings, but he never knew when Not Aji-san would tip. He found a good-looking fire escape on a building that seemed tall enough and clambered up. He took out a pair of night vision binoculars he'd acquired off the internet, very expensive, and peered into the dark expanse of alleys below. It would be easier, he thought, if he had a setting inside his goggles that let him do this without holding binoculars up to his eyes, but he wasn't nearly smart enough to make something like that. The night was quiet, which Izuku found usually meant there would be nothing exciting until very, very late, but that thing would be high stakes and difficult. To prepare, he took a quick nap on the roof. It was made of concrete, so it wasn't very comfortable, but he managed to fall asleep fine enough. He was awoken when he heard two people yelling at each other below him. He glanced at the clock, 1 a.m., a little earlier than expected, before wriggling over to the edge of the roof, which was far away, because sleeping on the edge of a roof was a terrible idea. He poked his head over the side. "It's mine," one of the people was yelling. They seemed to have some sort of electricity quirk, because their hair was crackling with lightning. Izuku wondered if it extended over their whole body or just their hair. "You aren't using it properly," the other person snapped. "Why would you get to have it if you're not even putting it to good use?" "I'll show you." This electricity quirk was very fascinating. The first person's chin-length hair was standing on end like they'd rubbed a balloon on it. Izuku wondered if it was connected to their emotions somehow or if they were intentionally using it. "You'll show me," the electricity person answered. "You'll show?" "Shoo, wait. Don't shush em. No, wait, did you hear something?" Izuku drew back quickly from the edge of the roof, pressing his hand over his mouth. He seriously needed to get a handle on the muttering thing. "I don't hear anything," the electricity person said. The other person didn't respond, but Izuku felt something sweep through his body, sending a shiver over his arms, and he winced. That was some sort of perception quirk for sure. He rocked back onto his toes and stepped away carefully on the concrete roof, keeping his footsteps as soft as possible. From living with Not Aji-san, He had learned a lot about soft footsteps. He'd made it halfway across the roof when lightning struck the roof with a loud bang. He flinched away, arms up to protect his face. When he lowered them, he found a big black scorch mark where he'd been sitting just a minute before. Well, this was not good. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, gauging the distance to the next roof. It was a bit farther than he thought he could actually jump to, and this wasn't the time to test it. He thought about calling Kurogyri, then quickly dismissed that thought as one of his more terrible ideas. He felt the perception quirk run over him again, waited for the sensation to be done, and moved, covering his head as he went this time. The lightning struck much faster and he made up his mind. Keeping his steps as light as possible, he sprinted for the fire escape, slinging himself down off the roof as quickly and quietly as he could. His feet hit the ground just as the two probable villains rounded the corner. "Hi," Izuku said, out of breath. "Your quirk is really cool. Both of them, actually." The electricity person relaxed right away. "It's just some kid," they said, turning to go. The one with the perception quirk caught the electricity person's elbow, not done with the conversation. Izuku glanced behind him to confirm what he already knew: the end of the alley was blocked off by a wire fence. Sure, he could climb over it, but he'd be dead by the time he tried. Perception quirk demanded, "How much did you hear?" This was a tricky sort of question, Izuku could tell, because being honest was a bad idea but lying was a great way to get into an even worse situation. Actually I couldn't make anything out," he said. "The wind, you know." "See, it's fine," the electricity person said. "Come on, let's get out of here before a hero shows up." "What's with the goggles?" Perception asked, taking a step closer and dragging electricity behind them. "You some hero wannabe?" Izuku scrambled for an excuse, because I'm a vigilante was definitely not the right answer. "No, my quirk makes my eyes really sensitive," he said. In his bag he had a kitchen knife, which he did not want to use, a rope and a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a pinecone he'd found that he thought was cool. None of these seemed like they'd be particularly useful. Perception took another step forward. "Come on, stop," electricity said, tugging on Perception's shoulder. "He's just a kid." Izuku wouldn't say he regretted his life choices, but he would say that if he could redo his life choices he might have chosen to behave differently. He could really use a hero showing up right now. He contemplated his options and decided maybe it was time to use his flashlight again. He slung his backpack in front and dug through it. "He's a loose end is what he is," Perception growled. Electricity rolled their eyes. "Oh, please. You're so overdramatic. What's he going to do?" "He could steal the weapon," Perception said. Izuku decided that in comparison to not Aji-san, these guys were pretty lame. Sure, they could and probably would kill him, but their evil genius was at probably around a level 1 and their intimidating banter wasn't even intimidating. Satisfied with this discovery, Izuku flipped on the flashlight and concentrated the beam. He pointed it straight up to the sky and waved it around a bit, making sure the light grazed the top of the buildings. Maybe it wouldn't work, maybe it would. At least he would know that he had made a decent effort at living. "Hey," Perception growled, shaking electricity off. "What are you doing?" "You seem kind of like you're about to kill me," Izuku said, "so I'm just making sure a hero finds my body." "Sheet," electricity said, looking up at the rooftops like they expected heroes to fall off of them in droves. "We need to get out of here." "Not without getting rid of the loose end," Perception said, approaching Izuku. Izuku set his flashlight down, keeping it pointed upward just in case. He found the ready stance Sensei had taught him and raised his hands up in preparation. Perception lunged for him and he shifted his weight to the side, letting Perception fly past him and into the ground. Hey! That had been okay. Maybe Izuku was. Perception grabbed him around the knee and his leg buckled. His rear hit the ground hard. He scrambled back, but Perception, already up again, put a foot down on his stomach to hold him in place. "Gotcha," Perception said, grinning. "Congratulations," Izuku said, "you've captured an 11-year-old. You're so strong and powerful." Sure, Izuku wasn't 11 yet, but he was so close. Only half a year away, so basically he was 11 already, when you really thought about it. He grabbed Perception's shin with both hands and twisted his feet up, using his calves to pull Perception down. "Thank you, Jiu-Jitsu classes." Perception caught the fall with their hands and rolled. Izuku jumped to his feet and darted backward to give himself some space. Perception didn't leave any time to breathe, rushing forward. Izuku moved before he thought. He slammed the heel of his fist up and struck Perception in the underside of the nose. Perception gasped, stumbling backward, and fell to the ground, both hands clutching their nose. "Oh no!" Izuku rushed forward to help. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm really sorry. Are you okay?" Blood gushed out of Perception's nose. Electricity was gone, probably ran away just after the fight started in the first place. Perception glared at Izuku, gathered their feet underneath them, and lunged for him again. White scarves shot out of the heavens, binding Perception up like a mummy. A hero had arrived. Izuku ran for his flashlight, suching it off and tucking it into his backpack. With the situation now taken care of, he turned and fled. Another scarf caught him by the ankle and with a yelp he fell to his hands and knees. Eraserhead, he whined, trying to kick the scarf off, you already have a whole villain all to yourself. Don't be greedy. Hold still, Eraserhead said, dropping down to the street level. I'm not done with you yet. Izuku rolled into a sitting position. He crossed his arms and pouted. Eraserhead turned to Perception, taking in the scene and the blood still falling quite rapidly out of their nose. Izuku had felt bad in the moment, but actually, now that he was thinking about it, Perception had kind of gotten what they deserved there. Maybe punching people wasn't so bad. Careful not to move too suddenly and alert Eraserhead, Izuku carefully unwound his foot from the capture scarf. He slipped his leg out of it, climbed carefully to his feet, and backed away. When he got to the end of the alley, he turned on his heel and sprinted out of there like his life depended on it. Really, it kind of did. Midoriya was sick. All for One didn't know what to do with this situation. Kurogyri had suggested tissues and a lot of blankets, but he might as well have been talking in French. Except that All for One was also fluent in French. He didn't speak sickness. And he had sorted through his many healing quirks to find one to resolve this particular problem, the flu, according to Kurogyri, who had retained too much of his old intelligence for All for One's liking, but none of them seemed to have any effect. So Midoriya would be sick for the next couple days, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Except give him a cold compress and soup. As Kurogyri called the school to let them know Midoriya wouldn't be coming in for the day, All for One researched this so-called flu. Apparently it was pretty contagious. Midoriya must have picked it up at school. Maybe All for One should just pull him from school altogether to keep anything like this from happening ever again. The internet also suggested soup, tissues, and blankets, so maybe All for One should trust Kurogyri more. An interesting idea, trusting Kurogyri. He supposed there wasn't much harm in it. As he was entering a deep dive on what to do about the vomiting, Kurogyri soundlessly appeared in his office. The school called me again. They want to speak with you. What for? All for One asked waspishly. He didn't want to talk to anyone from Midoriya's school. The broken rib incident had made it especially difficult for him to even think about Midoriya's school without preparing for a murdering spree. Kurogyri wordlessly handed him the phone. What is it? All for One snapped into it. Well, sir, the front desk attendant said, sounding anxious. Midoriya's attendance record. It says he's present. Well, he's not, so mark him absent, All for One said, not sure why this was a problem. It won't let me, the front desk person said. And I spoke with his teacher just now and she said that he's missed several days of class this year. But his attendance record is perfect. All for One still didn't see the issue. Your system must not be very good then. Sir. The front desk person cleared their throat. It appears to me that Midoriya has been tampering with his attendance record somehow. That sat between them in silence for a moment. How so? All for One asked finally. There's been a program uploaded that. Stop. All for One could already see what had happened. He ran his hand down his face, watching it all play out in his mind. Midoriya had snuck into the school and tampered with his attendance score. Because of course he had. All for One found himself fighting a smile. His fake nephew had hacked his own attendance record. It was both highly frustrating and incredibly amusing. I'm not surprised, All for One said when he managed to retrieve his composure from behind the stupid grin that had momentarily overtaken him. Would you please speak with him about the consequences of these actions? The front desk person asked, sounding relieved that All for One had accepted the issue so quickly. He'll definitely have detention for this. It would be helpful if you could explain to him that what he did was wrong. All for One blinked. What? Sorry, it's not my place to tell you how to parent your nephew. But it would be helpful for us on the DSPLN side if you let him know that he shouldn't do this again. And he will need to attend detention after school when he's well again. Of course, All for One said, dumbfounded. Yes, of course I'll speak with him. And, said the front desk person, apologetic, I can't remove the program. I can't figure it out. So if you could tell him he'll also need to remove it, that would be helpful as well. Right, All for One said. Of course. Well. Thank you. Goodbye. After hanging up, All for One sat staring at the phone screen blankly for a long moment. Sir? Kurogyri nudged from the door. Apparently, All for One said, I need to talk to Midoriya about why hacking into his own attendance record is immoral. He sent Kurojairi an agonized look. Do you understand? I, all for one, need to talk to a 10-year-old about morals. Kurojairi said nothing, his yellow eyes still. What have I done, Kurojairi? All for one asked, covering his eyes with his free hand. Why did I think abducting him was a good idea? Have I lost it? Morals. Morals. He does seem to lack some of them, Kurojairi said non-committally. All for one spread apart some of his fingers so he could peer through them at Kurojairi. You could talk to him about morals. He's your abducted nephew, Kurojairi said, headed back to the bar. All this was your idea. I think it's your responsibility to carry through with it. Kurojairi. All for one yelled after him. The useless Numu didn't respond. Grumbling to himself, All for one sank lower in his chair. Morals. 10-year-olds. What was he doing? And why? At some point, he'd thought this was a good idea. He couldn't remember what he'd been on at the time, but whatever it was should be banned throughout Japan. Midoriya had hacked into his own attendance record. Something swelled inside All for one. He squashed it down. The day he felt proud of Midoriya would be the day he stopped trying to quash out One for All. Never, it would never happen. But he couldn't help the amused smile. His attendance record. All on his own. What a kid. Can I have Hitoshi-kun over? Izuku asked. Kurojairi nearly dropped a plate of inedible food. A shame. Izuku added, please? Kurojairi coughed. You'll have to ask your uncle. He put the plate down in front of Izuku. Most of the vegetables were burnt and the salmon was underdone. The rice seemed, somehow, cooked correctly. Izuku poked at the veggies with his chopsticks, trying to figure out what he could salvage. Do you think he'd say yes? It took Kurojairi a long time to answer, so that was a no. But regardless of the truth, Kurojairi said, if you asked, maybe. I don't have many friends, Izuku said. The veggies really were burned to something unrecognizable. He picked up a blackened carrot slice and put it in his mouth before his survival instincts could take over. Immediately, he took a drink of water. I feel like, he coughed. I feel like Aji-san would like to see me socializing. As I said, you'd have to ask him, Kurojairi said, oblivious to Izuku's veggie-related troubles. Almost as if on cue, not Aji-san walked in from the side hallway. He sat down at the bar next to Izuku. Kurojairi handed him a plate. He wrinkled his nose up at the sight of either the salmon or the vegetables, it was hard to tell which, but picked up his chopsticks regardless, probably realizing that it was either eat this or cook something for himself using the limited supplies in the fridge. Kurojairi glanced at Izuku. He didn't look encouraging, but he wasn't actively trying to stop Izuku either, which was probably a good sign. Or as close to a good sign as Izuku was going to get. Aji-san, Izuku started, rather bravely. I would like to have a friend over. Not Aji-san choked on a burnt piece of broccoli. Izuku couldn't be sure if this was his fault or the broccoli's, so he soldiered on. You may be shocked to find out I even have friends, Izuku said, recalling several long hours of crying from his mother on this topic, but in fact I have a rich social life. His name is Shinso Hitoshi and we go to martial arts class together. The one in Aichi. Not Aji-san finished with his choking, his eyes watery and red. And you want to have him over why? He rasped. Izuku ped his head to the side. Because that's what friends do? You have friends, right? Not Aji-san looked at him. Izuku contemplated the possibility that in fact not Aji-san didn't have any friends. Maybe villains didn't make friends. Maybe your personality isn't amenable to friendship, Izuku observed, and it was Kurojairi's turn to choke. The difference between the two events was that Kurojairi wasn't eating anything. Izuku, Kurojairi said. What? Not Aji-san had his eyes closed and a twisted-up expression on his face like he was trying to transport himself to a distant land. Silly. He had a teleportation quirk for that. Or Kurojairi could do it for him. Izuku, not Aji-san said. Manners. Sorry. You can have a friend over, I suppose, not Aji-san said. Like for a sleepover? Izuku clarified, trying to see how far he could take this. Not Aji-san looked at Kurojairi like he needed help. Kurojairi didn't say anything, so not Aji-san said, yes, fine. Just make sure to tell me and Kurojairi when this is happening. And the rules about being upstairs by 8 still stand. Yes. Izuku wanted to hug him but maybe that was weird. He was the villain to end all villains. But Izuku had hugged him before and it had been fine, so he dove over and wrapped his arms around him. Not Aji-san tensed immediately but didn't stop him. Thank you. Izuku released him and turned back to his plate. Maybe he'd just stick to the rice today and avoid everything else. The hugging incident now had a part 2 and All for One felt like a stranger to himself. He stared blankly at his computer screen, trying to convince himself to continue setting things up to hone Shigaraki Tamura into his heir, but his heart wasn't in it and he was still thinking about Midoriya's weak noodle arms winding around his shoulders. Parenthood, he decided, was awful. Shigaraki Tamura remained a problem. If Tamura had asked All For One to have a friend over, All For One would have murdered said friend and made it look like a hero had done it. He would have used it against the teenager, twisted it into something he could make Tamura angry about. But Tamura didn't have any friends, by design, and Tamura would never ask anyway. Midoriya and Tamura were different. What am I supposed to do? He asked the empty room. The room had no answers. His options, he thought, were as follows. Get rid of Midoriya. Get rid of Shigaraki Tamura. So he was a bit stuck. He needed Midoriya to stay under his watchful eye so Midoriya would stop taking apart his enterprises one by one. This new vigilante was posing a similar problem, but All For One didn't have space in his brain to think about that at the moment. But something about Midoriya was making it difficult to focus on Tamura. An inkling of an idea struck him. But surely it was too soon for that. Surely such a thing would disrupt his plans. Or perhaps not. Perhaps there was something useful in the idea. After all, if All For One abducting Midoriya had thrown his life into such disarray, then surely a hero, such as All Might, adopting Tamura would cause similar effects. Surely so. He decided to let the idea rest for now. But it lingered, always, in his mind. Adoption as the ultimate weapon. He liked the sound of that. For whatever reason, the coffee at the police station was the strongest stuff in all of Japan, which is how Shoyuta found himself in the break room at the station downing a full cup of steaming coffee at dawn. And then another. With an audience of one, Tsukachi Naomasa, who looked absolutely horrified. Rough night, he guessed when Shoyuta crumpled the cup between his hands and let it fall, like his hopes and dreams, into the nearest trash can. You have, Shoyuta said, no idea. Tell me. There's this kid, Shoyuta said, rubbing the tips of his fingers into the steadily growing headache just under his eyebrows. I keep running into him on my patrols. Tsukachi leaned back in the plastic brake chair at the table, head tipping slightly to the side. I've never seen his parents, and he shows up at random intervals and tells me where a crime is happening before running off again. I've tried to catch him, but I usually can't spare time to go after him because doing my job as a hero is more urgent. Oh, and sometimes he shows up and uses my phone to call other heroes. Oh, the mystery caller. Tsukachi nods. Yeah, he's been active for a couple years now. Shoyuta stared. He got a fresh cup and filled it with coffee. He took the chair next to Tsukachi. Tell me more. Right. Tsukachi gave the third cup of coffee a wary look. Do you need to slow down? When Shoyuta didn't respond other than to take a long sip, Tsukachi continued, there's this kid that uses random people's phones to call heroes to crime scenes. We haven't ever investigated far into it because it's more helpful than anything else, although how he has all these heroes' phone numbers is concerning. But he's been around for, probably 2.5 years by now. Definitely the same kid, Shoyuta said. I first met him just over a year ago. Tsukachi flipped open his notepad and clicked his pen open. Want to give me a description? We can put out a bolo on him if you think it'll be helpful. Shoyuta scowled and shook his head. He hasn't done anything bolo-worthy. Not yet, anyway, although I think he's starting to slip into some sort of vigilante role. But right now he's just a mystery, and I don't like encountering mysteries repeatedly while on the job. Tsukachi clicked his pen closed and then open again. Still. Green hoodie, Shoyuta said, All Might scarf and All Might hat. Swim goggles. None of that made it onto the notepad. You're kidding. He has to be like 9. Sheet. Shoyuta took a long drag of his coffee. If I run into him again I'll try to get information out of him, but like I said, he's excellent at turning up when I'm preoccupied. I don't have enough hands for it. Gotta wonder where his parents are. Shoyuta made a noise in agreement, buried in his coffee again. When he emerged, he said, well, that's me. What are you doing here so early? Tsukachi sighed. Some heroes keep having random unnamed packages show up at their door with hero gear inside, and I mean high-tech, fancy custom-made hero gear. Genus got one last night and panicked, understandably. You're kidding. When have I ever done that? Shoyuta sighed, rubbing his forehead. No amount of coffee could fix this headache. Have you traced it back to the manufacturer? Yeah, plenty of times. They say it's just a normal order, and they don't want to violate customer privacy by letting us see who placed it. And we don't have a warrant because technically sending people unnamed packages with hero gear isn't illegal, although it is, like you said, irritating to have a mystery hanging over everyone. And if it does turn into a mail bomb. You want a head start on the culprit. Yeah. Well. Shuta's cup was empty again. Who knew we'd have this much work at this age? I feel ready to retire already. Tsukachi nodded slowly and the conversation fell to silence, both of them lost in their heads. Shoyuta thought about this mystery kid and wondered, as he did every day, where he came from. Where he went to school. How he kept finding these villains in the first place. Suddenly, Tsukachi snorted. It'd be convenient if we were both looking for the same person. Shoyuta laughed drily. Yeah. Right. You live in a bar. Hitoshi looked unimpressed. Horrified, even. Izuku squinted at the wooden tables, the long counter, the various alcohol dispensers. Yes, I suppose I do. I'd like to know why. Sometimes, Izuku said, your grandma gets sick and then your distant relative who lives in a bar decides to take you in out of the blue while your mom cares for your grandma, and then your grandpa also gets sick so it becomes a prolonged situation. Hitoshi looked at him. Sometimes that happens, Izuku said. Right. Anyway, the good stuff is up here, Izuku said, leading Hitoshi up the stairs. He showed him the bathroom, which was very normal, the hallway, which was also very normal, and his room, the first door on the left. Holy crap, Hitoshi said. I have a small obsession, Izuku admitted, observing his room as if for the first time. Having Hitoshi around really changed his perspective on things. The room was large, but windowless, and was packed, floor to ceiling, with hero merch. Big, glossy posters lined the walls, the bookshelves were crammed with comic books and figurines, he had probably too many plushies with heroic faces on them, his entire bed set was made of a conglomeration of different hero sheets. The clothes that spilled out of his dresser were primarily hero-themed, he had hero playsets which he suspected he was starting to outgrow, his desk had a vast collection of hero stickers pasted over the entire surface. The back of his chair had Gunhead's face on it. His bath towel was patterned with different hero logos. I thought your uncle hated heroes, Hitoshi said. It was a miracle, Izuku realized, that he was still alive after buying and filling his room with so much merch. No wonder Aji-san avoided the room at all costs. Perhaps he'd gone overboard. Well, as long as it stays in my room I don't think he really minds, Izuku said, shutting the door, which had a floor-to-ceiling poster of Sir Night-Eye on it, behind them. He's weird like that. Will I? Hitoshi stopped, eyebrows furrowing as he struggled to phrase something. Meet him? Izuku guessed. Hitoshi nodded once. Maybe? Probably not. He's antisocial. Hitoshi nodded again. Want to play heroes? Izuku sat down crisscross on his wood floor. Hitoshi sat across from him. Oh, I don't have any All Might, though, so we'll have to use the other figurines. You like All Might? Izuku couldn't believe he'd neglected to ask this sooner. Probably the most important friendship-defining question, really. Yeah, he's cool, Hitoshi said, which was acceptable. I really like underground heroes, actually. Eraserhead, Izuku said, digging around for a figurine he'd had to have custom-made. It featured his baggy black outfit, his capture scarf, and his yellow goggles, and had his hair floating above his head. It was one of Izuku's favorites. Hitoshi froze, eyes locked on it. How'd you get that? He breathed. Can I hold it? Izuku passed it over immediately. You can keep it if you want. The figurine nearly slipped from Hitoshi's hands but he fumbled it and managed to maintain his grip. Are you kidding? No, it's fine. I can just get another. One. Never had a boy looked more shocked or joyful in his life. Wow, thank you. Thanks. Wow. It's custom-made, Izuku said proudly. I didn't know other people even knew about Eraserhead, Hitoshi admitted. He's my favorite. Most people don't, Izuku confirmed. How? I'm wondering how you found out about him. Izuku hesitated. There came a time in life, he supposed, when a person came to a crossroads. They could either be honest and spill the deepest darkest secret of their soul, or one of them anyway, or they could decide they didn't trust the world enough for that and keep it to themselves. Luckily for Hitoshi, Izuku was not particularly awesome at keeping secrets. I don't really have a quirk, he said, voice lifting up at the end like it was a question, even though it was not. And one day I was looking for heroes that fought without using theirs, and Eraserhead came up. And that's all. He focused on his hands twisting together in his lap. Now Hitoshi would storm out of the house and leave him forever. Oh. It was Hitoshi's turn to hesitate, and Izuku scrunched up his shoulders in anticipation of the end of the friendship. Now Hitoshi would say, I can't believe you kept this from me. Who would want to be friends with a quirkless Deku like you? And he would try to leave and then not Aji-san would find out and murder Hitoshi for being mean and it would all be Izuku's fault. What Hitoshi actually said was, I have a bad quirk. Izuku frowned, looking up slightly. Bad? Kids at school say it's villainous, Hitoshi said. He said it dismissively, like it didn't matter, but it very clearly did. Quirks can't be bad, Izuku decided. There's no such thing. Mine is. Well, what is it? Hitoshi fell silent, staring at the floor between their crossed legs. He was quiet for so long that Izuku thought he wasn't going to answer at all. He almost changed the subject. But then Hitoshi said, very quietly, brainwashing. And Izuku's mind exploded. So much slotted into place at once. Brainwashing. In what sense? He imagined wiping people's memories. He imagined controlling their minds. Maybe it could be used to calm someone down from a panic attack. It had a verbal activation, probably, and that explained why Hitoshi phrased everything so carefully. Maybe it was a verbal response sort of thing. Maybe Hitoshi avoided asking questions. So all this time he hadn't been worried about offending Izuku, he was worried about activating his quirk on him. What a silly thing to be worried about. Izuku thought being brainwashed would probably be fun. And there were so many practical applications. The panic attack thing aside, it would be so helpful in an interrogation. Izuku could think of 5 or 10 situations he'd been in recently that would have been wildly helpful to have a brainwashing quirk around for. Hitoshi could de-escalate fights so quickly and with minimal damage to anyone. Hostage situations would be a breeze. It was a contactless, non-violent quirk. Although there had to be something that could be used to break out of it. If it was a brainwashing quirk, then probably something that would snap someone out of a daze would be enough, but stronger. So instead of a pinch, maybe a... Hitoshi's hand pressed into Izuku's upper arm and Izuku startled, hand immediately jumping to cover his mouth. Sorry, he squeaked. Although Hitoshi looked a little concerned for Izuku's well-being after the muttering, he mostly just looked a little bit sheepish. Sorry, Izuku repeated. I get lost in my head. Sorry. It's creepy. I didn't understand most of it, Hitoshi admitted, scratching the back of his neck. You don't seem to mind my quirk, though. He raised his eyebrows as if verifying that was true. Izuku nodded immediately. I have many questions. And I love your quirk. You'd make such a good hero. Hitoshi blinked and drew back slightly like Izuku had just slapped him across the face. And then his expression softened and his eyes crinkled up in a slight smile. Wow. Thanks. Okay, so, now you have to tell me everything. I'm getting a notebook. Is that okay? That's okay, right? Still visibly taken aback, Hitoshi nodded. Izuku dove for his notebook drawer. This was going to be awesome. Izuku hurled himself off the last 3 steps and skidded into the bar, sending a shocked Kurogiri a frantic look. It's a code red, he said. A code. Izuku sprinted past the bar to Not Aji-san's office. It's bad, he breathed from the doorway, holding out his phone as proof. It's terrible. Not Aji-san had the decency to look alarmed, rising from his fancy swivel chair. Izuku wasn't allowed in Not Aji-san's office, but the desk was in the closest corner on the leftmost wall and the room was small enough that even at the door he was already near Not Aji-san. What's wrong? Izuku brandished his phone, loaded with text-based evidence. My mom, he wailed. She wants to visit. And Not Aji-san froze, staring at him like he'd been caught red-handed. That was exactly the problem, he hadn't been caught yet. But if anyone was going to figure it out, it would be Izuku's mom. Because that's just what moms did. This is fine, Not Aji-san said, recovering himself faster than Izuku. We're a perfectly normal family. We live in a bar, Izuku cried. Not Aji-san paled. It's fine, he said again. It's completely fine. The situation was far from fine. Living in a bar notwithstanding, All for One was not the typical uncle, and Midoriya was not the typical nephew. All for One wasn't even a real uncle. He knew next to nothing about Midoriya's father, other than what several in-depth research spirals had acquired for him, and all his efforts to keep Midoriya Inko at bay were falling apart before his eyes. He thought about going up north again to make Midoriya's grandfather's health suddenly take a turn for the worse just to keep Inko away, but Midoriya's birthday was next week and that would be a cruel move to pull on Midoriya's 11th birthday, which he had been talking about almost non-stop for a month. And even if he did twist the tide of fate to keep Inko away, he suspected her determination would only grow and she'd come to visit next month instead. All for One would prefer to just get it over with. And already he was taking steps toward this inevitability. So, the realtor said, gesturing at a pristine kitchen that looked like it had been lifted straight from a catalog. It comes with an electric stove, and the dishwasher is high efficiency. You'll notice the light switches, which... Never mind all that, All for One interrupted, journeying down the side hallway to glance into the bedrooms. There were 3 of them, as suggested on the listing. He found the MSTR bedroom, fine, a smaller bedroom they'd make look like an office-turned-guest room, and a bedroom much too large for a child of Izuku's stature, which was perfect. The realtor trailed behind All for One uselessly, remarking on key features of each room. All for One ignored her. The living room was decent as well. 2 bathrooms, one in the MSTR bedroom. Plain white walls behind everything, but fine, all fine. This was an emergency. He turned to the realtor, who was babbling unhelpfully about the natural lighting. When can we move in? The answer was a satisfactory and perfunctory, as soon as the forms are signed. Once said forms were signed, of course, the real work began. Now they had a clean new home, and they had to destroy it a little so it would look lived in. As Kurojiiri, who all for one was beginning to appreciate more than he expected to, moved all their non-suspicious things into the apartment, Midoriya took to the task of roughening up the apartment with a determination and enthusiasm that was frankly concerning. He grabbed a pot and smacked it into the corner of a wall near the kitchen. This, he said, pointing at the fresh dent in the wall, is from when I thought biking inside the house was a good idea. Remember that. All for one wasn't sure what Midoriya found so fun about smashing up an apartment he'd spent a lot of money on, but he wouldn't stop him. He winced when Midoriya started bringing hero merch out of his room and into the apartment proper, but Midoriya argued that if this was a house he lived in normally, there would be figurines all over the place, and all for one figured he should focus on being grateful that Midoriya was cooperating with the sudden move instead of asking suspicious questions about why they were putting this much effort into looking normal. The boy was distractible and dramatic, and it blinded him to real motives. All for one couldn't be more pleased. And marginally concerned, but he buried that. While Midoriya said about bringing hero blankets out and more figurines than All for One wanted to know he had, All for One settled down at the kitchen counter with his laptop and dove into researching Midoriya Hisashi. He'd moved to America when Midoriya was 3, and had remained there since. Other than presents on Midoriya's birthday, the occasional phone call, and a check every 2 weeks to Midoriya Inko, he wasn't involved in their life anymore. All for One found himself resenting the man a little and plugged that up before he could analyze why. He could remember a time he thought he didn't even have emotions, and now? Well, that was just the effect Midoriya Izuku had on people. All for One dove deep into his background, combing the dark web, which had surprisingly little on the man, and diving into all his social media accounts. Midoriya Hisashi was, by all accounts, boring. Exceptionally and horribly. As All for One started a second research thread where he researched himself, Midoriya climbed up on the counter stool next to him, propped up his own laptop, and plugged in his earbuds. He turned on the news and flipped open a notebook to a fresh page. Fascinating. All for One hadn't known Midoriya was interested in the news. Regardless, he went back to his research. All for One kept tabs on Midoriya's uncle already to make sure nothing interfered with his kidnapping, but that was purely keeping track of his day-to-day and monitoring his communications. The personal stuff was what he needed to find for this event. Midoriya's uncle was a dry, drab man. The only interesting thing about him, the only thing that set him apart from Midoriya Hisashi, was that he, at least, had a criminal record, but that wasn't something a person brought up at the dinner table. He was allergic to cats, the weakling, and liked strawberries. He didn't seem like the type of person that would check in on Midoriya Inko or Midoriya Izuku, particularly given that one of those two people was quirkless. A low droning sound started up next to All for One and he cast Midoriya an irritated look, which Midoriya didn't catch, eyes locked on the news, where a hero fight was taking place. It was between Power Loader, of all people, and a woman dressed like a bat. And Midoriya, hand hovering over his lips like he'd been mid-pinching them shut before he forgot the task and let them escape, was muttering faster than All for One could understand. Intrigued, All for One selected a time quirk and set the world to 0.5 speed. Wonder if Power Loader would be more effective if he stopped using blunt force so much and tried using the environment to his advantage more, although now that I think about it maybe he's trying to avoid property damage, since he could get sued. A team up with Cementos maybe? To replace what he tears up? But no, because not everything is pavement, but there's gotta be some sort of a team up. But heroes in the area? Nothing good. He's probably better with a bigger opponent, since pairing him against someone agile and quick is just asking for his gear to get disassembled. Could his gear be less bulky? Or maybe. The quirk wore off and Midoriya's muttering went back to an indecipherable speed, his right hand matching his voice with notes in shorthand. All for One stared at him. He'd known, of course, that Midoriya was an underdeveloped genius. A prodigy, actually, when it came to this sort of thing. Midoriya had been enough of a nuisance pre-kidnapping that he would have to have been exceptionally smart, or All for One would have found it easy to evade him. But All for One hadn't considered the extent to which this could be pushed and pulled. He saw raw potential here, and he itched to nurture it. Midoriya flipped to a new page of his notebook, his hand flying across the page, and All for One made up his mind. Would he regret this later? Probably. Izuku-kun, he said and cleared his throat. Midoriya's eyes snapped up, his hand immediately slapping over his mouth. Shoot, he mumbled from behind his hand. Sorry. All for One ignored the apology. Let me, Demanding things wasn't the way to go about being a good fake uncle. May I, he said, the words like poison on his tongue, use your computer for a moment? Midoriya blinked, glancing at the news feed, and then looking at All for One's computer, as if he thought he could find something wrong with it. Why? Why? All for One felt a surge of irritation build up behind his eyes and he pursed his lips very tightly together to get a handle over himself. He didn't need a reason to use his own fake nephew's computer. He was All for One. Whatever he asked for should have been given without question. But he had to be a nice, normal fake uncle, or Midoriya would tell his mom and then All for One would have to kill Midoriya's mom and lock Midoriya in his room and everything would be ruined. So he forced his tone to remain calm. Because I want to give you access to the Hero Network. He thought he would have to explain what that was, but Midoriya's eyes widened immediately in recognition and the computer slid across the counter to All for One. All for One opened a new browser tab and typed in the website. I'm surprised you haven't hacked in here already, he noted. Nezu, Midoriya said miserably, and that made a lot of sense, actually. The Hero Network was, as would be suggested by the name, a website for the usage of top heroes only which had information on every single hero in Japan. It was extensive, and extremely dangerous if in the wrong hands. Thus why All for One had spent an exorbitant amount of time wriggling into it, against all the efforts of Nezu and the HPSC. The site was so dangerous that only heroes who made it into the top 50 could use it, and even they were at constant risk of having their account removed at the slightest misstep. All for One typed in his login details, which he'd spent months convincing the site to accept, and went in through the back end to create a new persona for Midoriya. As he worked, Midoriya stared at him with huge, star-filled eyes. And then it was done. He reached across Midoriya, took his pen, and wrote out the new login details for his unique persona. There. Is this my birthday present? Midoriya whispered, amazed. It probably should have been. But, is it your birthday? Not for 3 days. Well then, what do you think? Before he could stop it, he was being attacked by another hug. He froze up, as was typical, but Midoriya only tightened his arms. You're like the best uncle ever, Midoriya mumbled. He pulled away. Also, how do you have access to the Hero Network? Crap. All for One should have considered that question before he did all that. Through a friend, he said vaguely, and Midoriya, his appealing, incredibly short-sighted fake nephew, accepted it immediately, already distracted by going through all the information now available to him. I'm going to cry. Don't, All for One said, inching his stool away. But Midoriya was true to his word. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor just past the Genkan, watching his mom's progress to the apartment on Find My iPhone. He felt simultaneously very excited and very nervous about this. Not Aji-san, he knew, was mostly stressed, given the way he kept going around the apartment and messing it up as much as possible. Tilting the picture frames Kurojiiri had spent ages putting up on the walls. Dirtying dishes and putting them in the sink. The apartment was temporary. It felt weird that they'd put so much effort into making it perfect when they were just going to move out again the minute his mom left, but that was the way of things. It would be back to the bar tomorrow. Izuku preferred the bar anyway. It made him feel like he was living on the edge. He watched the little blue dot of his mom stop at the closest bus stop and make her way toward the apartment building. Where is she now? Not Aji-san asked, walking up behind Izuku. 2 minutes away, Izuku said. Not Aji-san swore under his breath and disappeared into the apartment again. It was kind of funny how stressed he was about all this. It would have been funnier if Izuku wasn't equally stressed. If his mom found out he'd been kidnapped, everything would be over. The villain to end all villains would get away. They had to make this perfect. She entered the building and he swiped out of the app, hopping up. He bounced from foot to foot, trying to dispel some nervous energy. It had been a long time since he last saw his mom in person. The apartment fell into a deep foreboding silence, broken only by the occasional hissed curse word from Not Aji-san as he stress-messed. It was like stress cleaning except not at all like that. The doorbell rang and Izuku froze. He felt his eyes start to burn in anticipation. On soft feet he padded to the door, unlocked it, and opened up. His mom looked exactly the same as the day she'd left, tears and all, maybe a few extra wrinkles. The moment she saw Izuku, she dove forward, wrapping him in a big hug, and he fell apart, sobbing into her shoulder. Izuku, she wailed. Izuku, sweetheart. He didn't even have enough air to respond as he released all his pent-up tension and relief through tears, bunching up the back of her shirt in his hands. He hadn't been hugged like this in a long time, and he never wanted it to end. I'm so sorry, was the next sentence out of her mouth, and Izuku winced. But then came, happy birthday, Izuku, and everything was okay again. When they'd finished crying, for the most part, not Aji-san cleared his throat. Midoriya-san, he said awkwardly. It's Inko-san to you, his mom said, standing up straight and adjusting her bags, one of which looked suspiciously like a present. Thank you for taking care of my son. Not Aji-san looked so stressed, his mouth in a tight line. Of course, he said. Yes, of course. He's been a pleasure. Very nice, energetic boy. His mom gave Izuku an amused look. That's a glowing review. What have you been up to? I ran my bike into the wall in the kitchen, Izuku said. Oh no. His mom bowed apologetically to Not Aji-san. I'm so sorry. Not Aji-san glared at Izuku, who beamed. It's fine, Not Aji-san said. Won't you come in? Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. Thank you, Izuku's mom said, taking off her shoes and walking in. Kurojairi didn't cook, did he? Izuku whispered. I ordered out, Not Aji-san answered, matching his tone. She'll never know. Izuku nodded approvingly. Izuku enjoyed watching Not Aji-san's face as Izuku unwrapped his mom's birthday present, a limited edition All Might Silver Age hoodie. He loved the hoodie and told his mother as such, putting it on because Not Aji-san could do absolutely nothing to stop him. Next, his gift from a begrudging Not Aji-san, which was a tablet and a surprisingly thoughtful book on unsolved cold cases. He'd already unwrapped his gift from Kurojairi, who had gotten him a set of the nicest pens Izuku had ever held in his own two hands, and his gift from his father, which had been as uninspired as ever. Not Aji-san produced the gift from the Bakugas, which was the omnibus of the I-Island Rescue comic book series. Hitoshi, to Izuku's surprise, had also gotten him a gift, a thin book on the history of underground heroics. Not Aji-san handed that one over to him as well, and Izuku wondered how that pass-off had even happened. Hitoshi was sneakier than he'd realized. They ate cake, and Not Aji-san and Izuku's mom talked about his dad for a while. Not Aji-san did a very good job pretending he knew things, laughing at the right places and inventing some clever stories about his childhood. Izuku wanted to take notes. All in all, the visit passed without a hitch. Izuku thought maybe they hadn't needed to worry so much about pretending to be a normal family, although all that worry might have been the reason it went so smoothly. Hard to say, really. As Izuku's mom went out the door, she kissed him on the head and hugged Not Aji-san, who gave the wall behind her an alarmed look and fumbled with his hands. Izuku bit back a laugh. The villain to end all villains didn't know how to hug people properly. Tears pouring out of her eyes, Izuku's mom backed out the door. Thank you for letting me stay, she sniffled. We'll have to do this again soon. Izuku and Not Aji-san froze. Yes, Not Aji-san said, sounding a bit strangled. Yes, of course. Dabbing her eyes with a tissue, Izuku's mom waved goodbye and headed down the hall. The moment the elevator closed, cutting off her I love yous and goodbyes, Izuku shut the door to the apartment and dropped his forehead onto it. Again. They'd have to do it again. What a mess, Not Aji-san muttered, walking away. What a mess. Something in the world had shifted, and it irked Tamura. He slammed his thumb into the A key on his SWCH, only half focused on the game. His mind was on a bigger game, the game of life. He couldn't say what exactly had changed, and maybe that was what was actually so bothersome. A mood, maybe. Sensei didn't look at him the same way anymore, like a source of his pride. Sensei didn't really look at him at all anymore, and when he did it was with a furrowed brow, like Tamura was a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. Tamura knew Sensei was very good at puzzles, so he wondered what had stumped him so suddenly. The shift was probably Tamura's fault, maybe he wasn't strong enough, wasn't hateful enough, but he couldn't put a finger, or 5, on what had caused the issue, so he couldn't fix it. That was fine. Tamura wasn't meant to fix things. If Kurojairi was still around, maybe it would be easier to bear the sudden long silences, the stretches of loneliness in his room. The training with various private instructors remained the same, but Kurojairi only came by every once in a while now. According to Sensei, he'd been repurposed. Tamura cursed and dropped the controller into his lap. He died in the game, not focused. Enough on his survival. He pressed the 3 middle fingers of each of his hands into his forehead and glared at the username of the one that had defeated him, Not A Rat 2000. Maybe this was all a test, he reasoned. Maybe Sensei was trying to find out if he could endure the lack of attention or care. Well, Tamura would prove he could. He didn't need anyone or anything to survive. If it was all a game, then Tamura would win the game. He picked up the controller again and asked for a rematch. Kurojairi, Izuku said sleepily, crawling onto his usual bar stool. Remote, please. With a quizzical look, Kurojairi procured the remote. Izuku turned on the TV above the bar, rubbed his eyes, and opened his notebook. Recently, Izuku had discovered within himself a deep and unrequited love for the news channel. This he believed had started with not Aji-san giving him the gift of access to the Hero Network and that book of unsolved cold cases, which Izuku loved with all his heart and had already read front to back 4 times. Ever since the Hitoshi had a super cool brainwashing quirk Izuku didn't know about incident, Izuku had been obsessed with figuring out people's quirks. Sometimes it was super easy, like with mutant quirks, and he could deduce the quirk, its primary functions, and practical applications in minutes. Sometimes, especially with mental-based quirks, it was very difficult. He liked the challenge. Nowadays as he walked down the street he guessed people's quirks, watching them move, watching the way they stood, the way they held their hands, the way their eyes landed on things. He was not very good at it yet, but he also hadn't figured out a good way to practice. Thus, the news. He tested himself by guessing quirks in hero fights and then getting immediate confirmation depending on how the quirk was used or updates from the newscasters if he was right or not. Sometimes, he was immediately right, and Kurojairi gave him startled looks. Sometimes, he was very wrong. But he improved every day. Kurojairi gave him a plate of burnt rice and egg. Izuku nibbled at it absent-mindedly, using his left hand to eat and his right hand to scribble. He decided in that moment he would need to learn to be ambidextrous, and resolved to always take notes at school with his left hand from here forth. An ordinary boy resolving something like that wouldn't last 10 minutes under such conditions. Izuku wasn't an ordinary boy. Near 7 a.m., not Aji-san emerged from his office. Izuku waved at him. He looked at the TV, then Izuku's half-full notebook, and sighed. "It's a bit early, isn't it?" he asked. Izuku shrugged, mouth full of food, and resumed his practice. Time stopped for no one, except maybe not Aji-san. What did we say about analysis while eating? Not Aji-san said, taking the plate Kurojairi held out to him and wrinkling his nose at the state of the rice. Not to, Izuku said, mouth full. Why? Because I forget not to mutter and might choke, Izuku said. Kurojairi, the traitor, turned off the TV. With a sigh, Izuku shut his notebook. He would resume his practice tomorrow. And he would, of course, find other ways to practice as well. Izuku was nothing if not inventive. Kurojairi had never before considered himself an enabler, but as Midoriya, "Call me Izuku please." Izuku looked at him with big puppy dog eyes and asked to please be dropped off randomly in Morioka. Of all places, he had to wonder if he might have a problem. With Shigaraki Tamura, this was never an issue. Then again, Shigaraki Tamura had never been so outspoken or so confident in his own manipulative skill as Izuku was. At 11 years old, Izuku had power over Kurojairi, and all for one, although the man would never admit it, and knew it. Shigaraki Tamura didn't have power, only wanted it. The two hadn't ever met. Kurojairi was beginning to believe that was for the best, and that, in fact, the two should never meet. "Why do you want to go to Morioka?" Kurojairi asked to buy himself time to talk himself out of this. "It's the hero convention," Izuku said, whipping out a flyer and shoving it in Kurojairi's face, despite the height difference. "Everyone who's everyone is going to be there. Even." He glanced at the door to All for One's office and lowered his voice. "Even All Might." Kurojairi also glanced at the door to All for One's office, waiting for it to explode. Nothing happened. Either Izuku was very lucky or All for One couldn't bring himself to care for once. Kurojairi had his bets on the former. "And who will accompany you?" Izuku frowned. "I don't need anyone to go with me. Unless you want to come." Kurojairi did want to, against the terms of his employment, but knew that would never be allowed. "You'll get lost. Or kidnapped." Izuku made a face that said really? In the most sarcastic way possible, almost like he knew that he had already been kidnapped and was living with his kidnappers to this day. But that was impossible. "Then come with me." Simply, he could not. But it was kind of Izuku to offer. "You have to promise me," he said, "that you won't get lost or kidnapped." "I've never been lost. Or kidnapped." Izuku said this very seriously, like it was a matter of state secrecy. This would have been endearing if it wasn't completely false. "Promise." "I solemnly swear I will not get lost or kidnapped. Not even a little bit." "And you will be at the pickup location exactly when I ask you to be there?" Izuku karate chopped one hand into the other palm. "On the mark. I'm so punctual. I've never missed a single day of class. No tardies. And I'm always right where I say I'll be during pickup." None of that was true, especially given that Izuku had hacked his attendance score last year and that Izuku was notoriously terrible at showing up for pickup from school. Kurojairi had had to stand at their meet-up location for several hours one time, with All for One not panicking on the phone. Izuku had been thoroughly grounded after that event, although Kurojairi still found ways to sneak him treats and forbidden computer time. I promise, Izuku said. All right, Kurojairi relented, opening a portal. Make good choices. When do I not? Izuku asked, pulling his bag over his back and marching straight through the portal with a huge sheet-eating smile on his face. Kurojairi suspected he was about to make a mess of things. When All for One 2 hours later cursed from his office and shouted, "Why is that goddamn all-might-spangled vigilante in Morioka?" Kurojairi realized a few things at once. The vigilante who All for One hated so much and who had, against All for One's efforts, somehow kept his identity hidden over the past year or so, was almost always in Mizurufu, where Izuku went to school. All for One had had a big deal planned to go down in Morioka today. And Izuku, under the guise of an exciting hero convention, had happened to convince Kurojairi to send him to Morioka today. As All for One started cursing in a way Kurojairi hadn't heard him do since All Might recovered from his injuries without complaints, Kurojairi considered all these things and how they might be connected. He understood more than he should. To be absolutely certain, Kurojairi used his tablet to look up hero conventions, and found that not only were there none scheduled this weekend, but also there were none ever in Morioka. It all clicked into place, then. Izuku had probably designed that flyer all by himself. He'd taken a risk by asking Kurojairi to come with him, but of course Kurojairi wouldn't say yes. Izuku was the goddamn all-might-spangled vigilante. Ordinarily, he would consider it his duty to inform All for One of this discovery. But here was the crux of the issue: Kurojairi liked Izuku, maybe even loved Izuku, the ridiculous child. So he turned on the TV to look for any sign of the green-clad vigilante, and opened a portal to take a beaming Izuku back home at their designated meet-up time and location. Izuku was right on time. All for One rewound the clip he'd gotten from a security camera that had caught a short glimpse of the new vigilante. He squinted at it, waved a hand to turn off the lights so he could see better, and turned the brightness on his computer up. The vigilante was certainly kid-shaped. Some adults were small, but this vigilante moved with a certain hopeful inexperience that All for One had found already beaten out of older vigilantes. The clip was too short to know for sure, but he didn't seem jaded the way the other vigilantes were. All for One upped the resolution, watching the short video again. All that happened was the vigilante got thrown into a wall, shook it off, and ran back into the fray. Probably a kid, All for One reasoned. Maybe a particularly scrawny UA reject. Most kid vigilantes started soon after the UA entrance exam. Midoriya was the exception, but his activities hardly counted as vigilantism. They were just a nuisance. The police had already begun a tab on the new vigilante, but they seemed just as lost about him as All for One. He didn't seem to have a particular MO, although he usually hung around Mizurufu at night, so he might live in that area. And somehow he knew exactly where and when All for One had big things planned and went elsewhere to ruin those. The police were puzzled at the way he showed up to stop random hidden crimes in other cities. All for One was puzzled at the way he only showed up to stop All for One's crimes in other cities specifically. He didn't go to other cities to stop other people's crimes, although the police had no way of knowing this. Maybe he had some sort of knowledge-based quirk. Regardless, the new vigilante was trouble, and All for One was quickly growing tired of trouble. "Kurojairi," he called. It was late now, late enough that the bar had mostly cleared out and the few remaining stragglers wouldn't be allowed to drink more, so Kurojairi could spare a moment away from the counter. "Yes, sir?" Kurojairi said, appearing next to him. He looked at the looped clip on the computer screen with disinterest. His yellow eyes flickered. "I have a proposition," All for One said, steepling his fingers, "and I need you to tell me if we have the resources for it." Kurojairi waited. "This new vigilante," All for One said. "If he is the right age and not posing as a child, would we be able to abduct him?" It took Kurojairi a long time to respond, the mist around his head flaring slightly like it did when he was trying to find control of himself. An odd reaction. "Is that unreasonable?" All for One asked, thinking through the idea again. It had seemed to work fine with Midoriya, who no longer got in All for One's way. On the job, at home he remained a constant difficulty, so All for One couldn't see why it wouldn't work on this vigilante as well. It created more work for Kurojairi, sure, and it would be expensive. But this was why he was asking Kurojairi if it was even feasible, or if All for One needed to take a long nap to regain his sanity. "No, sir," Kurojairi said, his voice a bit tight. "Not unreasonable at all." All for One squinted at him, wishing again that he could read minds. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked finally. "No, sir. You just surprised me, is all. I didn't think you'd be willing to adopt again so soon." "Abduct," All for One corrected. "Right," Kurojairi said. Abduct. Well, All for One said, replaying the clip again. I'll begin planning, then. Begin making space for another vigilante, and prepare Midoriya, would you? Of course, sir, Kurojairi said weakly. And check yourself for a fever while you're at it, All for One said absently, opening his folder of information on the new vigilante. You sound like you're coming down with something. Yes, sir. Izuku was in the midst of his weekly sleuth through All for One's office when he found it. Evidence. Of another kidnappee. And here Izuku had been thinking he was unique. This Shimura Tenko Shigaraki Tamura guy, Izuku couldn't tell which was actually his name, had been filling the role of not Aji-san's fake relative for much longer than Izuku had. Perhaps this knowledge should have hurt Izuku, but he was too busy being excited about a new potential friendship for the betrayal to sink in. Izuku now had a fake cousin as well as a fake uncle. He took pictures of as much evidence as he possibly could to dissect later, as always. There was a lot of it, and he couldn't get pictures of all of it because he only had a limited amount of time and access to the office before not Aji-san returned. When he'd gotten as much as he could without taking too much of a risk, he slinked back out of the office, waved to Kurojairi very innocently, and thundered up the stairs. He dove onto his bed, opened the pictures he'd taken, and let the real work begin. Kurojairi stood outside Izuku's door trying to force himself to knock. He had never had to have any sort of serious talk with Izuku because he usually left that part to All for One, who was more serious talk than he was comforting hugs. Kurojairi couldn't say his own hugs were at all comforting. He was, after all, made of mist, but in the raising of Midoriya, he took the role of caregiver because he knew All for One would not. It was the same with Shigaraki Tamura, although Shigaraki Tamura had the added disadvantage of being the first child and therefore receiving the full brunt of inexperienced parenting. Because Kurojairi had never had to be stern with Izuku, he wasn't quite sure how to go about having this conversation. He could pretend that nothing was wrong, as he had been for the past month, but during that month every time Izuku had asked to go to a sleepover in Muzutofo he'd spent the night anxious, sleepless, and fretful. Thus why he was standing outside the door overthinking proper knocking patterns and if he should be doing this at all. Eventually Izuku, being smart for his age, just called through the door, "You can just come in, you know." And Kurojairi teleported 2 feet forward to enter. Izuku's room was, as ever, a chamber of horrors and it took his eyes a long moment to adjust to the bright colors, clashing logos, and entropic chaos. Izuku was perched on a fat gum bean bag, his laptop balanced on his knees and his notebook open on the floor next to him. "Welcome," Izuku said, as though they were conducting a business meeting. Kurojairi decided he might never understand what made Izuku into the very strange person he was. "What brought you to stand outside my door for like forever?" Izuku asked. At most it had been 3 minutes of indecision. Forever was a bit of an exaggeration. But Kurojairi put that aside to get to the point, as Izuku clearly wanted him to. All for One was out of town today, and this might be the only time they had together to discuss this. "I know what you've been up to," Kurojairi said. "The vigilantism." Izuku made a face. "Shoot. For how long?" Kurojairi told him for how long and Izuku scowled. Before he could panic, Kurojairi continued, "I didn't tell your uncle." "Fake uncle," Izuku corrected. Something in Kurojairi's brain came to a halt right then. Izuku sat innocently on his bright yellow beanbag, waiting for Kurojairi to continue, but Kurojairi just stood there and looked at him. And looked. "Sorry," Izuku said, "I didn't mean to interrupt." Kurojairi decided he needed to sit down. He took the foot of Izuku's bed. "How long have you known that?" Izuku squinted up at the ceiling, trying to do math. The fact that he had to do math at all was terrifying. "Like pretty much the whole time. I've known about the whole he's a supervillain thing since, like, the first day." "Izuku-kun," Kurojairi said, unable to keep the pain out of his tone. "Why?" The puzzled look Izuku sent him in return was proof enough that he didn't see anything wrong with intentionally going to live with the worst villain of all time. Kurojairi wanted to put him inside a safety bubble and never let him out. "All right," Kurojairi said, putting that aside for now. Later, he'd come back to that, when he could process properly. "Back to you being a vigilante. I'm aware I can't stop you from continuing, and I will continue to keep this from your fake uncle." All for One, Izuku provided. He was trying so hard to be helpful, the poor kid, but every time he opened his mouth he made it worse. Kurojairi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Izuku also knew that his kidnapper was All for One, and presumably knew who that was and what he had done. Unable to process, Kurojairi put that aside to think about later as well. "Yes, I will continue to keep it from All for One," Kurojairi said, impressed with his own calm tone. "But from now on you will call me and come home after you're done." How have you been handling being out all night? The playground at my school, Izuku said. Kurojairi nearly burst into tears. He didn't even know if he could cry, but if he could, this was the closest he'd ever gotten. This kid was unbelievable. Right, so no more of that. You'll call me and I'll pick you up. Understood. Izuku nodded, and then beamed. Yeah. Thanks, Kurojairi. That'll be really helpful when it gets cold out. This past January was awful. Kurojairi remembered some terrible freezing nights this past January and cursed himself for not realizing what Izuku was doing sooner. You'll call me, Kurojairi said. Promise right now. I promise, Izuku said, holding up a pinky. Kurojairi frowned at it. It's a pinky promise, Izuku said, pushing his laptop off his knees so he could get his pinky closer to Kurojairi. You give me your pinky and we shake. Did Kurojairi even have pinkies? He looked at his hands and carefully shifted the mist into something five-finger-like. He extended his pinky and held it out to Izuku, who wrapped his own pinky around it, disrupting the mist, and shook. So it's, like, basically law now, Izuku said. All right, Kurojairi said, tired. Sometimes he missed Shigaraki Tamura. I'm glad that's settled. Shoyuta watched the new vigilante take a running leap off a rooftop and felt his stomach plunge before the kid's head popped up on the next rooftop and kept going unhindered. That kid was going to get himself killed one of these days, and Shoyuta would never forgive himself for it. Tonight was quiet in the city, the calm, soft sort of quiet, so Shoyuta took off after him, determined to give him a piece of his mind now that there was nothing else to do. The vigilante was fast, but Shoyuta was more experienced and caught up in no time at all, shooting the scarf out to trip him up and immediately wrapping both his legs together. There would be no getting away this time. With a sigh, the vigilante wriggled around until he was sitting upright, his tied legs straight out in front of him. Shoyuta crossed his arms and activated his quirk to make sure the kid didn't get any terrible ideas. It had a weird feeling to it, activating his quirk, close to the feeling he got when he erased mutant-type quirks or weak mental quirks, but different. Sort of slippery. He doubled his focus on it, trying to figure out what was wrong. I want to be upset, the vigilante said, but that was actually super cool, so I just can't be. Also, have you considered hair ties? It's a bad tell. He pointed at his own head. Someone could take advantage of it. The timing, I mean. Shoyuta deactivated his quirk, scowling. Hisashi, at some point, had also suggested hair ties, and Shoyuta, being a very reasonable man, had refused to use them just because Hisashi had been the one to suggest them. He supposed now that Hisashi had proposed, 2 months ago, yes, a shock to everyone involved including, probably, Hisashi, and Shoyuta had said yes, also a shock, he could bring himself to put aside such a petty disagreement. Except now it had also been suggested by a 9-year-old, so his stubborn refusal renewed immediately. What's your name? Shoyuta asked. The vigilante looked at him quietly for so long Shoyuta thought he might be ignoring the question. But then he said, wow, I can't believe I've been doing this for so long and I don't even have a cool idea for a name. I should have a cool name. What should my name be? The last thing Shoyuta would be doing for this kid was picking a vigilante name for him. How old are you? The kid considered that question. If I said 15, would you believe me? No. Dang. I think I would make a good 15-year-old. Hey, what's this thing made out of? He kicked his legs a little and Shoyuta tightened the grip of the capture scarf. None of your business, Shoyuta said gruffly. It's gotta be synthetic, the kid mumbled, leaning over his own legs to inspect it closer. But it's kind of got a mind of its own, right? Is there nanotech in it? He pulled his backpack onto his lap, threw out a lunchbox with Ryukyu on it, and pulled out a notebook and pencil, muttering, surely some sort of wire. You know, it kind of reminds me of those wrist slap bracelet things. You know those things? But it's less firm. Elastic? No, but... And the kid sunk into indecipherable muttering. Shoyuta stared at him as he verbally broke apart the entire capture scarf, coming dangerously close to the exact synthetic makeup of the thing. It was hard to follow his rapid speaking, but from what Shoyuta could catch, it was clear that the kid wasn't messing around. Well, if the sanctity of his scarf was going to be ruined, then Shoyuta might as well invade into some privacy on his own. He picked up the kid's lunchbox. When the muttering continued without interruption, he opened the lunchbox. Inside was a truly horrible collection of wrappers. An entire empty Pocky box. Kabukiage rice crackers. Potato sticks. Kit Kats. All empty packets. Tell me this wasn't your lunch. The muttering stopped. No, it was dinner, the kid said. Shoyuta closed the lunchbox. Put it down. Resolved to pretend he had never looked at it. Believe me, this is much better than the alternative. The kid picked up the lunchbox and put it back in his backpack along with the notebook. He hopped to his feet. With a sudden and terrible horror, Shoyuta realized that not only had the vigilante gotten out of the capture tape, but he had also tied it into a very complex-looking knot. "Toodaloo," the kid said, and he jumped off the roof. Shoyuta thought perhaps he might be heading toward an early grave caused by idiot children. The vigilante aside, Nedzu sure was trying to get his life to head in that direction, given the constant recruitment emails from UA. Grumbling to himself, he sat down on the roof and began the agonizing process of untangling the scarf. "This one has really been stumping me," Izuku said. "It definitely was either the wife or the second cousin, but there's like a missing piece that I'm not sure about." Hitoshi leaned over to look at the open book in Izuku's lap. They were waiting, again, for it to strike Hitoshi's dad that he'd forgotten a kid. Hitoshi had 3 older siblings and got forgotten a lot, and he didn't usually like to let the missed guy Izuku called his assistant just portal him home unless it got really late. So Izuku and his assistant had agreed that Izuku could hang out with Hitoshi until his dad arrived, as long as Izuku remembered to text his assistant to go home afterward. Hitoshi and Izuku had gone to the park across the street and sat on the curb, feet in the gutter, and began, for lack of anything better to do, poring over Izuku's unsolved cold cases book. Izuku had solved 3 out of 24 of them so far. He said he presumed the point of the book was for people to do this, and that probably other people had done the same thing, and Hitoshi agreed that it seemed reasonable that if Izuku could solve them then other people must have also solved them and told the police about it. So they were just solving them for fun now. Why not the dad? Hitoshi asked, pointing at the image of the whole family. He's too rich. No point. Izuku rested his chin on his fist and his elbow on his thigh just beneath the book. Huh? Hitoshi thought Izuku was pretty smart when it came to this sort of thing. He'd been looking at the book for barely 30 minutes and had a headache. Someone yelled from behind them and Izuku twisted around, eyes sharp for the danger. Hitoshi glanced back too but couldn't see anything straight away. Cool quirk, Izuku mumbled, climbing to his feet. Camouflage. Good for pickpocketing. Pickpocketing, why didn't I think of that? Excuse me, he caught a nearby mom by the elbow. Can I borrow your phone for a minute? Hitoshi watched, puzzled, as Izuku dialed in a number from memory and held the phone up to his ear. Hi, he said after a minute. There's a crime in Aichi right now. Some sort of mugging. I can give the exact address, but I think you might be in the area and would be a good match-up? Whatever Hitoshi had expected when Izuku asked a random woman if he could borrow her phone, it wasn't this. The confusion that swept through him was unmanageable and he decided it would be best not to address it. He put Izuku's bookmark into the cold case page they were on and closed the book, standing up to wait awkwardly. Izuku told the hero their current address, and then said, "It's a pickpocketer with a camouflage quirk. I figure you'd be able to smell through it, but that might be helpful to know." He paused. "Well, that doesn't matter." He paused again. "Thank you. Bye." He passed the phone off to the lady again, bowing in gratitude, and sped over to Hitoshi. "Okay, we should get out of here," he said, grabbing Hitoshi by the wrist and pulling him to the street. He glanced both ways before crossing over. "I called Hound Dog and he'll totally trace my scent." "You called, you?" Hitoshi struggled to wrap his mind around this. Izuku pulled him into the assistant pickup alley, texting his assistant with his free hand. "I'm wondering, Hound Dog?" Hitoshi got out finally. "Yes, he patrols in this area at around this time," Izuku said, pulling Hitoshi through a purple portal. The portals always had a weird feel to them, like getting squished flat and then pulled and then coming out on the other side a little different from before. Hitoshi didn't like using them much, it felt like he was getting corrupted every time, somehow, like a copy of a copy. "How do you have his number?" Hitoshi asked. "The internet," Izuku said. "Hi, Kurojairi. Hitoshi will need a portal home. We had to make a quick getaway." Hitoshi looked at Izuku's assistant, who nodded at him respectfully. "But Izuku," he said, turning back to the issue at hand, "why'd you use that random lady's phone?" "I don't want heroes to have my number," Izuku said. "Seems like a bad idea." That made sense, actually. They could use it to track Izuku somehow. "Okay, but then I'm wondering why don't you just have a burner? You're, like, good with electronics and stuff, right?" Izuku blinked a few times at him. Kurojairi seemed unsure if he should make a portal right away or not, but Hitoshi was too focused on the issue at hand to address that. "A burner?" Izuku echoed. "Yeah, like a phone that you use and then throw away," Hitoshi said. "They're super cheap, just get a bunch of flip phones." Izuku stared at him. "Izuku," Kurojairi sighed, covering his face with one hand. "Tell me you knew about burners before now. Just say that to me so I can sleep easily at night." I totally 100% knew about burners before now, Izuku said, punctuating each word so much it was obvious that in fact he totally 100% had never heard of burners before. Hitoshi wasn't done. You could also just route your number through something else to make it untraceable or something. You're good with electronics, you could figure that out. Izuku put both his hands on Hitoshi's shoulders as Kurogyari, apparently done with the conversation, opened a portal. Hitoshi, Izuku said very seriously, I'm glad I met you. We should talk more about these things. Hitoshi glanced at Kurogyari, who was steadily ignoring the two of them as he put out a fire on the stove. Okay? Thank you, Izuku said. Sincerely. You are wonderful. No problem, Hitoshi said. He handed Izuku's unsolved cases book back to him. Glad to have helped. Izuku sat at the top of the stairs at 8:30 p.m. and let the noises from the bar below wash over him. He balanced his laptop on one knee and his tablet on the other and started making flashcards on an app he'd found. One side, clips of recurring villains. On the other side, full breakdowns of their quirk, criminal history, weaknesses, and allies. His laptop he had opened to the police files, which he recognized he should not have had access to, recognized that it was, in fact, probably illegal for him to have access to, but since he was using it for good he figured some law bending was probably all right. There were a lot of villains, so he was at the same time doing some statistical analysis of the likelihood of them being repeat offenders, how often they might repeat, and, if they had a long sentence in prison, the likelihood of them breaking out. Everyone in Tartarus he also put on the flashcards, not because he thought they would be able to break out, but because breaking people out of Tartarus seemed like something not Aji-san would do on a random Thursday just for fun. He caught whiffs of conversation floating up the stairs, people talking about kidnappings, money laundering schemes, heists, and every once in a while he paused his work to write something down in his notebook. The police would probably find most of this information very interesting, if Izuku could only find some untraceable way to get it to them. After another hour his mind started to drift off the files and he opened a new tab to give himself a break. He ordered himself some burner phones, incredible, and ordered a few improvements to hero gear that he'd thought of, setting them to be delivered right to the heroes' houses. He was about to close out the tab, pleased with himself, when he realized there might be a better way to listen in on the bar than sitting on the top of the stairs. Something on the same level of genius of burner phones. And that was how Izuku discovered that he could bug every table in the bar and listen carefree to every discussion being held down there from the comfort and safety of his room, and no one, not Aji-san, would ever know. A notification popped up on Shuta's phone. He glanced at it, sighed, poured himself a cup of coffee, and went to collapse on the couch in the living room. Hizashi had very good taste in couches, thank God, where he glared at the new email from Nedzu, hating himself for actually thinking about it. He blamed himself first and the new vigilante second, because if not for that kid bouncing around in Shuta's head 24/7, he would have no reason to consider teaching as a viable career, other than Hizashi's constant insistence that teaching is fun, Shoyuta, and you'd love the kids, believe me, which wasn't particularly convincing. Nedzu had written, amongst other long-winded sentences, you'd be a perfect match for the first-year homeroom and as an assistant teacher in practical heroics. As an underground hero, I imagine you have plenty of wisdom to share with the new generation of heroes. Bold, outright flattery, and an actually decent job offer this time. Shoyuta wasn't helping himself by continuing to refuse it, and, since the previous first-year homeroom teacher had just quit suddenly, Nedzu was in a bad position and therefore could, potentially, be negotiated into giving Shoyuta an entirely unreasonable salary. And paid time off. He clicked, reply. Just a draft, he told himself, and began to type. He drafted the email, reread it 4 times to figure out how the rat would try to twist his words, and almost convinced himself to delete it and continue to ignore Nedzu's attempts, when he heard the key jiggling in the lock to the apartment. Hizashi burst in, humming, and kicked off his shoes. Morning Shoyuta, he said, much too loud for the hour, 6:30 p.m. Shoyuta grumbled out a, morning, Zashi, and luckily Hizashi was a kind and forgiving fiancé because he planted a kiss on the top of Shuta's head, dropped a package on the couch next to him, and continued on into the kitchen, unoffended by Shuta's lack of charm. What's this? Shoyuta asked, scowling at the package. He hadn't ordered anything. It was outside. Hizashi said. It has your name on it. Did you order me something? Shoyuta asked, suspicions rising quickly. He got up from the couch and went to get LTX gloves from the closet. Like hell was he touching an unknown package. I didn't, Hizashi said, appearing at the door to the kitchen with his eyebrows furrowed seriously. He already had on an atrocity of an apron, checkered pink and green, but looked concerned despite that. I assumed you did. Shoyuta pulled on the gloves. Anthrax, Hisashi said in warning. Unfortunately, Shoyuta said, feeling sour because the anonymous package distribution system had caught up to him, I think I know exactly what this is. While I open it, can you read this email draft and tell me that I'm crazy and an idiot for writing it? He passed over his phone. Hisashi squealed as he read the opening line and Shoyuta sighed, picking up the package and carefully tearing the top off it, holding his breath in case Hisashi's caution about poison had been accurate. He flipped the package over and not one, not two, but 5 packets of hair ties fell out of it straight to the floor. No, he didn't have the brain space to process this. No, he refused to put together the pieces sitting in front of him. No, he did not want to make a phone call to Tsukachi about this. 3 out of 5 of the packets were colorful rainbow hair ties. One of the colorful ones was a packet of scrunchies. And then the other 2 packets were brown and black. Okay, I need my phone back, Shoyuta said, holding his hand out for it. He hadn't wanted to come to terms with this so quickly, but life did SCK sometimes. Someone gets it, Hisashi said, looking at the small pile at Shuta's feet. Shut up, Shoyuta said, scrolling to Tsukachi's number. Before he could change his mind, he jabbed his thumb into the call button. It took 3 rings for Tsukachi to pick up. Aizawa? Shoyuta skipped any niceties. Bad news. Your mystery mailer is definitely the new vigilante. Tsukachi took a moment of silence to process that. And then said, how do you know? Shoyuta explained about meeting the vigilante the other day, the conversation they'd had, and now the 100 hair ties Hisashi was gleefully sorting through. Sheet, Tsukachi sighed. At least the investigations can be consolidated. True. Hisashi whispered, this might be the best day of my life. Shoyuta didn't have a glare strong enough for him, so he just pressed the phone further into his ear and turned away. This kid was actually going to be the death of him. A question, Izuku said as Not Aji-san stacked their empty plates after dinner. Not Aji-san sent him a suspicious look, which meant this conversation was already off to a great start. Izuku cleared his throat. Recently it has come to my attention that I am not your only ward. He gave Not Aji-san a minute to process that. As soon as it sunk in, Not Aji-san turned to Kurojairi and gave him the dirtiest look Izuku had ever seen on his face, which was saying a lot. Kurojairi backed up a step, misty hands coming up defensively. Kurojairi didn't tell me, Izuku said. Not Aji-san pointed his scowl at Izuku instead. I am curious about why you have kept us separated, Izuku said, and why you hid your son from me, but for now I'll put those questions aside. How did you find out about him? Not Aji-san asked before Izuku could pose the question he was trying to get to. Izuku looked at him seriously. I'm very smart. Not Aji-san's scowl, if it was even possible, increased in potency. Can I meet him? Izuku asked. No, Not Aji-san said. Okay, Izuku said. He put his fork on top of the stack of plates. Good night, then. He wriggled off his stool and took the stairs up to his room. He opened his laptop, stretched his fingers, and set to work. Izuku had never needed anything as silly as permission to get what he wanted. He found Shigaraki Tamura's hiding place in under an hour. Hitoshi flipped the page in Izuku's I-Island Rescue Omnibus, eyebrows furrowed. He had never read the series, apparently, and this discovery had wounded Izuku so much that he'd intentionally brought Hitoshi over just to make him read the series in full. He recognized this would probably take several visits to accomplish, but that was a sacrifice he was willing to make for his best friend. As Hitoshi read, sprawled out on the wood floor in Izuku's room, Izuku had begun watching interviews with recent new heroes and trying to guess their quirks from the interview alone, checking against the Hero Network. Now, though, his eyes hurt and he was losing focus, so he put aside his computer. Over the past few days Izuku had been at war with himself about whether or not to tell Hitoshi the biggest secret of his entire existence too. Telling Hitoshi the first biggest secret of his existence had gone shockingly well, so he thought there couldn't be much that might go wrong with telling him the second biggest secret. With this logic backing him up, he said, I have something to tell you. Hitoshi made a noise of acknowledgement, still focused on the riveting story of I-Island Rescue. Something very important, Izuku said, and Hitoshi glanced up. Okay, he said. Izuku paused for dramatic effect, am a vigilante. Hitoshi didn't say anything. It didn't look to be so much out of shock, more that he looked like he was waiting for Izuku to tell him more. As if what Izuku had just told him hadn't been extremely impressive and amazing. Izuku deflated. You don't care? Hitoshi tipped his head to the side. No, I care, it's just. That's it? I fight crime. Izuku said. I've stopped many bad people. Cool, Hitoshi said. Hitoshi-kun, Izuku wailed. Be excited. Izuku-kun, Hitoshi said, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I kind of already knew that. Like I didn't know, but it's not surprising at all. It's very obvious. You talk about it all the time and don't do a very good job of hiding it. Izuku looked at Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked at Izuku. Izuku said, oh. Yeah. Well, at least I've read Island Rescue. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and went back to reading. Apparently Izuku needed to work on keeping his vigilantism a secret so that he could make his awesome reveals so much more awesomer. Fine, then. He had other amazing stuff to reveal too. I live with a super villain, he said, because he really just wanted Hitoshi to think he was cool and lived a crazy life. Aji-san is like the biggest villain of all time. Yeah? Hitoshi flipped to the next page. He runs a criminal empire, Izuku said, and fights with All Might all the time. You've told me this before. Hitoshi could at least do Izuku the decency of looking up. Izuku flopped backward, wailing, is there anything you don't know? Probably not, Hitoshi said. You talk a lot. What a rude person. Izuku sat up in his beanbag, pulled his laptop back onto his knees, and nursed his wounded pride. He did have a super awesome life. Hitoshi was just really lame and didn't know how awesome and dangerous Izuku's living situation was. He was stopping crime from right here in his bedroom. Super cool. For the record, Hitoshi said, flipping the page, if you're ever out late and need a place to stay, my house is right there in Aichi. You could sneak in. Izuku paused an interview with Sirius, who he was pretty sure had an advanced hearing quirk, and said, that would actually be amazing. Kurogyri might adopt you just for suggesting it. I wouldn't mind, Hitoshi said. Don't say that, Izuku said seriously. Adoption is very dangerous. Hitoshi looked at him. Izuku held his gaze. Hiyoshi said, okay. Izuku had been learning so much in his coding classes that he finally felt ready to attack the behemoth that was not Aji-san's CPU. He waited for a moment when not Aji-san was out visiting his other kidnappee, waved at Kurogyri on the way to his office, and climbed onto not Aji-san's swivel chair. He took out a flash drive he'd been preparing for months and stuck it in. Someone knocked on the door lightly. Probably Kurogyri, then. Izuku turned around in the swivel chair dramatically to reveal himself. Hello, he said. Hello. Kurogyri drifted in. Would you like the password? Izuku beamed and scooched the chair over so Kurogyri could type it in. Kurogyri put it in carefully. It looked like a long string of letters, numbers, and special characters with no rhyme or reason, so it was a good thing Kurogyri was here, and hit enter. Thank you. Izuku sang, attacking the computer with newfound vigor. Kurogyri nodded and disappeared. Izuku wondered, briefly, if not Aji-san had some sort of mind-reading quirk and would know what he was up to, but decided it didn't matter and the potential cost was well worth the definite rewards. He opened the flash drive and set about uploading a very carefully crafted virus into the computer. It wasn't a particularly complicated one, it just provided a link from not Aji-san's desktop to Izuku's so that Izuku could go through all the information on there in his own time. The complicated part was that he had to make sure it was so buried, so integral to the computer's functions, that not Aji-san wouldn't find it, and if he did, he wouldn't be able to take it out without damaging everything else. That was the hard part. Luckily, Izuku spent a mortifying amount of his time on his laptop and had perfected the program. He swung his legs back and forth from the chair as it uploaded from the flash drive. It took him longer than he would have liked it to guide the program deep into the meat of the computer, but eventually the program tangled its clutches into the hard drive and Izuku ejected his USB, hopped to his feet, and reset the desk and chair exactly as it had been. He was careful to log back out of the computer before scampering back out of the room, waving his successful flash drive at Kurogyri, who ignored him, and heading back upstairs. The moment he was back in his room, he dove into his bed with his laptop, opened it up, and happily connected remotely to not Aji-san's computer. It took him 2 tries to get in because he had to go downstairs and ask Kurogyri to write out the password for him, but he did get in eventually. Happy with his work, he snuggled down into his pillows, opened up the files, and let the sleuthing begin. Izuku took to the story of All for One and One for All like it was a soap drama and he was a 72-year-old woman living in rural Ohio. He drank it up. He read through the whole saga like a novel and then restarted from the beginning, taking it all in again. How awesome, he thought. How incredible. A quirk that could be transferred through the ages. 2 brothers, enemies, fighting generation by generation. Izuku entertained several fantasies in which he was given one for all by All Might, and used it to take down All for One. When he was done with that, or at least, when he needed to take a break from that, he went back to ordering custom hero gear. He hadn't been able to spend as much time on this recently as he would have liked, and recently ordering all those hair ties for Eraserhead had rekindled his passion for the activity. Who knew how fun using a credit card could be? He was scrolling through the internet looking for places to make a new costume for Sirius. It wasn't that her costume was bad, but given that she wanted to be a water rescue hero, it might have been inefficient when he found it. A small, upstart business. A small, upstart business that made super cool gadgets and advertised itself as Handsome May's Babies. It seemed slightly illegal, given that the person that started it was a minor, but Izuku could put such things aside, especially given that he also, against his will, was a minor. The important thing was that this Handsome May made really cool gear and clearly very desperately needed a sponsor. And Izuku wanted to send really cool gear to heroes and as luck would have it, had a bunch of money to spend. He found her contact form, it was buried deep in the website, and he made a mental note to help her with her website design once they had a good working relationship, and filled it out, giving her his name, his reason for contacting her, and his phone number. He used one of his burner phones for that last part, feeling very proud of himself, and submitted the form. With that done, he went back to finding the right new costume for Sirius. Handsome May would get back to him when she got back to him. And he would wait patiently until then. Kurogyri probably knew, when Izuku asked to be dropped off at a very specific address in Kamino, what Izuku was doing. But Kurogyri had, as of late, stopped asking questions and started just letting him go with a simple murmur of, "Don't get hurt," and he stayed true to that pattern for this event, although Izuku heard him sigh very heavily right before the portal closed. Izuku stood outside a boring-looking traditional home in one of the nicer parts of Kamino. It was wide and short, one story, with an unkempt garden and all the front shutters closed. All the houses on this street looked the same, rows and rows of one-story houses, evenly spaced. A car went by behind him. Izuku decided he wouldn't accomplish anything if he didn't at least go up and knock, so he went up and knocked. No one answered, which maybe he should have expected, so he abandoned that idea and walked around the house to the back door. He thanked past Izuku for learning how to pick locks, squatted down by the door, and set to work. Unfortunately, the door opened before he could finish. "Just what?" a high, irritated voice said from above him. "Do you think you're doing?" Izuku shot to his feet, beaming. "Hi. Shigaraki Tamura, right?" The boy was a teenager. A teenager with bluish hair, red eyes, and dry skin. Izuku contemplated the benefits of lotion and decided to use more of it from here forth. He thought maybe that wasn't Shigaraki's problem, maybe stress, but it was a good reminder. He held out his hand to shake and then thought better of it. "Who's asking?" Shigaraki asked, sneering. "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku," Izuku said, "but everyone just calls me Izuku. I'm your cousin." "Sort of. Can I come in?" Shigaraki Tamura stared at him. Izuku waited patiently. Shigaraki Tamura stared at him. "May I come in?" Izuku tried again. "I can explain. I wanted to meet you because I thought, well, not everyone knows what it's like to live with All For One, and I thought maybe we could, like, hang out or connect over it or something. But I could be wrong. I could leave." Still staring, Shigaraki Tamura stepped back and held open the door for Izuku. "Awesome." Izuku trotted in. Just beyond the door was a dining room, the kitchen to the right and a living room to the left. Izuku chose a seat at the table and plopped onto it. "Do you live here all by yourself? It seems big. And lonely. Do you have a pet? You should have a cat. I've heard they're very helpful for stress relief, and also maybe it would just be good in general because you're lonely." "I'm not lonely," Shigaraki said. "Okay," Izuku said. He kicked his legs around, trying to get closer to the table. "So do you live alone?" Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at Izuku. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Oh, sorry. I thought I explained." Izuku launched into a deep exposition on how he had been adopted for not Aji-san and how recently he discovered that Shigaraki existed and how he had thought they could bond over shared experiences in being kidnapped and parented poorly. Shigaraki spent the whole explanation glaring at Izuku like he wished he could light him on fire with his eyeballs and scratching at his neck. "Another me?" Shigaraki muttered when Izuku was done. "But why? He says I was a nuisance and he needed to keep an eye on me in his diaries." Shigaraki's scratching accelerated. "You read his diaries?" "I got in trouble the first time I tried," Izuku admitted, "so I wouldn't recommend it. Also, I heard calamine lotion can be really helpful for stress scratching? Unless you have a skin problem," and I jumped to conclusions. "Sorry, I shouldn't have. Or you could try yoga. Yoga is supposed to be very helpful." Shigaraki stared at him. He seemed to do that a lot. "Sorry, am I intruding on something? I can go." "No," Shigaraki said, sitting down at the table across from him, "stay." I have a lot of questions. Izuku nodded seriously. Shoot. And when you're done, I have like 50 questions about your quirk. We'll trade information, then, Shigaraki said. Yes, Izuku said. That's exactly what I was thinking. Why didn't you tell me you had another kid? Tamura asked. Sensei stiffened. Then made an irritated growling noise in the shape of a Midoriya. Then pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 hands. I don't want to know how you found out about that, so don't tell me, he said. Fine, Tamura said. He hadn't had to wait too long to see Sensei again, luckily, after he'd met Midoriya. Sensei had come to visit just a couple weeks after, and Tamura could now ask him all the burning questions he'd had about Midoriya, who was difficult to hold a conversation with. And not only that, but Sensei was in a good mood. He was sitting in Tamura's desk chair as Tamura sat cross-legged on his bed, a sure sign, so Tamura could take some risks. Is he another heir? Am I not good enough for you? You are plenty, Sensei said, dropping his hand. In many ways you're much easier to handle than he is. Midoriya is a complete nuisance. Tamura could agree with that. He'd spent barely 2 hours with Midoriya and had felt dried out for days afterwards, like a husk of himself. It was as if Midoriya had sucked the life out of him. And then, not 2 days after he had recovered, a bottle of calamine lotion and a book on stress relief techniques had shown up on his doorstep. Tamura had disintegrated the stress relief techniques but had put the lotion in the bathroom. He'd resolved not to use it but had wanted to see if what Midoriya had said about it had any grounding, so he'd tried just a little bit of it. He was extremely peeved to find out that Midoriya was correct and it was helpful. So his resolution had failed him and now he used it every day, and, to his disappointment, the scratching had mostly ceased. It almost made him wish he hadn't disintegrated the stress relief techniques book, but he couldn't take it that far or he'd lose himself. So then why do you have him? Sensei sighed and went back to pinching the bridge of his nose. Midoriya is a vigilante and I need to keep him from messing with my work. So just kill him, then, Tamura pointed out. I probably should have, Sensei sighed, but I'm in too deep now. I've made mistakes. Tamura had known Sensei for a long time, and he'd never before now heard Sensei say he'd made a mistake. The acknowledgement terrified Tamura, whose hatred for Midoriya increased immediately. Here was a boy that had made Sensei, who was perfect, think he had messed up somehow. For that alone he deserved to die. I can kill him, Tamura volunteered. Sensei snorted. You could try, he said. Yes, Tamura hated Midoriya. Hated him. On the list of people Tamura hated, All Might was at the top, and then Midoriya, and then a long list of other heroes. I'm going to kill him, Tamura said. Sensei's hand drifted down from his face. His eyes lingered on Tamura's for a long time, long enough that Tamura found himself shrinking back, wondering if he had something on his nose. Then came back the confused, somewhat concerned expression on Sensei's face, the new one that Tamura hated so much. What? Tamura demanded. Nothing, Sensei said, standing up to leave. Nothing at all. But it was something. It had to have been, or Tamura wouldn't feel this off-center, like he'd been on a ledge and suddenly it had dropped out underneath him. He had nothing to stand on, and he was falling. And he didn't like it. The night was one of those exhilarating crime-filled nights in Muzutafu when excitement abounded, and Izuku had already used his burner phone 4 times, fully aware he'd have to destroy it before tomorrow. Eraserhead had already tried to capture him twice, and failed both times, and Izuku was at an all-time high. Not only had he recently gotten over his afraid of punching people phase, but also he'd gotten pretty good at punching people and at whacking them with sticks after he watched a 2-hour YouTube video on Eskrima and then talked not Aji-san into signing him up for classes. And so he'd whacked his way through the night and was feeling satisfied and ready to call Kurogyri when the air shifted beside him and he barely ducked his way out of the way of a descending hand. He hopped back on the sidewalk, putting space between himself and his would-be attacker. He took in an orange shirt, a black and white face mask, and a tall hat, and said, "Oh, it's you." His attacker bowed with a flourish. "It is." Izuku flipped through his mental flashcards of all the police files and found Atsuhiro Seiko, aka Mr. Compress, Quirk Compress. From there, he took the liberty of jumping to conclusions. Someone was trying to kidnap him. Again. The street they were on wasn't particularly hidden, dark, or dangerous, but it was very late and the type of people still around weren't the type of people that would help Izuku in his time of crisis. Unless Eraserhead was still around, unlikely, given that Izuku had wounded his pride twice on this night. Izuku backed into the halo of a nearby street lamp, trying to keep the events that were about to go down as visible as possible. He was pretty sure that Mr. Compress's quirk only worked if he touched something with his hands, but he didn't want to take too large of a risk. To prevent himself from getting touched, he got out his Eskrima sticks and prepared himself to continue his whacking. If his Eskrima teacher found out Izuku was calling it whacking, he might actually kick Izuku out of class. Luckily, he would never find out. "I've heard you're slippery," Mr. Compress said. "Ugh. Banter." Izuku didn't want to banter, he wanted to go home. And he couldn't go home until after he was done with this fight, and so the last thing he wanted to do was banter. "Yeah, I guess," he said half-heartedly. "Who hired you to kidnap me?" Mr. Compress didn't answer that. "You're smart too," he observed. Izuku sighed, Eskrima sticks wilting in his hands, and considered asking Kurojairi to pick him up right now to avoid having to do this fight at all. He considered that for another moment, and then tucked his sticks under his arm and held up a finger. "Give me 1 minute and we can continue this," he said. "But of course," Mr. Compress said, bowing today. "I am a gentle kidnapper." Aha. Izuku texted Kurojairi asking him to open a portal at the pickup location. Kurojairi liked the message. Izuku pulled his backpack over his shoulder and tucked his sticks away again. "Okay, I'm ready," he said, settling his bag on his back again. And then he turned and sprinted away. Izuku didn't practice running in his free time, but he did find himself running away from Kaken almost every day at school, and doing so had made him pretty fast. Sure, Mr. Compress was an adult, but Izuku knew Muzutafu better than most people and could turn around corners much faster. He took a left down a short alley, threw himself over the fence at the end of it, and sprinted out onto the next street, taking an immediate right and then another one. He ran around the block again, climbed over the fence again, giggling when Mr. Compress got stuck on it, and took a left this time, and then a right, and ran straight into Kurojairi's portal. He glanced behind him as the portal closed. Mr. Compress was nowhere to be seen. "I think," Izuku breathed, putting his hands on his thighs and bending over to catch his breath, "that not Aji-san is trying to kidnap me. Again." Kurojairi sighed. "Yes." Tamura couldn't help himself from staring at Midoriya, sitting on the other end of Tamura's couch, eyes glued to the UA Sports Festival on the TV, as he verbally broke down every single first year's quirk. "I'll come over to watch the sports festival with you," he'd said. "You can throw popcorn at the TV and make fun of all of the students, and I'll just have fun watching," he'd said. And Tamura, who had not realized how foolish he was until this moment, had agreed to it because Midoriya had made it sound fun, and because Tamura, curse it all, had been lonely. It had felt exciting, at first, to do something that Sensei obviously wouldn't approve of. This was no longer the case. "Well, that one's easy," Midoriya said as the camera barely skimmed over a student who looked unremarkable other than that she had orange hair. Emitter quirk. Probably works just like a flashlight. This might have been fun, Tamura thought, if anything exciting was happening. But the sports festival hadn't even started yet. All that was happening now was Present Mike was talking about the rules of the first task. And Midoriya had already figured out half the quirks of the first years. And so it went. The first event started before Midoriya was done dissecting all the quirks, and he spent half of it, a complicated moving maze, pouting that it had started before he was ready, and the other half of it squealing excitedly every time one of his guesses was right. This squeal was often accompanied by excitedly grabbing Tamura's forearm. How he was brave enough to do this was a mystery to Tamura. Brave enough or stupid enough to not think about how easy it would be for Tamura to reach out and wrap a hand around his throat. But he digressed. When the first event was over, Midoriya spent the entire explanation of the second event dissecting the first, and then when the second event started, he realized he'd missed the explanation and asked Tamura what the rules were. Tamura hadn't been able to hear the rules for obvious reasons, and so the second event was also a pain. Then it was the 1v1s, which Tamura zoned out most of because Midoriya was no fun to watch anything with and spent the whole time talking basically to himself. He had predicted the outcome of the entire game during the second round of the festival, and Tamura sat seething through the final round and then the awards ceremony as Midoriya's predictions turned out to be exactly what happened. Needless to say, by the time Present Mike was wrapping up the event, Tamura was said beyond all hell and hating himself for agreeing to this in the first place. "We should watch the second years too," Midoriya said. "Think the replay is up yet?" Tamura took the remote away from him, praying for a miracle to arrive that would give Midoriya a reason to leave. Just as he was thinking it, Midoriya glanced at his phone and made an aggravated noise. "Ugh, Kurojairi says I have to go back home because I have chores." "Chores? I've never done chores in my life." He scowled at his phone. God was real and his name was Kurojairi. Tamura knew this now and he would never forget it. "That's fine," Midoriya said brightly. "I can come back tomorrow." Tamura hated him. Hated Midoriya, hated himself, hated everything. Hated Sensei. Hated All Might. That last one was irrelevant, but needed to be on the list anyway. he woke up cold and alone. He cursed quietly under his breath, reaching for the tattered blankets he'd wrapped himself in the night before, but they were cold too, so he tossed them aside and sat up. He rubbed his hand across his face and then regretted it. His quirk was supposed to be better than this, but no. Like a fever, his skin burned but his bones froze, a shell of heat around a shivering body. Useless. He climbed to his feet and stretched, enjoying the line of pops up his spine. He began to gather up the few belongings he had. This home was only temporary and he'd need to move today. A letter fell out of his bag as he picked it up. He frowned, he certainly hadn't put that there. Setting the bag down, he took the letter up and slipped his thumb down the fold, lifting the flap. Inside was a slip of paper, and on the slip of paper was an address. He flipped the paper, but the backside was blank. It was an open-faced invitation and a question. Will you risk it? Are you desperate enough yet? Well, sure, he thought. That yet wasn't even necessary. For as long as he could remember, Dabi had been desperate enough for this. For Izuku's 12th birthday, he got a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't worth listing and an email from Hatsum Mei. Granted, the email wasn't intended as a birthday present, but it did arrive on his date of birth, so he counted it. The subject line was, "Yes to making your babies," and the body text read as follows. Midoriya Izuku, hi, so nice hear from you. Yes, of course, I'd be happy to make custom hero gear for you. Tell me what sort of things you're looking for and any specifications and I'll maki it right away. Also, I couldn't find anything about you online. Are you a hero? I don't work with villains, so tell me if you are one. Thanks, talk to you soon, bye Mei. Izuku, of course, answered right away to tell her he was not a villain at all and to explain his goals, a current project he was working on. He thought Gunhead's costume could use some improvements, and how excited he was to be working with her. He also asked how much her services would cost, because he wasn't so totally foolish as to forget that part. Satisfied with himself for making a real business connection, he closed his email and opened the police files, ready to get back to work. Are you packed? Yes, Tamura said, eyebrows furrowed as he pulled his light blue backpack on. Where are we going? All for One had come to a conclusion. It had been a difficult conclusion to arrive at and had required him to upend most of his evil plans on behalf of a 12-year-old, but after seeing Tamura look so glum over the past couple days, not even inspired enough to destroy his game console, which he usually did once a month on accident, he realized that Midoriya had, once again, already ruined everything he'd worked toward, and it would be better to control what he could while he could instead of continuing to let Midoriya unintentionally destroy his entire life. A new safe house, All for One said vaguely. Hopefully one Midoriya won't find. Tamura nodded his agreement at that and tightened the straps of his backpack. He took his suitcase by the handle, careful of his pinkies, and stepped closer to All for One, ready to teleport. All for One poked his index finger into his phone a few times to text Kurogyri and a portal opened next to them. All for One led Tamura through. They came out into a sparsely decorated living room. Tamura frowned as he looked around and All for One spent a moment silently judging the decor. All the money in the world and he'd chosen to do nothing to make his apartment look nice, not even picking a clear style. Even though All for One also knew nothing about interior decorating, he could still judge, because heroes had a responsibility to make things look nice in their homes. Obviously. Someone else lives here? Tamura asked, showing an impressive amount of spatial awareness as he looked at a slightly crumpled blanket over the back of the couch. Yes, All for One said. Now, Tamura, listen to me. Tamura looked at him. I need you to know a few things, All for One said. First, you have every right to be angry with me from here on out. Tamura's eyebrows knitted together. Second, this is not your fault. It's my fault, if anything. No, Tamura protested. I don't care what poison Midoriya has been telling you. You don't make mistakes, sensei, and that child. Tamura, All for One said sternly. Tamura stopped talking. This isn't Midoriya's fault, it definitely was his fault, honestly, but the last thing that kid needed was Tamura having a grudge on him, and it isn't your fault. I am making this choice, so feel free to blame me. What choice? Tamura asked, suspicion finally growing in his tone. All for One nodded at the space, stepped backward, and let the portal take him. The last thing he heard before Kurogyri shut the portal again was an unholy shriek from Tamura. He'd be fine. This was what All for One told himself. And then he reminded himself that he didn't care anyway, and went to his desk to continue his evil plans. Midoriya, yes, you're so right about Gunhead's costume and I'd be happy to make that for you. How do you feel about jetpacks also? I have a prototype. My rates are very reasonable. I'm attaching a quote at the bottom of the document for you to perusal at your earliest convenience. I admire your mission and am happy to assist however you may find helpful. Once I have the go-ahead from you on the price, I'll send you some schematics of the new costume and we can discuss further. Let me know about the jetpacks. Best MEI. Tamura spent the first 30 minutes after All for One left yelling at him to come back, and then accidentally disintegrating the handle of his suitcase, and then part of one of the straps of his backpack, and then exploring the apartment. It was lame. Clearly someone lived here, but it didn't seem like they considered the space so much of a home as it was a place to eat and sleep. The remote to the TV was on the TV stand, rather than laying haphazard on the couch, so it seemed unused. And otherwise, the apartment was just small. It had the living room, 2 bedrooms, one of which seemed like it was only used for storage, 1 bathroom, and a small kitchen. Tamura found himself bored very quickly. He was debating whether to turn on the TV and lurk until whoever Sensei had just passed him off to came home or to leave the house and go hunting for Sensei on his own, when the front door, just off the living room, burst open and a tall skinny man with limp yellow hair burst in, clutching a crumpled piece of paper in his hand and looking horrified. His eyes found Tamura right away. Tamura crossed his arms. The man looked vaguely familiar somehow, although Tamura was certain he'd never seen him before. Shimura Tenko, the man gasped. Tamura's eyes widened immediately. No one had called him that in a long time, and his breath caught on the way in. He coughed, turning his head away. "That's not my name," he said. "It's not?" the man asked. "No," Tamura said. The man referred to his crumpled sheet of paper. "Ah," he said, reading a portion of it. "Shigaraki Tamura?" Tamura frowned, not confirming or denying. "And who are you?" "Ah, sorry." The man cleared his throat. "I am Toshinori Yagi. I was a friend of your grandmother's. I was given this note." He glanced at it, then tucked it away and fixed a sharp blue gaze on Tamura. "I don't know where you came from, but I need you to know I'm here now, and I'm going to help you." Tamura did not need help. He wanted Sensei back. But he also didn't have a plan, and this man seemed like a lonely loser who would be easy to manipulate, so he said, "Whatever." "Izuku, sure you're okay with me calling you that? I've taken a look at the detailed request doc you sent me, and yes, I can make this absolutely. Sad that the jetpack is a no, but yes, I am more than capable. I have a few tweaks I've suggested in the document attest. Please take a look at your convenience and LMK. In the meantime, I've also attached a mock-up. Look at that too please and tell me what you think. My lab is pretty small, so I might not have access to all the tools required to make something this complex, but I'm willing to give it a good shot with what I have available. Let me know if this will be an issue. Excited for this project to start. Hope your day is going well. MEI. What do you mean he just showed up? Mirai said, right after doing a spit take into his mug of coffee. Toshinori glanced around the coffee shop, shushing him, to make sure no one was looking at them. Other than a few glances, no one seemed to notice them, and Toshinori let himself feel glad he'd tucked himself and Mirai into a corner at the back of the shop, between a bookshelf and a brick wall, to talk about it. Where is he now? Mirai asked, looking around sharply as if expecting Shigaraki to climb out from under one of the tables and shout surprise. At home, Toshinori said. You left him alone? Mirai hissed. What if he's running away? Or burning down your apartment? What if he's a spy? Toshinori laughed. Who would spy on me? Mirai rewarded that comment with an exceptionally unimpressed look. Toshinori didn't understand for a long moment, but when it hit him he shrank back into his leather armchair and said quietly, Oh. You're the #1 hero, Mirai muttered, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Who wouldn't want to spy on you? Toshinori had, in fact, forgotten he was the #1 hero, but yes, this made sense. He's just a kid, Toshinori argued. A 17-year-old, Mirai said. Fully capable of spying on you or taking you down from the inside. Oh, come on, Toshinori said, putting his scone down. He's not trying to murder me. He's been living with me for a week and has had plenty of opportunities to try, and hasn't. No one even knows about this form, he just thinks I'm an old family friend. What do you think is going to happen? Didn't that note you got explain that his whole family is dead? Yes, Toshinori said. It's very sad. How did his whole family die, though? If I look this up right now, am I going to find out they were all murdered? What if All for One is using this kid as a... Enough, Mirai, Toshinori snapped. He's just a kid, and he needs a home. I am planning on raising him. Oh no you are not, Mirai said, glowering at Toshinori over his glasses. I am, Toshinori argued. Toshi, Mirai said, putting his coffee cup down on its saucer with expert precision. I admire you and value you extremely highly as my friend. As you know, I hold you in high esteem and believe you have many commendable traits. This was probably the best compliment Toshinori had ever received from Mirai, and he sat dumbfounded as it continued. You are brave, selfless, kind, amongst other things. But... here it came. No, I do not speak lightly, Mirai said, when I say, with all the love in my heart, that you are the last person in the entire world, except maybe All for One, who should ever be a parent. Toshinori spluttered, why? When was the last time you took a break? Mirai asked. When was the last time you actually rested? Do you have time for a kid? Do you know how to deal with it when they go haywire? A 17-year-old, Toshi, that's been missing for years. Probably highly traumatized, amongst other things. You, again, I say with care, are not qualified. Any arguments Toshinori might have had for himself fell under the strong rhetorical skill of Mirai Sasaki. He verbally floundered for a moment, trying to find purchase in the conversation, and eventually slumped forward, dropped his chin to his chest, and said glumly, "You're right." "What's that?" "You're right," Toshinori said again. "Well, yes," said Mirai. "But then what am I supposed to do with him? I can't turn him over to the foster system. I just can't. And someone clearly trusted me with his care." Mirai picked his coffee back up again, in both hands, using only the tips of his fingers, and took a sip. "Why don't you ask Torino-san? Izuku, how kind of you to send me all this upgraded lab equipment. As soon as I find a place to put it, I will definitely put it all to good use. Are you incredibly wealthy? Sorry if that's a rude question. I have begun work on the new Kosa and thank you for your feedback on the schematics. You're absolutely correct about TH4E jet propulsion being a dangerous idea. I just thought it was fun. We'll be done in a week or so, make sure to send me the address to forward it on to. And to answer your question, yes, of course I take the utmost care with customer privacy. RHE secret is very safe. Pleasure doing business with you as always, MEI. The tall skinny guy Yagi didn't own a car. This was why he and Tamura were on a train. Tamura had never been on a train, and he had found very quickly after entering the train that he didn't like it. He also didn't like that he didn't know where they were going. Yagi had just said, visiting an old family friend, and left it at that. Tamura didn't like a lot of things. The list was ever growing. He sat tucked as close to the wall as he possibly could and glared at everyone else on the train, daring them mentally to come over and try to talk to them. He'd rip their face off. Yagi, who Tamura didn't hate as much as he expected to, was babbling about whatever came to mind, clearly nervous and awkward. Popular conversation topics included the weather outside, the landscape outside, tidbits about the personality of this person they were going to see, a lot of "but I promise you'll like hims" were uttered, which wasn't hopeful, and how fast or slow the train was going. Despite Tamura's lack of response or participation in the conversation, Yagi kept up the good, awkward cheer. At times, he almost reminded Tamura of Midoriya. Eventually Yagi cleared his throat and announced it was their stop. They got off the train and into a taxi, which took them to a rundown building in the Yamanashi prefecture. Yagi, who was actually sweating, knocked on the door. It swung open with a long creak and Tamura rolled his eyes. The drama. He'd been in scarier situations than this. "Torino-sensei?" Yagi called, stepping into the apartment. A visibly alive and awake body was laying on the floor of the apartment with ketchup spread all over it. Tamura raised two very unimpressed eyebrows as Yagi ran to the body, panicking. If Tamura wanted to, he could run away right now. Yagi would never catch up to him. He inched to the door as Torino-sensei had a miraculous revival and used Yagi's shock as an excuse to begin berating him for not checking the apartment before barging in and for being an idiot for thinking ketchup was blood. Tamura could agree to the second point, at least. "And who did you bring me?" Torino demanded, pointing. Tamura froze halfway out the door and gave up with his escape attempt, slinking deeper into the apartment. "Not your successor, I hope?" "No, Torino-sensei, shoo," Yagi said. "I called you about this, remember? I'm so old. My memory fails me." Tamura knew sarcasm, he was a teenager, after all, and that sounded sarcastic to him. Or at least he wasn't being honest. "This is Shimura Tenko," Yagi said, voice tight. "Ah, yes." A pause settled over the apartment and Tamura began wishing he'd just bolted the second Yagi freaked out about the ketchup. Then he wouldn't have to deal with this all over again. "Boy!" Torino yelled. "Come over here." Scowling openly at Yagi, Tamura went over to them. Torino, who was very short, very old, and wearing a yellow costume, squinted at him. "Mirai said I couldn't raise him on my own," Yagi said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "That man has a good deal of common sense," Torino said. "You could learn a lot." Torino continued his examination of Tamura, who was beginning to suspect that Torino was a hero. His costume looked heroic enough, why he was wearing it in his apartment on a random Thursday was the question. But he was ancient. A good kick from Tamura and he'd keel over. "All right, fine," Torino said. "But only because Nana," he trailed off. "Yeah," Yagi said. "For Nana." Tamura didn't know what was going on. But soon after, Yagi left without him, abandoning him with this short, irritable hero? This situation was unideal, but Tamura still didn't have a plan of where to go once he escaped. So he harbored his resentments against Sensei, this Yagi guy, whoever Mirai was, Midoriya, and All Might, who always had to be on the list, and let Torino show him around the apartment. I knew your grandmother, you know, Torino said softly as Tamura glared at a perfectly inoffensive bed in the spare bedroom. She was a wonderful hero. She abandoned my family, Tamura said, thinking about all his hands, which Sensei had made him leave behind. Maybe, Torino said. But she loved your father. Tamura swallowed down some bitter comments. He'd grown past all that, and threw his backpack down on the bed. Love is stupid, he said. Torino said, that it is, my boy. That it is. The trouble with criminals, Izuku decided as he watched a group of 4 break into a corner store, was that they never thought to look up. Here Izuku sat on the rooftop across the street contemplating which hero would be a good one to call. The answer was usually Eraserhead, and this was no exception, safely tucked away without any chance of being spotted by the villains shattering the glass door below. He was content, he was warm because he had new gloves striped with All Might colors, and he was watching them without any repercussions. Life was good. He used the burner phone of the night to text Eraserhead, yes. He'd realized recently he could just text heroes, signing it off as All Might 2, and within seconds Eraserhead liked the message. And then wrote, I'm not calling you All Might 2, just like that with no capital letters. Laughing to himself, Izuku shut his burner off and tucked it into his pocket. Eraserhead was such a grouch. It was funny. Most of the people Izuku knew now were grouches, actually, except for maybe Kurojiiri, who liked to pretend to be a grouch but actually was very soft. And Izuku and Hitoshi had spent several hours the other day in Izuku's room trying to figure out what his vigilante name should be, pinning red thread over the options for the aesthetic, but they hadn't had much success with it. Naming was difficult. Izuku had wanted Small Might, but Hitoshi had said that was stupid, and he was right. So they were basically at square one, except now they'd vetoed a bunch of names. So square -1. Izuku settled down on his roof to watch the villains some more. Honestly, what were they even hoping to gain from raiding a corner store? Pocky sticks? Izuku couldn't understand. Maybe he'd ask not Aji-san, he'd probably know. By the by, Eraserhead swung into the scene. He glared right at Izuku's hiding spot as he landed on the roof of the corner store across the street, and Izuku ducked, trying to make himself invisible. But then he decided he wanted to see what was going on and poked his head back over the lip of the roof so he could keep watching. Eraserhead had climbed down from the roof somehow and was standing by the shattered glass door now, back flush to the wall, peering inside. This wasn't the sort of situation Eraserhead was good at, Izuku knew that, but he was the closest hero around and was probably capable. Probably. Izuku played out the fight in his mind as Eraserhead crept in. He gave himself a few separate renditions of how it might go, factoring in what he thought the villain's quirks were. One of them definitely had some sort of blade manifestation quirk, which was unideal. After a few different scenarios, 2 of which Eraserhead won but at great cost, Izuku got out his burner phone again and scrolled through his contacts for backup. He found the hero he wanted and shot her a quick but complicated text, signing it off as Eraserhead's vigilante friend. Honestly, he probably should have just texted her in the first place. He'd become too reliant on Eraserhead to solve all his problems. That done, he rolled to his feet and climbed down the fire escape so he could give Eraserhead backup in the interim. Probably he would not be very useful, but he would try. He slipped through the shattered glass door of the corner store just as Eraserhead activated his quirk and the corner store erupted into motion all at once. There were 4 villains, so Eraserhead was outnumbered. At least he had the advantage of surprise. Izuku ducked behind a nearby shelf and watched Eraserhead go. The close quarters weren't helpful for anyone, but he kept his quirk active and his scarves whipped around wildly, catching one of the villains and then moving to the next. He managed to get one of them knocked out. One of the villains unleashed their quirk and smoke flooded the room. Smoke. Izuku was an idiot. He sent Eraserhead into a battle where one of the quirks was the exact worst mashup for Eraserhead's quirk. He'd been getting better with the fast quirk identification, but clearly not good enough. Or maybe he was just getting lazy. As all chances at visibility ended, Eraserhead grunted in a way that didn't sound healthy. Izuku winced, checking his phone to see if he'd gotten a return text. He had, a quick "I'll be there soon sweetie thanks, but it might not be good enough. She might not be fast enough." "Gotcha," one of the villains said. Izuku poked his head out again. The smoke was clearing. Eraserhead was pinned against the wall by a bunch of rocks and looked angry. The villain with the blade quirk was approaching him, grinning evilly. His evil grin had nothing on not Aji-san's. "Look what we caught," the Blade villain said. He slapped a hand over Eraserhead's eyes to stop his quirk. Izuku sighed. All these small villains, C-tier at best, and their bad banter. It almost made Izuku want to call not Aji-san in to show them how it was done. But no. Well, Eraserhead was in trouble and it was just him and Izuku right now, and he needed help. Dire situations required drastic action, in Izuku's opinion. Tightening up his resolve, he adjusted his hat on his head, grabbed an armful of bags of chips, and ran out from his hiding place to rescue Eraserhead. "Hey!" he yelled and threw one of the bags of chips very hard at the Blade Quirk guy. It wasn't a long distraction but it was enough of one. The Blade Quirk guy turned slightly, Eraserhead drove a knee up and into his stomach, and Izuku hurled another bag of chips, badly, at the Rock Quirk guy. His aim was terrible but it hit the guy in the back of the knee and in the second of confusion, Eraserhead got the guy's quirk and the rocks dropped. His scarf immediately shot out. Izuku stepped back, trying not to get in the way as he readied more bags of chips. He wished there was something heavier or denser he could throw that would actually damage something but couldn't see an option like that around. It was 3-on-1 on Eraserhead and he. Wait. 3? Izuku moved on instinct. Just in time, a blade veered toward his shoulder. As he moved, it barely skimmed the sleeve of his hoodie, cutting through the fabric, and he threw all the bags of chips he had at the Blade Quirk guy, trying to put distance between them, and in the process, accidentally putting himself between the Blade Quirk guy and a dead end. This store, he decided, looking helplessly at the shelves to his left and his right, both of them running right up and flush to the wall, was terribly designed. He didn't know a lot about architectural laws, but something like this just had to be illegal. He pulled out his Eskrima sticks. Izuku had been taking Eskrima classes for about 5 months now. That was enough that he knew basic blocks, a few strikes, and summarily not enough for this situation. He tried to keep his grip relaxed but found his fingers clenching down on the sticks involuntarily. He tried to breathe. The Blade villain rushed forward and Izuku moved, darting to the side and only ending up smacking into the shelves. A knife shot out of the Blade villain's forearm, and Izuku really wanted to know the limitations here, including if he could make multiple blades at once and if he could produce them out of anywhere or just his arms, and plunged down. Izuku saw the trajectory like it was in slow motion. He started to move but he wasn't fast enough and the blade drove straight down into the outside of his thigh. At first he didn't feel anything. It looked bad, blood oozing up, but his leg felt very normal, actually. Maybe even better than normal. And then the villain retracted the blade and blinding pain shot through his hamstring. He pulled his leg back, gasping, and thought, stupidly, about how the Blade villain avoided getting diseases transferred through blood if he was stabbing people all the time. Because Izuku was just like that and he apparently couldn't think of anything better when he was stabbed. "You would stab a 15-year-old?" Izuku asked, trying to sound offended through the sharp pain because his secret identity must come first. "That's so rude." "You're 15, the villain asked, and then added, because he was a big JRK, "I thought you were like 8. The wound on Izuku's leg hurt a lot but that didn't even match this verbal injury. "You thought I was 8? He attempted to make an escape, ducking down, but the villain grabbed him by the wrist and pinned him to the shelves. "You're built like a shrimp and talk like a 4-year-old, the villain said. "Haven't hit PBRTY yet, have you?" This was just insulting. Izuku had just learned about PBRTY a few weeks ago and was basically an expert. He was so post-PBSCNT. He'd pubesced. Of course, with this personal attack, he had no choice but to lash out in return. "Your villain banter is really terrible," he said. "I've seen children at the park doing better banter than." A blade shot out of the villain's hand and straight into the side of Izuku's thigh. Same leg, 2 stabs. Izuku made a very sad squeaking noise. The blade retracted. "Keep up the smart mouth," the villain taunted, grip tightening on Izuku's wrist. "I can keep stabbing." A scarf wrapped around the villain's head and pulled him off Izuku. The villain nicked Izuku's wrist as he went but Izuku ignored that, immediately bending over to press both his hands as hard as he could into the 2 stab wounds, whimpering at the sharp pain. He'd need to explain this somehow to not Aji-san. How on earth would he explain this to not Aji-san? Panic set in then, deep and tight, closing Izuku's lungs off. He pressed into the wound on his leg, gasping for air that wouldn't come. What had he been thinking, trying to be a vigilante at 12 years old? Had he lost his mind? Smoke filled the room again and Izuku's knees crumpled underneath him. He was a failure of a vigilante and a failure of a human. He'd led Eraserhead into this situation and now they were both going to die. And it was all his. "Why are you here?" he heard Eraserhead say waspishly. "I received a mysterious text," a musical, husky voice said. "A friend of yours?" The smoke was kind of sweet-smelling. Through blurry eyes Izuku tried to examine it. Pink? Aha. He grabbed his All Might scarf and pressed it into his nose and mouth, but it was too late. The gas took him and he fell asleep. I had it handled, Shoyuta said, handcuffing one of the sleeping villains to the bike rack outside. Of course you did, Kayama said sweetly. You were doing beautifully, of course, and I barely did anything at all. Shoyuta glared at her. She smiled and batted her eyelashes at him. All right, fine, he conceded. I needed help. She laughed. Did you knock the kid out too? Shoyuta asked, turning back to the store to look for him. Little All Might in there? Don't call him that. He doesn't need encouragement. Proving her incapacity to take anything seriously yet again, Kayama laughed. Yes, he's just in there. Cute little guy. Sent me an adorable text. Can you handle cleanup? Shoyuta asked. He didn't wait for a response as he headed back into the store, but heard the echoes of a musical, of course, as the door shut behind him. Most of the remnants of Kayama's quirk had already cleared, but Shoyuta pulled his scarf over his nose and mouth anyway as he walked through the shelves just in case the residue made him drowsy. The last thing he needed was anything short of his full wits when dealing with the kid. He navigated through the shelves, making a mental note to report the store for architectural inaccessibility later, and came to the one he'd found the kid pinned down in. The kid was crumpled on the floor, fast asleep, and next to him was. Shoyuta blinked. Blood. A pool of blood. Whose blood? The kid's blood. It was oozing out of a hole, 2 holes, sheet, in his leg. Shoyuta was a terrible hero and deserved to be fired from UA. How had he not noticed? Now was not the time to panic. He crouched down next to the kid, pressing the heel of his palm into the first stab wound and the flat of his fingers into the second. The stab wounds, he noted, had hit non-essential areas on the outside of the thigh, and all the kid's arteries, unless they were in weird locations, were intact. The blood was oozing, not gushing, so he thought the kid would be fine until he could get him to the hospital, or get a medic here. He cursed under his breath for letting it come to this. He needed to clear the kid's nose and mouth so he could breathe properly. As he reached for the kid's scarf, his arm got batted out of the way and the kid's eyes blinked open drowsily. No touchies. You're bleeding out, Shoyuta said flatly, although in fact the situation was not that dire. And your first instinct instead of giving me real medical care was to take a nice long look at my face? What kind of a hero even are you? Shoyuta hated teenagers. He hated them. Yes, he taught 20 of them. Yes, he still hated them. All right, fine, Shoyuta said, taking out his phone. Understood. I'm taking you to the hospital. You better not, the kid mumbled sleepily. He lifted a heavy hand and brushed it against his face a few times, checking that everything was still in place. My uncle will kill me. You're going to the hospital, Shoyuta said. You were stabbed twice. No, I mean my uncle will actually kill me. The kid yawned. He's really mean and scary and stuff. This did give Shoyuta pause, thumb hovering over the green call button. Mean and scary how, he said slowly. He's like a super big supervillain guy, the kid said, laying his head back down on the ground. Above S tier. Hates heroes and vigilantes and especially me as a vigilante, but he doesn't know that part and he'll find out if I get arrested or something or taken to a hospital, and then he'll kill me. I'm really tired. Stay awake, Shoyuta said. It's just this gas stuff, the kid murmured. Really thick. Fine. Kid. But he was already gone. One step at a time. Shoyuta would figure this out one step at a time, and after he was done panicking over the blood soaking the kid's leg. He wanted to take the kid to a hospital so Tsukachi could arrest him from there, but he also didn't want the kid to be killed by his guardian. As much as he wanted to get the kid off the streets as soon as possible, he also didn't want to put the kid in immediate danger. He'd bring him home while he figured out his next steps. Hizashi would bring him sanity, and they could regroup and figure out what to do. He scooped the kid up bridal style and slipped out the back of the corner store before Kayama could ask questions. He loved her but she was nosier than anyone he'd ever met, including Hizashi, and headed home. When he butted open the door to his apartment with his shoulder, careful of the kid's head, he was confronted with the next big problem. Given that he wasn't a medical professional and this wasn't a medical building, there wasn't anywhere to actually put the kid. Aware that Hizashi would hate him for this later, he brought the kid over to the dining room table and plopped him down. It was a miracle, he thought, that the kid was still asleep at all, but then again, the gas had been thick and hadn't been produced in consideration for someone this small. Plus, he was bleeding. He got out some plastic bags and put them under the kid's leg before the dining room table could get too bloody. Then he fished out the first aid kit from underneath the bathroom sink and returned to do what he could. The kid was stirring again when Shoyuta got back, uni deal, although it was good to see him regaining consciousness. Shoyuta said about cutting away the fabric of his breaths around the 2 stab wounds. Both of them were deeper than he would have liked, but not as bad as they could have been. He frowned, trying to figure out how best to clean them. The kid said, am so dead. Shoyuta sent him a sharp look. What? My uncle is actually going to kill me, he said. I'm going to come home with 2 stab wounds and he's going to say, where did you get those stab wounds? And I'm going to say, what stab wounds? And then he'll look at me judgingly and then I'll say, oh, those stab wounds, and then he'll kill me. As far as Shoyuta was concerned, the kid was never going home again. From these 2 conversations, it was very clear he wasn't safe at home, and if Shoyuta had to hide him in his own apartment for the rest of his life, then Shoyuta would do that. But right now, he needed to focus on making sure the kid didn't bleed out on his table. Am I about to meet Present Mike? The kid said abruptly. I don't want to meet Present Mike while I'm bleeding out. You're not bleeding out. Shoyuta paused. Present Mike, he said, trying to sound like he didn't know what the kid was talking about, although internally he was screaming and freaking out and thinking about burning his entire life to the ground and starting from scratch. Your husband, the kid said. Shoyuta maintained his composure, but it was difficult. Extremely difficult. His neck tensed so hard he felt like his jaw was cement. How do you know about that? Hero Network. The kid pulled his backpack onto his stomach and fished out his phone. Ha ha, Shoyuta said drily. As if the kid could have access to the Hero Network, the idea was ridiculous. Shoyuta didn't even have access to the Hero Network. Most of the UA staff didn't even have access to the Hero Network, and it was UA. Seriously, kid, where did you find that information? I was being serious, the kid said. I looked at the Hero Network. I'm going to text Kurogyri to come pick me up, if that's okay. You don't happen to know the coordinates off the top of your head? Shoyuta stared at him. His brain stuttered, half-formed thoughts swirling forward and then dissipating before they could really take hold. The kid. The Hero Network. The kid. What? I think that's a no, the kid said. That's fine, Google will tell me. He tapped away at his phone as Shoyuta continued to stare. He regretted not taking him to the hospital. If he'd taken him to the hospital, then the kid would have been arrested, and then this would be Tsukachi's problem instead of Shuta's. Maybe the kid would have died, but Shoyuta would be free. Wait, Shoyuta said, mind catching up to what was going on. Don't text. Ah? The kid winced. This is bad. And then a black hole opened in Shuta's kitchen. The black hole shivered and warped and became a person wearing a suit and sporting 2 glowing slanted yellow eyes. They took in the situation in front of them. The kid lying on the dining room table, the bloody leg, Shoyuta with his first aid kit. Their eyes lingered on Shoyuta for longer than anything else, misty eyes slanting into a deeper V and narrowing. Do I know you? The black hole said. Probably not, Shoyuta said, capture scarf swirling out around him. He noted that the black hole had for some reason thought Shuta's identity was more important than the child losing blood on the dining room table. The black hole turned to the kid. What happened? Jumped into battle blindly and stupidly, the kid said, at least he had self-awareness. Got stabbed. And insulted. Then got stabbed again. I need to know, do I look like an 8-year-old? Tell me honestly. No, the black hole said. You look 12. Ah? As the kid decided whether or not he could accept looking like a 12-year-old, the black hole turned to Shoyuta. Do you have a bathroom? A stupid question. What kind of a house didn't have a bathroom? But Shoyuta chose not to point out the flaws here in favor of stepping between the kid and the black hole. I don't know who you are, he said, voice low and dangerous, but from what the kid's been telling me about living with you, I don't feel comfortable. Oh, sorry, this isn't my uncle, the kid interjected. It's Kurogyri. He's my assistant. The black hole, Kurogyri, spluttered. Assistant? I couldn't figure out what to call you, the kid said. Anyway, Kurogyri's very nice and normal and not really a supervillain. He turned back to Kurogyri. I'm sure there's a bathroom. I'll get us there. I'll be back in a moment. With a whirl of mist and darkness the person disappeared. Shoyuta didn't have much time. He turned to the kid immediately and said, if I let you go home will you be safe? Nope, the kid said, sitting up and swinging his legs off the side of the table. I could die of food poisoning any day now. Kurogyri's a terrible cook. Help me to the bathroom please. Shoyuta had more to discuss here but he figured he could multitask. I meant are you, he fought for words. The kid hopped off the table, stumbling a few steps and wincing on his bad leg. He limped through the living room and down the hallway, testing doors as he went. What is safety, anyway? It's all relative. Safety, Shoyuta thought as he followed the kid, was probably one of the only things in the whole world that was not at all relative. I did just get stabbed, the kid pointed out, finding the right door. And no one at my house seems to want to stab me at the moment. So I'd say it's mostly safe. He climbed into the bathtub and let himself slide down, legs pointed toward the drain. A blood trail was splattered from the bathtub all the way back to the kitchen table. Shoyuta pinched his nose with his finger and thumb. He was about to begin unpacking the kid's earlier statements, which had seemed to be backed by real, genuine fear of death by his uncle's hands, but as he opened his mouth the black hole reappeared, this time with a stack of clothes. "Leave us," Kurojairi said to Shoyuta. "All right, that was enough." "No," Shoyuta said. "I'm not okay with this. What is going on?" "Well, I can't go home looking like this," the kid said, gesturing at his outfit. Sometimes Shoyuta wondered if the kid intentionally missed the point or if he was actually so in his own world that he didn't see it in the first place. He seemed so blasé about this whole situation, and Shoyuta couldn't wrap his head around it. Kurojairi slipped past Shoyuta and gave the kid the stack of clothes. "Don't watch me," the kid said. "It's very creepy, and I value my privacy." Kurojairi shut the shower curtain. It was at this moment that Hizashi chose to appear. Rubbing sleep out of his eyes, he looked at Shoyuta, then at Kurojairi, then at the closed shower curtain. "What's going on?" "No," the kid squawked. "Is that Present Mike? You couldn't have woken up any sooner? This is so rude. I want to meet Present Mike." "Hey, little listener," Hizashi said in his radio voice, simultaneously giving Shoyuta a confused look. Shoyuta inched closer to him for his own sanity. "Today is the day I die," the kid declared. Shoyuta wondered suddenly if the kid had been being hyperbolic this whole time. Maybe he wasn't, in fact, in danger of his uncle killing him. Maybe Shoyuta had overreacted. "Focus," Kurojairi told him. The shower curtain moved slightly and an All Might hat and swim goggles poked out. "Wow! Your hair is down. Very cool. Hello." "Hey," Hizashi said, grinning brilliantly. "Focus," Kurojairi said more insistently. The shower curtain closed again. Hizashi gave Shoyuta an even more puzzled look. Shoyuta shook his head, which was beginning to ache terribly. A low muttering started up on the other side of the curtain. Shoyuta dragged his hand over his face, letting it pull on his cheeks. "You can go now," Kurojairi dismissed Hizashi and Shoyuta. "We'll portal out from here." "I already thought of a cover story," the kid piped up from the other side of the curtain. "I was tragically mugged while at Kaken's house." "While?" Kurojairi said. A silence fell as the kid contemplated that. "I think my cover story needs help." Kurojairi sent Shoyuta a despairing, tired look, which Shoyuta, having spent more than 3 seconds around the kid, could understand. Hizashi, to Shuta's surprise, was frowning at Kurojairi like he was trying to place where they'd met before. Who wouldn't remember meeting a black hole? And missed the glance Shoyuta sent at him. They had a lot to talk about. "I'll think of something better," Kurojairi sighed. The shower curtain opened to reveal a bright yellow hoodie with the hood pulled way down over the kid's face. "Clothes," he said, holding a bundle up to Kurojairi, who took it with an expression like he didn't know exactly what he was meant to do with it. "I'm starting to feel kind of lightheaded, so I need to get home." But I can't actually stand up now, so Kurojairi, if you could." Kurojairi sighed, tucked the bundle of clothes under his arm, and bowed to Shoyuta and Hizashi. "Thank you for finding him and taking care of him temporarily." Of course," Hizashi said faintly. "Hold on." Shoyuta forced his way forward. "He needs medical attention right away, and as I mentioned, I will not let him continue to live in an unstable home situation. I'm not letting you leave with him." "I'm so sorry." The kid bowed his head at Shoyuta. "I've done such a bad job explaining. I have to get home so that Aji-san can fix my leg. He's got a quirk. I have to go home." "Kurojairi, please, I'm actually bleeding out." Kurojairi muttered, "You're fine." His body shifted and morphed and the black hole grew into a vortex and wrapped around the space. Shoyuta reached out. The black hole shrank into a speck and then nothing stood between Shoyuta and the empty shower. It was as if they had never been there at all, other than the smudge of blood in the bathtub. This, Shoyuta thought, explained a lot. "I swear," Hizashi said, blankly gazing at the spot the black hole had just disappeared from. "I swear I've heard that voice before. And you know me, Shoyuta, I don't forget voices." "Yeah," Shoyuta said, turning off the bathroom light to go to bed, Patrol B Dmed. "Yeah, I know. DMN, I have so much to unpack with you right now. I think I'm a terrible hero." 3 weeks after the stabbing, Izuku received a very special package in the mail from Hatsum Mei in all caps just like that. Not Aji-san passed it over to him somewhat suspiciously. After the stabbing and another considerable dent in Not Aji-san's bank account, Izuku was on thin ice, whatever that meant, and Izuku wrapped his arms around it and lugged it up the stairs to his room. The package was the width of his chest and the length of his arms, so it was difficult to carry. But he managed. He dropped it on his bed and called Hitoshi. Hey, Hitoshi picked up after a couple rings. It's here, Izuku said. Want to come over? 2 minutes later Hitoshi walked through a purple cloud of mist into his room. He immediately crossed to Izuku and Izuku's box. This is so exciting, he whispered. I think I'm going to cry, Izuku said, opening and shutting his scissors like a mad surgeon. He pointed them at several taped edges of the box, trying to figure out the best way in. Like actually real tears might come out of me. Hitoshi gave him a look as if that wasn't at all surprising. Maybe it wasn't, but he could at least pretend. In we go, Izuku said, snapping the scissors open and shut again. Hitoshi took a step back and Izuku attacked the box, ripping through tape and fighting with the flaps of the box. He engaged in battle with bravery and resilience, tearing and pulling. When he had finished, tape stuck to his cheek and a wild fire in his heart, the box was open. That might have been unnecessary, Hitoshi said, unsticking a piece of tape from Ms. Joke's knee on Izuku's duvet. The death wrapping, Izuku breathed. Meant to never be opened. Right. While Izuku caught his breath after the war, Hitoshi folded the flaps of the box back and reached inside. He extracted several layers of bubble wrap, some extra cardboard, and then the case. Izuku hurried forward, making grabby hands for it. Hitoshi, being a kind and generous friend, passed it over to him without any resistance. Izuku threw it down on the bed, shoving the box and bubble wrap onto the floor. He'd pick it up later, and undid the clasps of the case. He took a deep breath. Hitoshi snorted, because he was very mean. Izuku opened the case. Inside was a brand new, not stabbed vigilante costume. Izuku picked up the first piece, a new green hoodie, this time featuring drawstrings. And took it all in, admiring the black detailing. Mei said it was bulletproof, which was potentially unnecessary given that Izuku didn't think anyone would go so far as to shoot him, and would adjust for the temperature outside. The fanciest hoodie Izuku had ever owned. He put it aside along with the long-sleeved black shirt that was supposed to go under it. Next, black breathes, stab-proof, Mei said, which probably wasn't fully accurate, but at least it would be stab-resistant. Instead of goggles, Mei had given Izuku a black mask with eye holes, which was supposed to lay tight from the bridge of his nose up and went over the top of his head, keeping his hair tucked in. She had also supplied another, looser mask to put over his nose and mouth, and had been very accommodating when he requested All Might colors for that one. She'd also packed black gloves and new bright red shoes. He'd had to talk her out of making the shoes steel-toed, although he liked the idea of his kicks doing maximum damage, because he needed more flexibility than brute strength and he'd rather not risk death more than he already was doing when he jumped from building to building. He loved it, long story short. It was fancy, it was classy, it would prevent him, hopefully, from getting stabbed again. He loved every piece of it. Maybe I should be a vigilante too, Hitoshi muttered, examining the hood. I'd like to know, what did she put in this? It's like concussion-proof or something. She said it was padded like a bike helmet but better, Izuku said, examining the soles of the shoes. It was hard to see but he was pretty sure Mei, who he just decided was the most incredible amazing person alive, had put the All Might logo on the sole of the shoe, so if it snowed Izuku would be stamping the All Might logo everywhere. Mei was just really awesome. Izuku had recently figured out that he didn't really get crushes on girls but if he did, Mei would be first on his list. He decided this now. Okay. Izuku put the shoes down. Time for me to cry now. Here we go, Hitoshi sighed. And Izuku burst into tears. You bugged your own house. Hitoshi said, horrified. Izuku, sprawled out on Hitoshi's floor with his 2 laptops open and his headphones on one ear, looked up. Yes, he said. Are you surprised? Hitoshi thought about that. I guess not. Dang, Izuku said. Sorry, Hitoshi said. But you're obsessed. Today was an exciting day for Izuku because there was a new guy in the bar. He'd been listening through the bugs for a couple months now and had come to realize that the bar had many people that came to it regularly and very few people that dropped in without warning. But today there was a guy that he hadn't heard of before. What's more, Jiren was bringing him in, and whenever Jiren was involved with something it always got very exciting very quickly. Hitoshi did not understand such nuances, perhaps because Izuku was the one with the headphones on. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku adjusted the channel output so the one with Jiren and the new guy came out through his computer speakers and the rest of the channels went into his headphones. No need to scar Hitoshi so young with talk of blood and guts and murder. Ask me to meet you here, the new guy was saying. He had a rough sort of voice, like the back of his throat was sandpaper. Listening to him speak wasn't comfortable. It sounded painful. Hitoshi's eyebrows furrowed slightly and he pulled over a gray swivel chair from his desk to listen, sitting on it backward. My employer, Jiren said, has been looking to create a network of alliances throughout the underground. You, of course, are quite the asset. The new guy snorted. Asset, yeah. I'm not for hire. I wish I had cameras, Izuku said. Hitoshi shushed him. This isn't a hiring sort of situation. It's an offer of room and board, and a request that you come to aid my employer if he comes to a time of need. He's already in a time of need, Hitoshi said. He adopted you. Izuku twisted his head up to glare. Hey! He loves me. Against his will. Izuku could concede that that was probably true. But he put that aside on account of this new development. Quirks Izuku had seen taken and given right and left. But room and board? Where would not Aji-san put him? An interesting offer. I'd have to consider it. Jiren laughed, low and dry. He also can do something about that quirk of yours, if you want it. He is a powerful man. Do what? The new guy asked, audibly curious. He never tells them, Izuku told Hitoshi as Jiren said something vague about having to accept the deal before getting more information. He likes to be mysterious. And also it's a big secret. Hitoshi lifted his eyebrows. Izuku hadn't explained the full extent of everything to Hitoshi, but he at least had more information than the poor new guy talking to Jiren. Well, it's not like I'm doing anything else, the new guy said. I guess I can hang around. But never mind about the quirk. I'll destroy my enemies with this power. Jiren chuckled again. I thought you might say that. All fine, then. We don't deal in contracts, of course, but I'll consider this conversation our handshake. Come back when you're ready and Kurojiiri will set everything up for you. I'm wondering, Hitoshi said, and then stopped himself. They'd been working on his hesitance to ask questions recently. Is he going to be, like, a new roommate? No idea, Izuku said, changing the channel output settings again now that the conversation was over. It sounds like it though. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? Izuku shrugged. I've been told I'm super annoying, so it's probably a good thing for me and a bad thing for him. Yeah, Hitoshi said with a wry smile, probably. You're supposed to disagree, Izuku muttered. Someone struck up a conversation about some grand theft they were planning and Izuku flipped to a new page in his notebook, settling in to get as much information as he could. One of the art museums was planning to transport a priceless jewel. Villains could be so unoriginal. Sorry, Hitoshi said lightheartedly. Izuku barely heard him. 3004, Deku said without looking up from his notebook. Sensei scowled at him for a count of 10 before his shoulders slumped and he emitted a resigned, correct. Deku flipped the page of his notebook, unconcerned. Katsuki didn't know what to think about Deku anymore. To be fair, Deku had always been a little weird. Jittery, endlessly stubborn, seriously creepy. Since they were kids, even during those couple months they had lived together back when Auntie Inko's mom had first gotten sick, he had been strange. Katsuki used to think it was the quirklessness, like his personality had to be extra unique to make up for the lack of uniqueness elsewhere. At school, he stayed to himself mostly, always buried in a notebook or, during breaks, in a laptop. Katsuki didn't know how he'd gotten the school's Wi-Fi password, but he had. But that was typical Deku stuff. What was not typical Deku stuff was that no matter how cool Katsuki was nowadays, no matter what he got up to, Deku didn't follow him around anymore. They were top of the pack in their elementary school, the oldest grade in the whole building. And Katsuki was the best of the best. But at the most, Deku watched him from afar, and at the least, Deku completely ignored him, buried in his notebook or laptop. No matter how many notebooks Katsuki blew up, no matter how many weaklings Katsuki yelled at, Deku was dead set on not caring, and Katsuki couldn't make sense of it. Continue to work on your astronomy projects, Sensei said, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Katsuki packed up all his books and the homework they'd been assigned for tomorrow. He started piling them all in his backpack, distracted when he heard an irritated whine from Deku. Deku, who was currently being cornered by 3 guys that usually followed Katsuki around. This gave Katsuki pause. He decided, however, that he shouldn't care and so he wouldn't, and he went back to packing stuff in his bag. Leave me alone, Deku said, which was more than usual. Katsuki couldn't hear what the other kids were saying, but regardless he was beginning to rethink his previous decision. Deku didn't get this freaked out over nothing. I said leave me alone, Deku said, louder this time. My uncle keeps getting. The sound of flesh on flesh and Katsuki couldn't keep his eyes averted any longer. He turned, shoving his hands into his pockets, just in time to see Deku flip a kid over a desk and straight onto the floor with a loud crash. Katsuki stared. The 2 remaining kids stared. The kid on the floor stared. Deku slapped both hands over his mouth. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. The kid on the floor burst into tears. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Katsuki marched over, about done with all this. Oi, extras, he snapped. Go home. This is totally lame. They listened, because of course they did, and helped the crying kid up and out, not without him, loser, yelling at Deku that he was going to tell on him, which was just stupid. Deku flinched, though, because he was super weak. The others left and Katsuki slung his backpack over his shoulder. Thanks, Deku said, lowering his hands. His lip was split and the left side of his mouth was already swelling up. Get out of my way, Katsuki snapped. I didn't do anything for you. You're just an extra. Back off. Deku gave him a look that only Deku was capable of giving. Don't look down on me, Katsuki told him, and then he shoved past him and left the classroom. Loser Deku. Weakling Deku. Shitty Deku. Katsuki couldn't stand him. Creepy, stalking weirdo. He was just awful. Awful. And to think Katsuki used to live with him. But he had flipped that extra over a desk and onto the floor. Well, but had he? Deku flipping a kid, to think of it was ridiculous. It had all been a freak accident. Deku was prone to accidents. He hadn't meant to do that. He wasn't able to do that. It was a fluke, and that was all. Katsuki stormed out of the school and down the sidewalk toward home. It was all a fluke. Definitely and no question. And Deku was just a weird kid who muttered a lot and was totally lame. And Katsuki was his hero. That was all. Detention, All For One said, staring at his one and only fake nephew, who had not only a split lip but also bruising under both his arms, like someone had held him still so someone else could punch him. All For One wasn't an idiot. He'd crawled his way up the ranks of villainy and he knew what the bruising looked like when someone pinned a guy down to punch the love of God out of him. The question then was why this bruising was on his 12-year-old. Or, the 12-year-old that he happened to live with. The 12-year-old. Not his. Yes, Midoriya said. Because I kind of flipped one of my classmates at school. All For One felt his eye twitch. And is the kid you flipped getting detention? Midoriya's head tipped to the side, like that was a strange thing to say. No? I flipped him, not the other way around. Someone clearly punched you, All For One said, tired. I'm not so old that I didn't notice. Is that kid getting detention? The answer was clearly no, given the way Midoriya's eyes stayed round and slightly amazed, as though the mere suggestion was an impossibility. Or perhaps horrified that All For One had even noticed that he got punched. Of course he had noticed. But Midoriya had never been verbose when it came to his own well-being, so he said nothing. I'm going to your school and giving them a piece of my mind, All For One said, gesturing to Kurojiiri, who, luckily, seemed altogether on board with the suggestion. No, don't, Midoriya said. A useless effort. All For One would teach those stupid, vapid children to mess with his, to mess with the 12-year-old under All For One's care. No, seriously, Midoriya pleaded, getting directly in the way as All For One headed to Kurojiiri. Don't. Please. It'll just make it worse. And I'm fine. Worse? All For One said, straightening to his full, intimidating height. Worse than what? Midoriya recognized his mistake. Look, you know there are a few bullies at my school that don't like me very much, and how would going to the administration to ask them to do their jobs and provide fair treatment to all of their pupils make the situation worse? Because they'll think I'm just making trouble for attention. Midoriya got in the way again as All For One tried to sidestep him. And if if the kid that punched me finds out that I told them, then I'll be known as. Stop blocking me, All For One growled. The kid that ratted him out and the bullying will just get worse. It's not a big deal. All For One stopped moving so he could peer straight down his nose at Midoriya, whose blood was still dripping out of the cut on his lip. Not a big deal, he repeated. Someone held you by the arms so another kid, a 12-year-old, I presume, could punch you in the face. That's like nothing, Midoriya said. It was definitely the wrong thing to say. No, Midoriya said, putting his arms out to stop All For One this time. No, sorry, no, nothing worse than that has happened at school, that was a bad choice of words. It's like. In villain fights, he cut himself off and then sent Kurojiiri a pleading look for help. You're not a hero, Izuku-kun, Kurojiiri said softly. Don't compare yourself to them. Thank you, Midoriya said, relieved. Then seemed to realize that Kurojiiri had not helped his argument. Wait, Aji-san, please. All For One was already through the portal. He was set off enough to burn the whole building down at this point, but Midoriya, being a stubborn, irritating little barnacle, trotted through the portal after him, continuing to beg All For One to stop going into his school to give the administration a big piece of his mind. The begging did absolutely nothing except give All For One an excuse to tune Midoriya out, which was a welcome change of pace. He decided to tune back in as soon as Midoriya shifted to bargaining, mostly because it was more entertaining and included suggestions such as, "I'll make pancakes for you every day," and "I'll give up half my hero merch." The second offer was tempting, but All for One was on a mission. He banged into the front office of Izuku's school, glared at the receptionist, and said, "I'm here to speak to the principal. I don't care how many meetings he has or how crowded his schedule is. The nephew under his care? Oh, screw it. My nephew has a split lip and bruising under both his arms, and I will have a word with whoever is in charge here," All for One said. Midoriya, for his part, was staring wide-eyed at the floor like his worst nightmare had come to life and he was just riding along with it. Of course, the receptionist said, staring at Midoriya. He picked up the phone to call the principal, glancing with something akin to terror at All for One, who was still contemplating murder. After explaining the situation to the principal, the receptionist stood up and gestured. "I'll show you the way," he said. "After me." "I told you," Midoriya was saying as they stepped through the portal. I told you. All for One was about to snap at him for repeating the same phrase over and over, but as he rounded on the kid, he realized Midoriya had tears flooding his eyes and was in fact making a valiant and fruitless attempt at holding back his emotions. "They don't listen because I'm just not like them," Midoriya said. "They've never listened. And you just made it all worse. They shouldn't be treating you like that," All for One pushed back, because it was true and Midoriya had better get it in between his ears that he deserved so much better than that school was giving him. The principal had basically just told him that she couldn't put the other kid in detention because the other kid had potential and she didn't want to slow down his path of growth. She'd said it nicer than that, of course, but that was in essence what she had said. All for One had been so angry he hadn't been able to do anything except gape at her. It had been a long time since he'd been that angry. Not since having a quirk was weirder than not having one. "You are so much better than that. They shouldn't. But they are. They are treating me like that. So now what? Are you going to go in there every time? They won't listen. It's been my whole life and you think you can just come in, and you think you can, you don't know anything." "I know more than you think," All for One said coldly. "Oh come on," Midoriya yelled. "You're not quirkless. You have this weird quirk that makes you so powerful you can't even imagine what it might be like to live like this. Don't pretend for a second you understand me, you don't get it. Oh, your life is so hard, isn't it? Oh, it's so hard having all these quirks and all this power and all this other stuff and people listen to you and they don't push you down." Midoriya swiped a hand across his nose and it came off sticky. He glared at his hand harder than All for One had ever seen him glare at anything. "I do get it," All for One said. "I used to." "You're not listening. Why are you so bad at that one simple thing? Why can't you just listen?" I told you and you didn't listen and I, Midoriya made a frustrated screaming noise. "I want my mom back. She wouldn't have done that, she would have listened to me when I said I wanted, when I said." He couldn't get the words out around the tears. Even as he wiped furiously at his eyes, they kept coming. You're not even, you can't just come in here and pretend you know how to be my uncle. You don't know how. You don't know me at all, and I hate you. Izuku-kun." All for One gasped, but Midoriya had already turned and was pounding up the stairs, sobbing. The door slammed upstairs, rattling the dusty picture frames on the walls. All for One turned, horrified, to Kurojairi. He was wiping down an immaculate glass. "Oh, find something useful to do," All for One snapped. Kurojairi put the glass down carefully. He folded up the towel he'd been using to wipe it and set it to the side. Then he clasped his hands on the counter and met All for One's eyes. "No one said parenting would be easy," he said. "I don't care about him," All for One said, and the words tasted bitter. "He can say whatever he wants. I don't care." Kurojairi stood behind the counter, his gaze heavy and calm. All he said was, "Really?" The words clogged up in All for One's throat. No. Not really. Not at all. But this wasn't who All for One was. This wasn't what he had strove for. Midoriya was reaching inside him and twisting all the parts up into something unrecognizable, and he didn't know what to do with himself. He hadn't felt hurt like this in 200 years. "So then kill him," the reasonable voice in his head said. The shutdown on this idea was harsh and immediate. The reasonable voice shattered into 1,000 pieces. Kill Midoriya? The nephew under his care? As if he could ever do such a thing. As if he could even think of it without feeling like the world had lit aflame. Midoriya's lip was still split, he realized suddenly. He inhaled to ask Kurojairi to bring the poor kid some ice, since probably he and Midoriya weren't on speaking terms at the moment. He was still contemplating burning the goddamn school down. It hit him, then. "Kurojairi," he whispered, "I'm ruined." All for One stood on the threshold to hell and wondered if it really was worth it. Maybe he could just give Midoriya back to his mother and call it a failed experiment. It wasn't too late to get Tomura back. Probably. No, that was another regret All for One was never going to escape. DMN the kid. Gah, no, don't DMN him. Walk through his door, maybe, and apologize for being in but. Maybe. All for One's nose wrinkled up at the door to hell. He sighed and lifted his hand. He knocked lightly 3 times. Go away, came the clogged-up voice of one teary 12-year-old. Now that was a good idea, All for One thought, but no. He'd come this far, he might as well pretend to be a nice person for the kid. Let me fix the split lip, at least, he called through the door. Midoriya sniffled, loudly. I like it the way it is, he said. All for One made a face at Midoriya's door. That was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. Midoriya-kun, he said, and then found he didn't have much to follow that with. Just disapproving silence. The door opened. Midoriya, wet tracks still lining his blotchy cheeks, frowned at his own feet and then turned and walked back across the room to his bed. He'd made a nest out of a combination of a Ms. Joke duvet cover and multi-hero bedsheets. Wincing softly to himself, All for One stepped into the chamber of torture. He contemplated whether it would be okay to prop the door open so that he'd always have an escape route, and then decided maybe he needed to stop being such a weakling and just SCK it up. He did have a teleportation quirk, after all. Midoriya wriggled down into his nest. He fiddled with the edge of his blanket. All for One considered if he really even wanted to apologize, nope, or if he could just heal the kid and get out, yep. He abandoned the previous tentative plan. Whatever he had to do to get out of this room as quickly as possible. I'll fix that, All for One said, reaching out. He waited for permission to touch, which Midoriya granted with a nod and by presenting his chin, and then he healed the split lip and swollen jaw. Healing the bruised underarms would be more difficult, since he needed to have contact with the injured area for the quirk to work, so he left those alone. They'd heal. Still, he cursed himself for feeling upset. The poor kid shouldn't have had to heal from so many injuries. He stepped back. There. That's all. I don't hate you, Midoriya murmured. All for One did not consider himself one who was often surprised. Midoriya, however, liked to prove himself the exception. I said it, Midoriya continued, because I'm really mad and upset and mostly just hurt and stuff. But I guess I'm not really mad at you. So I'm sorry. DMN the kid for having emotional maturity. Now All for One had to be a role model. I shouldn't have pushed you to do it, he said, gruffly. You did warn me. Izuku, no, Midoriya, god damn it, shook his head. I did, but, also you were kind of right? Like it really isn't fair that I have detention and he doesn't. Although I did give him a concussion. All for One shoved down something suspiciously akin to pride. He'd banned that already. But it was in self-defense, so maybe I shouldn't even have detention at all? Midoriya shook his head, twisting the corner of his blanket up between his hands. Anyway, you were kind of right. But I don't think talking to the principal will really fix anything. I mean, she just talks to the board of directors or whatever, and they can't really do anything if the families that pay the school back it, and Tadashi-kun's parents are really rich if I remember right, so really it comes down to bribery. Which, he glanced up nervously. I'm not telling you to bribe my school, to clarify. Just explaining. Everything Midoriya was saying made a lot of sense. It's a systemic issue, All for One said. Midoriya gave him a strange look, blinking a few times like All for One himself was confusing. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it is. How do you know about those? All for One smiled, or something like that. This isn't my first rodeo, he said, which was maybe an outdated phrase. And, some of my business partners experience similar, I work with people in similar situations. That had been difficult to phrase, but Midoriya seemed to understand, eyes widening slightly as he nodded. Oh, I get it. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. He seemed to have gotten more out of that than what All for One meant to give him, but whatever. It was probably unimportant. Well, anyway, All for One said, backing to the door. He'd paid his dues, he'd entered the shrine to the devil, and now he wanted out. Kurogyri said dinner will be ready in a couple hours. Midoriya reached to his desk for his laptop. Okay, he said. Thanks. For not Aji-san's 100-and-somethingth birthday, which they celebrated on Izuku's real uncle's actual birthday, Izuku got him several pairs of warm, fuzzy socks, patterned with different quirk puns. Not Aji-san claimed he hated them, but Izuku knew him better than that. Kurogyri gave him a thick stack of parenting books, which made Izuku laugh so hard he cried, which made not Aji-san threaten to burn them, which made Kurogyri chuckle. Also, Kurogyri made a disaster of a cake, but it was okay because then Izuku and not Aji-san worked together to make a not disaster of a cake, which was much more edible. Additionally, for his birthday, not Aji-san got a new housemate. Izuku was extremely excited about this, although not Aji-san seemed mostly perturbed by the further disturbances to his household peace. His name was Dabi and he was the owner of the sandpaper voice who had been talking to Jiren that one time. Izuku had already gone on several research dives and found mostly inconclusive answers, which meant that this guy was definitely a treasure trove of secrets. Izuku was surrounded by treasure troves. He was a boy in heaven. So really it felt like it was Izuku's birthday. Just in December. An unbirthday. Izuku sat on the top step leading down to the bar, knees pulled up to his chest, and strained his ears to listen to what Sandpaper was saying to Kurojiiri. Or what Kurojiiri was saying to Sandpaper. It was a useless effort. Kurojiiri, who was a huge JRK, was keeping his voice low on purpose, and Sandpaper was matching him because he was a villain with apparently halfway decent situational awareness. Shock. After much straining of his ears, Izuku finally heard Kurojiiri call his name. You can come down now. Izuku threw himself down the stairs, scrambling around the corner. I'm here, he breathed. He really needed to work on his stamina. First thing tomorrow. Maybe. I totally wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Kurojiiri sent the new guy an amused look. Izuku had already looked up everything he possibly could on the new guy and had found his police files, so he wasn't super shocked when he saw him. He had a lot of staples on his face and a lot of purple scar tissue. His hair was spiky and black. His eyes were very bright blue. And he was wearing a long black coat. These things Izuku expected. What he did not expect was that Dabi was an actual giant. Oh my gosh, Izuku said. You're so tall. I feel like a shrimp. Kurojiiri, am I shrimp? Yes, Kurojiiri said, because he was cruel. Dabi's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked at Izuku. Possibly he was wondering who Izuku was. Or possibly he was wondering something else. He looked surprised, almost, like Izuku had done something out of the ordinary. Well, Izuku was always doing stuff like that. Kurojiiri gestured from Dabi to Izuku. This is Midoriya Izuku, all for one's, ward. I'm kind of his nephew, Izuku said, but it's complicated. Everyone just calls me Izuku. And I would introduce you, Kurojiiri continued, but Izuku-kun's been doing research on his own and probably knows more than he should already, so there's no point. Dabi leaned back and put his hands in his pockets. He had a way of standing that made him seem perfectly in control, shoulders slouched back, head tilted slightly, eyes lidded. It probably was supposed to be intimidating. Are you living here now? Izuku said, bouncing up and down on his toes. This did not help with the height difference. And, follow-up question, do you know how to cook? I'll be around, Dabi said. And no. Dang. Kurojiiri, hurt, said, it's been getting better. It has, Izuku conceded. He wasn't lying, Kurojiiri had gained some skill over the years. But all that progress tended to be overshadowed by the fact that he had started at level -3 and was now, at best, a level 1. He could make fried rice without burning down the kitchen. That was about it. Where will you be staying? Izuku asked Dabi. My room is upstairs. And there are other rooms up there also that I don't think anyone uses. One of them is a closet. He'll be upstairs, Kurojiiri said. The room just past yours. 2 rooms past mine and across the hall? Izuku said, cupping a hand around his ear. Kurojiiri looked at him, mist flaring. Izuku blinked innocently. Fine, Kurojiiri said, as though it pained him physically to say it. Fine. 2 rooms past yours and across the hall. Izuku beamed. I'll show you, he announced, running for the stairs. Come on. It took Dabi a moment, and probably a baffled look at Kurojiiri, to follow him, and Izuku was already at the top of the stairs by the time Dabi reached the bottom. You're, like, super slow, Izuku told him. I'm not even that fast. Dabi frowned up at him. How old are you? 15, Izuku said. He's 12. Kurojiiri called. Izuku pouted. And then muttered, and a half. You're an elementary schooler? Dabi asked, ascending the stairs. But I'll be in junior high school next year, Izuku told him, leading him down the hall. So really I'm not in elementary school at all. Because my foot is out the door and stuff. Dabi didn't answer that for a moment, and then said, gruffly, sure. Nice of him. It's this one, Izuku said, pushing open the door. It was one of the better bedrooms. Izuku hadn't just chosen it so Dabi would be far away from his room where he did a lot of listening to private conversations through his computer speakers. The room was a decent size and it had a queen bed in the middle of the leftmost wall from the door with a red bedspread, and it also had an entire TV on the rightmost wall, with the closet just next to that. It also was one of the few rooms with a window, which was currently being covered by some ugly black curtains. "I got you something, 1 second." He ducked under Dobby's arm as Dobby reached to catch the door before it closed, and he ran for his own room. He dove for the little packet on his desk, scooped it up, and hurried back out into the hallway. Dobby stood in the middle of his new room, arms by his side, looking around with an expression of distaste. Izuku couldn't decide if he didn't like the room or if he just always looked distasteful, so he chose not to comment on it. "Here," he said instead, holding out his gift. Turning, Dobby looked at it. And then at Izuku, expression of distaste growing. "Cough drops? An entire and used packet." Izuku said. "Your throat sounds really dry. Unless that's just your voice? Am I insulting you?" "No." Dobby took the packet. "They're the honey lemon ones," Izuku said. "My favorite. But you're not supposed to have more than one every hour, which is upsetting because I like eating them. But those are for you." Dobby looked at the packet. And then at Izuku. "You're really weird," he said. "I have been told," Izuku said, beaming. "Anyway, let me know if you need anything. I have a credit card. And also manipulative powers. And don't set anything on fire, please." He backed out of the room. "I'll let you unpack." Izuku held Dobby's judgmental gaze until he was out of view, and then he turned and sprinted down the hall to debrief with Kurogyri. A whole new housemate. Yes, a murderer of a housemate. Yes, a housemate with a very powerful and very dangerous quirk. But what else was new? More than anything, Izuku felt triumphant. Here he was, networking in the villain community. As soon as he became a hero, all of this information would be so helpful. He was like an undercover spy. And he was headed straight for UA's heroics course, as soon as he was old enough. Which was basically tomorrow. The bar was a weird place to live. Dobby didn't mind it, it was better than squatting, at least, but it was undeniably strange. The mist guy, Kurogyri, was probably the most normal inhabitant, and he was completely made of mist, so that was already a bad sign. Second most normal was All For One, who Dobby was on his way to talk to now, and then there was the 12-year-old. How to describe? If one took a kazoo and a trampoline and merged those together, then took a textbook and a knife and merged those together, and then made the products of these mergings have a baby, and if one then put that baby into a small body full of way too much energy and topped with a mass of curly green hair, if one did all that, then they would still not even be close to creating something remotely Izuku adjacent. He was on a plane of existence all on his own. Dobby didn't know what to make of him. And deep in the back of his mind, a niggling voice reminded him that Shudo was around 12 now too. But he didn't listen to niggling voices. He knocked on the door to All For One's office, glancing back at Kurogyri, who nodded at him in confirmation. This was supposed to be some important business conversation. Dobby had never really considered himself a villain for hire, and he suspected he was going to have to make that boundary clear, but he supposed he should probably talk to the guy anyway. "Come in," All For One said. Dobby pushed the door open and stepped in. The office was almost square, and lined floor to ceiling in shelves, other than the wall just to the left of the door, and the space just past that where All For One's desk was. All For One, who was sitting in a swivel chair in front of the desk, turned around so he could see Dobby. As Dobby walked in, he pushed another swivel chair to him. "Shut the door," he said. Dobby did, and then took the chair, taking up as much space on it as he could so he'd have more stability for this conversation. "I understand," All For One said, "that you are not interested in doing work for me." Ah, so that Jiren guy had gotten to him first. Great, that made Dobby's life easier. "That's right. I'm doing my own thing and don't want side quests." All For One dipped his head, acknowledging that. He was kind of an intimidating guy, broad-shouldered and clearly a giant, even by Dobby's standards. Endeavor was 195 centimeters, and Dobby was pretty sure All For One would make him look short if they stood side by side. His hair was white and close-cropped. Dobby had heard rumors that he'd been around for hundreds of years, but if he had the age didn't show on his face, which was smooth and even. His eyes were a deep red. So maybe Dobby was grateful Jiren had set the boundary about villainy for hire. Because now that he was sitting here, he had the feeling that he wouldn't have been able to bring it up on his own. "I understand that," All For One said. "I will ask you, however, for a favor. You don't have to, but I'll consider the free housing I'm giving you paid off if you do this one thing. Otherwise, that'll hang over you." Dobby supposed that was fair. He was living here, in a nice room and several doors away from a demon of chaos, for free. "What is it?" "Recently I have been inconvenienced by a new vigilante." All For One rolled his chair to the side slightly so he could show Dobby an image on his computer screen. "Oh, him." Dobby recognized the guy, luckily, although it looked like he'd gone through an outfit change recently. Gone was the All Might hat, he'd gotten a new streamlined sort of look. If the guy wasn't such a pain in the butt, Dobby might have been able to admire it. Oh, him, indeed, All for One said. He's been evading all my attempts at capturing him. If you could capture him and bring him to me alive and, if possible, uninjured, I would consider your debt for the housing paid. Dobby rested his elbows on the back of the swivel chair. Sure, if I run into him. By all means, don't go out of your way for it, All for One said. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, but Dobby couldn't be certain. All for One was a hard guy to read. He's slippery, as I'm sure you know. He's a prick, Dobby said. What do you want with him? All for One waved the question off. That's a matter of little consequence. Just bring him here. This seemed slightly suspicious, but Dobby had been dealing in suspicion for a long while now, so he just shrugged. Got it. On to more important matters. All for One shut the computer screen off again. Are you any good at cooking? Why, Shoyuta snapped, yanking hard on his capture tape to smooth out his landing, is everyone always attacking you and you specifically? If I knew the answer to that, the vigilante gasped, diving out of the way of a jet of blue fire, I think the world would be a better place. Geez. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down the alley, cool it down. You're going to kill me. To Shuta's surprise, the fire did let up slightly after that statement. This gave him a good opportunity to throw out his capture tape for the kid, yes, the kid, because he had decided after the stabbing incident that there would be no more fighting with the child. From here on out he was going to get the kid out of whatever nasty situation he'd gotten himself into before dealing with the problem at hand. Unfortunately, the kid was getting a lot better at dodging the capture tape, and he'd already been decently good at it in the first place. He rolled out of the way, gasping, and sprinted off down the alley in the direction opposite the blue fire. All right, well, he hadn't been able to get the kid tied up, but he seemed to have succeeded in getting him out of the way. He turned back to the source of the blue fire to erase his quirk, but the guy was already halfway up the fire escape and chasing after the kid. This vigilante was going to be the death of Shoyuta. He was getting too old for this, and he wasn't even that old. He hauled himself up the fire escape after the blue fire guy and chased after him and the kid over the rooftops. To his credit, the kid was fast and clearly knew Mizurufu better than most. If Shoyuta wasn't a trained hero, he probably would have lost him by now. But he was not, and the guy with the blue fire was clearly no joke, so they both kept up with only some difficulty. The blue fire guy dropped down off the roofs, and Shoyuta followed him, trying to get a good angle to erase his quirk. He happened to come down from the roof. On the side closer to the sprinting kid. He grabbed him before he could run past and shoved him into a shallow alcove, activating his quirk just as the villain sent another blast of fire down the alley. Because apparently he had no sense of self-preservation, the kid stuck his head out of the alcove. He waved at the villain, breathing. Dobby. Right? F off, the guy, Dobby, snapped. Shoyuta wasn't sure if this was directed at the kid or at himself for erasing his quirk. Probably the kid. How's the new housing situation treating you? Shoyuta almost lost focus on erasing Dobby's quirk. The guy looked completely set off, though, so it was probably a good thing he had not fumbled that. It was easy to forget, sometimes, just how much information the kid had. This wasn't the first time he'd come out and said something unsettlingly knowledgeable. One time they'd been chasing a villain with some sort of mist quirk and the kid had said, "Oh, the governor is having an affair with this one," and Shoyuta had nearly tripped. Dobby advanced down the alley, gunning for Shoyuta this time, reasonably, since Shoyuta was keeping his quirk away. The kid wriggled out of the alcove. "Kid," Shoyuta growled. "Get out of here." He hesitated, looking down the alley at Dobby. And then, to Shuta's surprise, he said, "Okay," turned, and sprinted off in the other direction. Dobby made an angry, aggravated noise and burst forward. He seemed ready to run right past Shoyuta and go for the kid, but Shoyuta whipped out his capture scarf and caught him by the ankle. He face-planted in the alley, rolled over, and twisted around to knock Shoyuta off his feet. Shoyuta managed to stay up by stumbling a few steps, but by the time he regained his balance, Dobby was up and capture tape free, glaring down the alley where the kid had disappeared. Shoyuta allowed himself one smirk. That smirk was immediately wiped off his face when Dobby turned and lunged for him, snarling, "I'm not going back empty-handed." Shoyuta threw his arms up to keep him from getting to the goggles. Fire quirk and dry eye was not a good combination. Dobby adjusted and punched Shoyuta in the stomach, ducking behind him. Shoyuta spun on his heel, trying to keep Dobby in his vision, but Dobby reacted faster than he anticipated and gave a good amount of distance between them, watching Shoyuta with narrowed eyes. Shoyuta shot his capture tape out, and Dobby stepped behind a nearby dumpster to keep him from getting a good angle. They came to a stalemate, Shoyuta erasing Dabi's quirk and Dabi keeping far enough away that Shoyuta couldn't get to him. Dabi threw a glass bottle at him from behind the dumpster, hard, and Shoyuta barely got his hands up in time to stop it from crashing into his head. He managed, but he lost sight of his opponent. Fire erupted down the alley, circling around Shoyuta, and he couldn't see past the bright blue flames. He got into a defensive stance, squinting as he turned in a circle, looking for Dabi. He felt the air shift behind him and turned, but it wasn't enough. Dabi grabbed the goggles and yanked them off, throwing them into the fire. The smoke immediately got to Shuta's eyes and he narrowed them, activating his quirk again. The fight lost all sense then, falling into just rhythm, block, attack, block, block. Shoyuta was an expert at hand-to-hand combat, but between the smoke in his already dry eyes and the way Dabi kept ducking out of the fire circle where Shoyuta couldn't see him and then jumping back in from a different angle, he was off balance. Dabi jumped out of the circle again and Shoyuta, a bit desperate, launched out his capture tape to at the very least get out of the situation. Suddenly Dabi was there and then Shoyuta was on the ground, blinking stars out of his eyes, not sure what had just happened. Dabi's foot came out of nowhere and the world tipped. He must have fallen unconscious for at least a minute because the next thing he knew, he couldn't see, a BLNDFLD, maybe, and Dabi was talking about a pickup location. The world felt fuzzy and unreal and he drifted off again. The next time he woke up it was to hear an enthusiastic, Dabi, and then skidding feet coming to an abrupt halt. What's going on? God damn it. What was the kid doing here? Shoyuta swallowed hard to keep himself from coughing up the smoke in his lungs. Ugh, get off, Kurojairi, the kid whinged. He's got a BLNDFLD on anyway. Okay. Shoyuta came to terms with the knowledge that the kid had not in fact been joking or exaggerating when he mentioned living with a supervillain. Go upstairs, Kurojairi's deep voice said. Hisashi was right, it was familiar. Shoyuta was both absolutely sure he hadn't heard it before, it was a low, rumbly sort of voice, hard to forget, and convinced that he knew it, somehow. No, that's Eraserhead, the kid said. I like Eraserhead. Dabi, what's he doing here? None of your business, the scratchy voice of Dabi said. Shoyuta had actually no idea what was going on. Yes, he who prided himself on situational awareness and always having a grasp of his environment, had no idea what was going on. He was pretty sure he was tied to a chair, which was Unideal, and he definitely was blindfolded. That was all he knew. Well, but it is my business. Because this is my house. So. This isn't a house, actually, and you don't own it, Kurojairi said. Also, it's past your bedtime. We've talked about this. Go upstairs. I'm getting Aji-san, the kid declared. You are not, hey. Stop. Kurojairi seemed to have lost control of the kid. Shoyuta could relate to that. There was a scuffling noise, probably as the kid tried to avoid his own guardian, and then a squawk, and then a disappointed grumble from the kid. Go upstairs, Kurojairi said. But, well. A new voice joined the mix and Shoyuta felt his spine stiffen. Something was off about this voice, it screamed danger and bloodlust. Deep, dark, and slow. Someone who could take their time when they killed a person. Shoyuta struggled to breathe. What is going on here? Aji-san, the kid said, and holy shit, this was the kid's uncle. Dabi abducted Eraserhead. Imagine abducting someone. Who could ever do something so horrible? And cruel. To think this poor person has been separated from their family, stop trying to cover my mouth, Kurojairi, and brought to this lame building. Why are you down here? The deep, cruel voice, FING hell, the kid's uncle, interrupted. It's past 8. The kid made a gasping sound. Are you suggesting that every time I go to bed you abduct a hero? Who even are you? Someone sighed very heavily. The uncle. Dabi, he said, remind me to kick you out in the morning. I had very good reasons, Dabi grumbled. And the kid's supposed to be asleep. Sleep, the kid said. I may never sleep again after this betrayal. Next thing I know you're all going to turn into murd. Stop being dramatic, Kurojairi said. Everything's fine. Your uncle and I will handle the situation and talk to Dabi about proper conduct, and then your uncle will give you a very good explanation of what's going on. Won't you? Kurojairi had the sort of tone of a mother who'd gone past her last nerve. Shoyuta wouldn't want to cross him at this stage, and neither, apparently, did the uncle, no matter how powerful he sounded. I will. Good. Go upstairs. But, upstairs. Don't make me say it again. You're the worst, the kid snapped, and Shoyuta counted 14 fading steps as he stomped away. He regretted the day he first got himself involved in this mess. He wanted to go home and forget it all happened. And Lord knows he would be making every effort from now on to make sure Nedzu never found out about this kid. Teenagers, Dabi muttered. Technically, he isn't one yet, Kurojairi said. The uncle said darkly, we all dread the day. Shoyuta almost snorted. If the situation had been different, he might have. It was good to know that Shoyuta wasn't the only one that found the kid to be a terror, although horrifying to discover that the kid was under 13 and still on the streets every night. He hadn't been sure until now. Dabi, the uncle said, explain. Right, so, you told me to kidnap the vigilante. But the kid was the vigilante? Unless he had a twin brother Shoyuta didn't know about. And I was getting close but this hero got in the way. So I thought I might as well remove the problem, and then I can get to the kid next time. If Shoyuta survived this, the first thing he would be doing would be figuring out how to get the kid permanently out of this house. It was clearly not a good environment for any child, and now that he had confirmed that the kid did indeed live with a supervillain, he needed to take decisive action as soon as possible. He does have a good quirk, the uncle said thoughtfully. Your nephew will be extremely upset, Kurojairi said abruptly, if you get within an inch of his quirk. You know him, he'll figure it out. He'll never speak to you again. And Tomirakuen liked Eraserhead too, you know. Shoyuta wanted out of here. He wanted to leave and scrub this entire night from his memory. 1. He was confused, 2. He was decently afraid, and 3. The kid was involved. Everything Shoyuta learned was another thing he wanted to unlearn. Curse him. I'll have to think about what to do with this, the uncle said. Dabi, this way, please. I'll speak with you in private. I should have explained some things to you about my nephew. 2 sets of footsteps walked away and a door shut. Kurojairi sighed. I know you're listening. Shoyuta frowned. Obviously he was listening. It was hard not to when he was sitting 10 feet away from all the chaos, but then soft footsteps padded down 14 stairs and he understood. It wasn't my fault this time, the kid whispered. I didn't think Dabi would actually kidnap him. I thought he'd just run after me and find nothing. He's, like, weirdly set on attacking me for some reason. Inside Shuta's head, several things were starting to click together. Kurojairi, the black hole, knew the kid was a vigilante. The kid's uncle did not. Dabi, apparently, did not. And somehow the kid was using this to manipulate every single member of his household. A terror. An actual terror. Just be quick, Kurojairi said. And I hope you have an excuse for how he's escaped in mind. I am full of excuses, the kid answered. The BLNDFLD came off Shuta's eyes and he blinked against the sudden light, his eyes still aching from the smoke. An unimpressed silence fell and then Kurojairi said, never mind. I'll come up with something. They were in some kind of bar. Shoyuta let his eyes drift all over the place. It was completely empty, strange for this hour, and dimly lit. The entire place had the feeling that there had been people in it moments ago, but they'd all been cleared out. A few half-full glasses sat on the tables. Kurojairi stood with his arms crossed in front of the bar. The kid was crouched down next to Shoyuta, swathed in his yellow hoodie. It would be so easy to pull the hood down from here, but Shoyuta got the sense that was a bad thing to do in this environment, and anyway, he was better off not knowing. I'd love an explanation, Shoyuta said, although really he'd prefer to block out the whole experience and call it a hallucination. Shoo, the kid said. Aji-san has a hearing quirk. But wasn't it a healing quirk? Shoyuta had assumed it was a healing quirk after last time. Maybe it was a dual quirk? Hearing and healing? Not super far-fetched, but a little weird. He's probably not using it right now, Kurojairi said. Yeah, but his office is right there. The ropes suddenly loosened around Shuta's arms and he pulled them free, checking immediately that he had his capture scarf, his phone, his license. They were all in place. The kid hopped back, beaming, and Kurojairi reached out to pull his hood further down. Unnecessarily, Shoyuta hadn't been able to see past the tip of the kid's nose anyway. Stop doing that, Kurojairi, the kid hissed, flapping his arms around. It's fine. I'm, like, super protective of my secret identity. Your friend figured it out within weeks of knowing you. It was not weeks, the kid protested. Months. Months and months. All right? A portal opened in front of Shoyuta, who was examining the bar for anything that might tell him where in Japan he was. If he was even in Japan, he didn't know the range of the portals. But probably he was in Japan. Out you go, Kurojairi said. Bye, the kid whispered. Sorry you got kidnapped. Shoyuta rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. A fever dream. This was all a fever dream, and he was going to wake up in a few moments, relieved that it hadn't been real. I'm going to get you out of here, he told the kid. Even if I have to adopt you myself. The kid groaned. Why is everyone always saying that? Hearing quirk. Kurojairi hissed. Shoyuta couldn't handle it anymore. He stepped through the portal and straight into his own living room. Wow. His life was actually the worst. Izuku was at the mall, and not only was he at the mall, but he was at the mall with not Aji-san. Why? Because in just 3 months, yes, that soon, Izuku would be starting junior high school. And he needed to be prepared. You need a new backpack, not Aji-san said, squinting at the list they'd made together. And new notebooks, Izuku pleaded. This had been one of their main points of argument when they were developing their list last night. No. You have so many notebooks. But I could always have more notebooks, Izuku said. You have a lot of notebooks too. Not Aji-san glared at him. You promised to never speak of that again. I had my fingers crossed behind my back. Ooh. Look. Izuku ran over to a display with a bunch of awesome t-shirts. No, not Aji-san said without looking. But Aji-san, Izuku said, they say funny things on them. Look. This one says, formal shirt even though the shirt isn't formal. Isn't that funny? No, not Aji-san said. You're super lame, Izuku informed him. Not Aji-san didn't answer that. Izuku got the impression that he didn't care. Admittedly, Izuku had not Aji-san's credit card and could have ordered all his school supplies online. But not Aji-san had been reading those parenting books Kurojiiri got him for his fake birthday, and he had learned that quality time was an important part of parenting. Izuku thought this should have been obvious, and he had insisted, albeit awkwardly, that they do this step together. He also had said they could take pictures and send them to Izuku's mom, which was probably his real motivation for pretending to be a good parent. Kurojiiri had been suspiciously enthusiastic about this and had sent them off with a big smile. Izuku found the entire situation strange. He and not Aji-san didn't talk a lot, unless not Aji-san was trying to cover himself for some really blatant villainy he'd done around Izuku. He usually gave a really bad explanation and then Izuku did the rest of the work inventing a story for what had happened and how it was totally legal, while pretending that he was just repeating back what not Aji-san had said. It worked like a charm every time. Not Aji-san still believed Izuku knew nothing about his criminal activities. That was one thing. But Izuku wasn't really sure what to do with himself around the biggest supervillain of all time as they walked through a very normal shopping mall. So he turned to his one true coping mechanism, which was causing chaos. How about new pens? Izuku said. Hitoshi-kun gave you new pens for your birthday, not Aji-san said. But that was ages ago. Not Aji-san sighed and added them to the list. Izuku pumped his fist triumphantly and not Aji-san sighed. They'd also argued for a long time about which junior high school to send Izuku to. Not Aji-san had wanted Izuku to go to school closer to the bar in Kamino, but Izuku had made a strong case for going to Aldera. Not Aji-san had pointed out that Aldera Elementary had done such a terrible job that he would under no circumstances would Izuku be going to their junior high school. Izuku said that his friends all went to Aldera and not Aji-san said that Hitoshi didn't at all go to Aldera and that he was a terrible liar. Izuku hadn't really had an answer to that. But it did lead to Izuku making a serious effort to convince Hitoshi to go to Aldera, and since Izuku had extremely strong persuasive skills, Kurojiiri had a teleportation quirk, and Hitoshi had no other friends, he succeeded. And so, in the end, Izuku had been able to convince not Aji-san to let him go to Aldera. Backpacks, not Aji-san said, stopping in front of a row of them. Izuku contemplated his options. There was one with All Might's face on it that he liked but probably wasn't allowed. So the next best thing would be to get a backpack that didn't have All Might's face on it but gave those vibes. He narrowed his search down to red, blue, or yellow backpacks. The red ones were good but all of Izuku's shoes were red and he didn't want to match, because that was weird. He liked the blue ones too, but they didn't have enough pockets, and one of the yellow ones had so many pockets Izuku felt like he was in pocket heaven. He took it off the hook and presented it to not Aji-san, who examined it carefully before nodding his agreement and bringing Izuku to check out. Is yellow your favorite color? Not Aji-san asked as they left the store, Izuku with his new yellow backpack on already so he could show it off. I like red, Izuku said. Not Aji-san thought about that in silence as they walked toward the store with the best pens. Izuku asked, what's yours? Mine? Not Aji-san echoed, as if he'd forgotten what they were talking about. Your favorite color, Izuku said. Not Aji-san looked at him, eyebrows slowly furrowing more and more. Izuku shrank back. He was thinking that maybe he'd somehow insulted not Aji-san by asking that when suddenly not Aji-san said, light green. Izuku put his hands on his hair. That's dark, not Aji-san said, but he smiled a little bit. And then he frowned, touching his fingers lightly to his mouth. He looked confused. Light green is good, Izuku said. Like celery. Not Aji-san glared. Not like celery. Like the aurora borealis. Or the sea. The aurora what? Izuku asked, not willing to point out that the sea was definitely not light green. Borealis, not Aji-san said. The Northern Lights. Izuku squinted at him. It sounded like he was making stuff up. Not Aji-san huffed in frustration. What are they teaching you in that school, he muttered, taking out his phone and texting with his index finger. You should know this by 12 years old. A few seconds later a portal opened in front of him. Not Aji-san took the strap at the top of Izuku's backpack and guided him through. It was freezing on the other side of the portal. It was also the dead of night, and they were in the middle of nowhere, vast fields of snow stretching out on either side of them. The wind cut into Izuku's skin through his thin hoodie. For a moment, Izuku thought that this was the moment Not Aji-san finally got fed up and abandoned him to die in the cold. Look, Not Aji-san said, pointing at the horizon. Izuku looked. Oh, he whispered. Threads of green and purple streaked the sky. It was like the night had split into canyons of brilliance, wisps reaching up for the stars. Walls of light green. Izuku's eyes grew wider and wider as he stared, the cold biting into his knuckles, which were clenched around the straps of his new yellow backpack. That, Not Aji-san said, is the Aurora Borealis. For once, Izuku couldn't find anything to say. Now come here before you freeze to death, Not Aji-san said, and he dragged Izuku back through the portal. Are you planning to apply to UA? Hitoshi asked. This had been niggling him for some time now, Izuku's sheer capability in the face of difficulty compared to Hitoshi's incredible weakness. Izuku had been fighting villains for years now, sort of, and had a steadiness to him that Hitoshi couldn't match. He'd been doubling down in the martial arts classes to keep up, but Izuku was always a step ahead. Hitoshi wasn't jealous. Definitely, Izuku said. He was on his stomach on Hitoshi's floor, drawing a hero in one of his notebooks. These days, they were always at one or the other's house. More often than not, they were at Izuku's, because Hitoshi didn't like being at home more than he had to be, but sometimes, like today, Izuku wanted a break from the craziness of living with the number one villain. The only real advantage Hitoshi's plane room had over Izuku's was that he had a window and Izuku did not, even though according to Izuku, it was illegal to have a bedroom without a window. But it was nice having Izuku over because it was nice having a friend. Are you? Izuku asked. I want to, Hitoshi said. I'm worried that I won't get in. The test is notoriously biased against people with non-emitter quirks, Izuku said thoughtfully. The other thing that could sometimes be annoying about Izuku was that he knew a lot of stuff and didn't seem aware of it. Hitoshi didn't like the term, know-it-all, because it made him think of bullies and he didn't like bullies, but Izuku kind of was a know-it-all. Unintentionally. Right, yeah. Do you think there's a way to get in even with a mental-based quirk like mine? Probably, Izuku said. I feel like Principal Nedzu wouldn't design the test without a few loopholes. Hitoshi had to stop himself from making an annoyed sound. He didn't want a loophole, he wanted to get in because he was awesome and clearly hero material. I could hack UA. No, Hitoshi said before that thought could get any further. You should not do that. Izuku put his pencil down. Hitoshi regretted bringing this up with him. I don't know how else to beat the system, Izuku admitted. I'm not very creative. Hitoshi gave him his best really? Look. What? Izuku protested. I'm not. Maybe, Hitoshi said, deciding the best thing to do is ignore that, we should make like a training plan or something? To get strong before the entrance exam? Like, I feel like the martial arts classes aren't enough. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, flipping to the next page in his notebook and starting to scribble down his thoughts right there on Hitoshi's floor. Hitoshi hoped he planned to rewrite them neatly later because he could not read Izuku's handwriting at all when he got like this. You're so right, Izuku said. Genius, really. The nice thing about having Izuku as his friend, though, was that despite how much of a know-it-all Izuku could be and despite how overshadowed Hitoshi felt around him sometimes, he was just really, really nice. And helpful. He was muttering about different things they could put in the training plan already and how many days a week and where they should do it. Hitoshi got out his phone and settled down next to him on his light blue rug, looking up exercises they should do. We should probably go on runs, he said. Izuku groaned, dropping his head onto his notebook. I hate running. My mom says it grows on you, Hitoshi says. Ugh, Izuku said, but he wrote it down. I've heard flexibility training is important too, Hitoshi said and Izuku nodded, immediately writing that down. Maybe like a bunch of different stuff? Like strength and flexibility and, like, stamina? Cardio, Izuku said. That, yeah. Izuku's pencil stilled. You know, he said slowly. If you were up for it, we could try training your quirk too. Technically, it's illegal, but people do it anyway and it might have some sort of uses we don't know about. But only if you're up for it, of course. Hitoshi's thoughts stopped working for a minute. We could do it at my house, actually, Izuku said, oblivious to Hitoshi's crisis. So much illegal stuff already happens there. No one would know. I'm wondering how we would do that, Hitoshi said carefully. You could practice on me, Izuku said like it was nothing. Hitoshi stared at him. The silence eventually extended for long enough that Izuku looked up, eyebrows raised curiously. When he saw Hitoshi's expression, he faltered. What? He asked, drawing back. Sorry, we don't have to. I want to try it, Hitoshi said before he could change his mind. I'm nervous, but I want to. We could practice on Dabi instead, Izuku said, grinning. Hitoshi pushed his shoulder lightly. No, he said, and Izuku broke into giggles. It took only a second before Hitoshi chuckled with him. Sorry, Izuku snickered. He's just so annoying. Hitoshi breathed out another laugh. That's exactly why we can't practice on him. He didn't know when I had turned into we. But also, he didn't mind it. Kid, Eraserhead said. Izuku tensed immediately, getting ready to run. Eraserhead had snuck up on him, and he was on top of a roof, so he didn't really know where he would go if he did have to run. But he prepared himself anyway. But then Eraserhead said, I'm not here to arrest you, and he relaxed. Good, because I was thinking about whether or not I'd have to jump off this roof to get away from you, Izuku said. And I wasn't excited about it. Eraserhead gave him a flat look. Please don't ever do that. Izuku threw up a peace sign. Eraserhead sighed. Anyway. He sat down on the roof next to Izuku, legs crisscross. My husband made too much curry. Present Mike, Izuku said, wiggling his eyebrows. Eraserhead couldn't see his face, but he could hear his tone and he shot him another glare before just shoving a lunchbox at him. It's in there. I saw your idea of dinner and hated it. Eat that. So you're poisoning me, basically, Izuku said, taking the lunchbox. So that you can arrest me. If I wanted to arrest you, Eraserhead said, I would just arrest you. Ah, but would you? Izuku wasn't sure whether to open the lunchbox and eat it now or if it would be better to hold on to it and wait. He wasn't sure what Eraserhead wanted, either. Surely he had not come just to give Izuku curry. You know, Izuku said, Kurogyari says eating food from strangers is a bad idea. Am I a stranger? Eraserhead asked. That was actually a very good question. Izuku thought about it, examining the lunchbox as he did. It was just black, although it had a gray stripe across the front of it. Not really, he said. But also you're not a stranger. You don't know my name. True, Eraserhead said, instead of asking what Izuku's name was like he expected him to. Weird. This was all very weird. I still don't have a vigilante name either, Izuku said. Small Might is still my top option. Eraserhead closed his eyes and shook his head. And then he said, the police are calling you Midori-san. Izuku nearly choked, and turned it into a strangled laugh at the last second. You're kidding. No. Kind of a feminine name, Izuku said to cover for his weird laugh. He repeated it to see how it sounded in his mouth. Mr. Green. He laughed again. I don't mind it, but I think they're making fun of me. Maybe I'm Midori-kun. Midori-kun, Eraserhead said, and no, that was super weird. But also, somehow, it was perfect. Like he was hiding behind his own name. That's me, Izuku said, grinning. Nice to meet you. Eraserhead bowed his head. Nice to meet you, he said. And then he climbed to his feet. Well, crime doesn't stop for curry. And do eat that, he said, raising his eyebrows. If I find out you ate a bunch of Kit Kats instead, I will start trying to arrest you again. Izuku nodded. Sir, yes sir. Eraserhead walked away. Izuku watched him until he climbed down the fire escape. Still trying to make sense of what had just happened, he looked at the lunchbox in his lap. Shrugging, he zipped it open. Inside was a Tupperware full of curry. Probably poisoned. Izuku ate it anyway. Dabi stumbled through Kurogyari's portal with a bloody nose and rage behind his eyes. Oh no, Kurogyari said. Do you need a tissue? F off, Dabi growled, storming for All for One's office. But he did need a tissue, so he paused by the hallway entrance and turned back. Yeah, I do. Kurogyari produced one. Dabi pinched his nose shut with it and continued down to All for One's office. He pounded on the door and entered when instructed. That guy, Dabi snapped, banging into the room, is awful. All for One watched him as he paced up and down the small room, plugging his nose up with the tissue. I can't get close to him without him doing something unhinged, Dabi said. He shot a flashlight beam in my eyes and then threw it at me. I think my nose is broken. Jesus F. So, no success, then? All for One asked. Not yet, Dabi said, taking the tissue away from his nose and refolding it before pressing it back on. Ugh, I almost had him, though, goddamn. He's an a-hole. All for One nodded, pursing his lips. That he is. Dabi considered himself somewhat lucky that he was still alive. After the whole kidnapping Eraserhead incident, He'd been pretty sure All for One was going to turn him into sludge. Instead, what happened was All for One calmly explained that Midoriya didn't know All for One was a villain, and they had to continue to try to keep this a secret. Dabi actually doubted that was true, given how much Midoriya knew about everything and everyone, but he decided to keep those thoughts to himself in order to keep his head attached. Midoriya was annoying in his own right. WHP smart and talkative. He used a wide-eyed innocent look and then swept the rug out of everyone while they were distracted by whatever crazy thing he was saying. Clingy. And sweet and kind, which disturbed Dabi, who felt like he was getting the kid dirty by being in the same room as him. How ironic that of the 3 people Dabi hated most in the world, 2 of their names started with Midori. He'd have a grudge against the color for the rest of his life. I'll keep trying, Dabi promised. I'll get him. I need just one more shot. Have as many shots as you need, All for One said. He's slippery. No, I know what he is, Dabi said. He's a demon. You have your notebooks and pencils? Kurojairi asked, fluttering over Izuku. Yes, Izuku said. You have your lunch? He had something resembling lunch. Eraserhead would be ashamed of him, but he did have a lunchbox and inside the lunchbox was food, so he had lunch. Yes. You have? Kurojairi, not Aji-san, groaned, hovering at the mouth of the hallway to his office. Stop. I'm sure he has everything. We don't have Hitoshi-kun, Izuku pointed out. Kurojairi opened a portal immediately. A few moments later Hitoshi walked through, dark blue backpack on and a nervous twist to his eyebrows. He hurried straight over to Izuku. Now we have everything, Izuku said. We should take a picture, said Kurojairi. Izuku groaned. Your mom would want a picture, Izuku-kun, Kurojairi said. This spurred Not Aji-san into motion immediately. Sometimes Izuku wondered if Not Aji-san was a little afraid of Izuku's mom. He came forward with his phone and forced Izuku to stand there and smile while he took pictures in non-incriminating locations, which were few. They had to use the only plain wall to do it, and then Not Aji-san spent some time fretting over whether or not she would realize that wall wasn't in the apartment she had visited. Hitoshi stood patiently while all this took place. He was a very nice person. Izuku was happy they would be going to junior high school together, and not just because it meant he wouldn't be left alone with Kaken. It's kind of like we're carpooling, Izuku said as Kurojairi popped in and out of the bar, looking for a good location for their portal, except there's no car. Just Kurojairi. He kind of is like a car, Hitoshi said. Karajairi, Izuku said, snickering. Hitoshi grinned. All right, Kurojairi said, finally holding still and opening a portal for Hitoshi and Izuku. Text me when it's time for pickup, he said, and be good, and don't set anything on fire. And, Izuku, no hacking the school. I would never. Izuku crossed his arms. You did that when you were 10, Not Aji-san said. I fully believe you would do it again if given the opportunity. You hacked your elementary school? Hitoshi asked, nonplussed. Izuku headed for the portal. And I almost got away with it. Don't do it again, Kurojairi said, like Izuku hadn't heard him the first time. Okay, Izuku said. Sheesh. As he walked through the portal, Izuku heard Kurojairi yell after him, be good. Sometimes it was like the spirit of Izuku's mother inhabited Kurojairi and made him into a huge helicopter. But then again, it wasn't like that at all, because Kurojairi wasn't worried Izuku would go to school and never come back. Kurojairi was worried Izuku would come back from school and announce he'd accidentally leveled the place. So that was comforting. Hitoshi stepped through the portal right after Izuku and after a moment's hesitation it swirled to a close. They were right outside the school gates, which Izuku thought was bold of Kurojairi, but at least they didn't have to walk far. The junior high school edition of Aldera was very similar to the elementary school edition. Gray and flat and uninspired. Izuku was excited. I'm going to need you to tell me about hacking your elementary school, Hitoshi said as they walked up to the front doors. Izuku grinned and started regaling him with the tale. Hitoshi was a good listener. He raised his eyebrows in the right spots and he laughed at the right times. I think you should do that again, actually, Hitoshi said as they stepped into their classroom. Thank goodness they were in the same class, Izuku might have lost it otherwise. Forget what Kurojairi thinks. Well, but I'd get caught faster this time, Izuku said, checking the board for their seats, because the school knows me now. Hey, we're close to each other. Hitoshi was right smack in the middle of the room, and Izuku was one seat behind him and one to the left. Kaken, Izuku found with a small frown, was on his other side and one seat forward. Izuku liked Kaken, but maybe not enough to sit so close to him. He'd just have to get used to it. They sat down and Hitoshi sat sideways in his desk so they could keep talking to each other as the rest of the class filed in. Izuku knew the exact moment Kaken walked in because he immediately yelled, Why are you in here, shitty Deku? And Izuku had to sigh and explain, I go to school here, Kaken. Hitoshi glared at Kaken, which wasn't great. Izuku probably should have predicted that they wouldn't get along. Or not right away, Izuku thought he could get them to like each other eventually. Who are you frowning at, eyebags? Kaken snapped at him, plopping down at his desk. You, Hitoshi said coolly. You're insecure and totally lame. Okay, Izuku squeaked, cutting this off. That's enough. Kaken, this is my friend Shinso Hitoshi. Hitoshi-kun, this is Bakugo Katsuki. I don't learn the names of bullies, Hitoshi said, staring Kaken down. Kaken stood up, explosions popping on his palms. Ha? Hitoshi-kun, Izuku begged. Kurojairi will actually kill me if I get into a fight on the first day. Stop it. K. Hitoshi flipped open a notebook. Kaken was a lot harder to subdue, even with threats of death. He started toward Hitoshi anyway, stopped only by the miraculous arrival of the kid who sat in front of Izuku, and therefore directly between Hitoshi and Kaken. Oblivious to the fight about to go down, the kid sat at his desk right between the two of them. Kaken, glowering, took his seat again. Izuku nearly cried tears of relief. He decided this new kid was his best friend from here forth. Now that the threat of Kaken had simmered down, Hitoshi closed his notebook again and turned back to Izuku. He pursed his lips. Izuku made a face and shrugged. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. And so the first day of junior high school began. The round of introductions the whole class did was as painful as always. Luckily, most of the class knew Izuku since he'd gone to Aldera Elementary with the majority of them, so when he had to stand up and announce his lack of quirk to the entire room, it didn't faze most people. Hitoshi's similar announcement, which he did with his hands in his pockets and a lazy smirk, did faze the entire class, sending up rounds of mutters. Izuku thought it was probably pretty hard for Hitoshi to say his quirk out loud to a new group of people, but he got through it. Hitoshi spent most of class itself leading a MSTR class on how to send Kaken into a rage state. He did this by raising his hand every time Kaken spoke and making thinly veiled jabs at him while disagreeing with whatever Kaken said, even if Kaken was objectively right. Izuku would have been impressed if he wasn't absolutely horrified. Kaken looked seconds away from exploding his desk all day long. At lunch, Hitoshi and Izuku sat next to each other, which was nice because usually Izuku had to hide during lunch to keep away from Kaken and his group of friends. But now he sat next to Hitoshi in the plain open space and Hitoshi glared at anyone who so much as looked at them funny. Hitoshi was different at school than he was at home. Izuku didn't mind the change, but it was interesting. Eventually, and after Kaken almost had 5 stress-induced strokes, the long day was over. Izuku's teacher handed out some important forms and informational papers to bring home. Izuku put them in his folder, and put his folder in his backpack, and then he waited for Hitoshi, who was taking his sweet time and smirking at Kaken as he did it. Kaken, for his part, was resolutely ignoring Hitoshi, possibly at his wit's end. I hate you, Izuku laughed as they exited the building. You did that on purpose. Serves him right, Hitoshi grumbled. I've never seen anyone as irritable and loud as that guy. You grew up with him? I used to live with him, Izuku said, before I was kidnapped. Hitoshi gave him a dry look. The good old days. He's actually not that bad when he's not at school, Izuku said. I think he gets stressed out when everyone's looking at him. He's antisocial. That's a word for it, Hitoshi grumbled. Izuku texted Kurojairi as they walked and a portal opened in front of them. They stepped through. Want to do homework together? Izuku asked as they came out the other side. Ugh, yeah, Hitoshi answered. Who assigns homework on the first day? Absolutely disgusting. Agreed. Izuku set his folder down on the counter so he could pull out the forms for not Aji-san and the informational papers he was sent home with. How was school? Kurojairi asked. Good, Izuku said. The building is still standing, and Kaken didn't blow up at anyone, despite Hitoshi's best efforts. Can you give these to Aji-san? Some of them need to be signed. I can, Kurojairi said. I'm glad your day was all right. Dinner in an hour. Joy, Izuku said. Do you want to stay for dinner, Shinsu-kun? No, thanks, Hitoshi said quickly. I have plans with my family. Liar, Izuku mouthed at him. Forms from Izuku-kun's school, Kurojairi said, dropping them off on the corner of All for One's desk. He said some of them need to be signed by tomorrow. The school's still upright? All for One asked, shutting off his computer and pushing his swivel chair back to properly talk to Kurojairi. So he says, Kurojairi said. He's upstairs doing homework with Shinsu-kun now. I didn't see any injuries, so I think they both made it through the day without much drama. All for One turned his head slightly to the side and up, scanning over both of the kids through layers of drywall and wood. They were both totally fine, to his surprise. You're right. Impressive. It probably won't last, Kurojairi sighed, drifting to the door. Correct. All for One picked up the papers. Dinner in an hour, Kurojairi reminded him as he disappeared. All for One suppressed a groan. He shuffled through the papers he'd been given. He was supposed to sign off on the syllabus to prove that he had read it and understood what Midoriya was going to be doing over the course of the year. He also had to sign a form in agreement that Midoriya could have his picture taken by the school. These both seemed fine to him, so after carefully reading through both forms, not contracts, he had to remind himself. He signed them both using Midoriya's uncle's name and set them aside. Then there was a piece of paper with Midoriya's schedule on it, and there was also a list of supplies Midoriya would need, and also a very lengthy reading list. Apparently Midoriya was supposed to only read books off this list, which All for One thought was stupid. And at the bottom of the pile, on an innocuous pale pink piece of copy paper, sat the very thing All for One had been looking for. He had not forgotten, after all, the abuse Midoriya had suffered at the hands of Aldera faculty, staff, and students in his elementary school years. And like hell would he be letting anything like that happen again. He'd weed out all the corruption with his own 2 hands if he had to, never mind his villainous reputation. Parents, get involved. The pink paper said at the top. What followed that was an explanation of the Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, what they did, their objectives for the year, and how to participate. It listed the dates and times of every planned PTA meeting for the semester. At the bottom of the paper was the signature and email of the PTA president, named Sakamoto Miki. All for One jabbed his index finger into her name and narrowed his eyes. That was his target. He would do what he must, befriend her, manipulate her, murder her, but he would defeat her in the end. The paper crinkled under his finger. He cleared his throat and turned to his calendar. Carefully, he transferred all the dates of the PTA meetings into the calendar one by one. He cackled to himself when the last one was in. The school wouldn't know what hit them. I don't usually do this, Hitoshi said. Izuku could tell he was nervous from the way he was sitting, shoulders all hunched up. They were both on Izuku's floor, sitting crisscross and face to face, knees nearly touching. People get mad. I solemnly swear I will not be mad, Izuku said, holding up his hand. This is for science. Hitoshi squinted at him. Isn't science your worst subject? For science, Izuku repeated, glaring. Rude of Hitoshi to bring that up at a time like this. Also, literature was his worst subject. Then science. Okay. He shook out his hands. Right. It'll be super chill and easy and nothing will go wrong. At all. Unless everything does go wrong. Well, I trust you, Izuku said. So even if everything does start going wrong, I know it'll be fine. He beamed. You're super weird. Clearly Hitoshi had never learned that the proper response to compliments was generally returning one. Well, whatever. Izuku had meant what he said, he hadn't just been fishing for something nice about himself. And you're stalling. Yeah. Hitoshi exhaled shakily. Are you ready? I was born ready, Izuku had been trying to say, but it suddenly became hard to do anything. It became hard to even think. The world went fuzzy and dark, and his perspective shifted, almost like his mind had leaned back and outside of his own body. His ears sounded distorted and blurry. It wasn't uncomfortable, he thought as he drifted lazily through his subconscious. A little weird, maybe, but not painful or frightening. Soft. He felt a little tug on the front edge of his mind and he snapped back into his room, where he was now sitting on top of his bed, legs dangling over the edge, with Hitoshi sitting on his floor still, looking anxiously up at Izuku. The second they made eye contact, Hitoshi looked down at his own hands. Okay, so I'll just go now. Go? Izuku yelled, amazed. Go. After that? Hitoshi-kun, that was so cool, we have to do it again. We just have to. What are the limits in range? Can I get Kurojairi to teleport me somewhere while you do that? Oh my gosh, and how much can you get me to do before I snap out of it? Is there a time limit? Does it have to be a verbal response or does nodding count? What if I was talking to someone else and you asked a question and I kept talking to that person, does that count as a verbal response? Oh, and, Hitoshi-kun, you made it sound so awful but it was actually like all floaty and nice? We have to do it again. Can we? Here he had to come up for air, which was a good thing because Hitoshi looked on the verge of tears. Izuku caught his breath as he watched Hitoshi sort of shrink in on himself. Hitoshi? Izuku asked quietly. Are you okay? What in the heck is wrong with you? Hitoshi snapped, whipping his head up to glare at Izuku, and yep, there were tears in his eyes. You're supposed to freak out and tell me I'm some wacko puppet MSTR. Cool hero name, Izuku said, nodding. This only made Hitoshi's wrath increase. You're not supposed to act like this is normal. It's not normal. I'm not, he swiped angrily at his eyes. It is normal, though, Izuku said. I mean, it's unique, but lots of people have unique quirks. Your quirk is really, really special and cool. It's villainous, Hitoshi spat. Well, but you're not, Izuku said, shrugging, and I don't think you'd use it that way. If you gave someone a gun and told them to use it in a not evil way. Izuku snorted. Your quirk isn't a gun, though. It's actually exceptionally non-violent. A better analogy would be giving someone NyQuil and telling them to use it in a non-evil way. They'd laugh and be like obviously. Hitoshi wiped his nose on the back of his sleeve. He studied Izuku, still obviously angry but with a more open expression than before. Sort of quizzical. The NyQuil hero, Izuku said, puppet master. Shut up, Hitoshi muttered, dragging the heels of his palms over his eyes again. He almost managed to hide his smile. Never, Izuku vowed. Besides, lots of people have stereotypically bad quirks. I mean, Eraserhead's quirk is taking away other people's quirks. You know? He probably got a lot of bullying for that. Hitoshi nodded. Well, Izuku said, hopping off his bed. Maybe we should pause on it for today, though. Unless you want to go find Dabi to practice on. I can't believe he still lives here after the whole Eraserhead kidnapping incident, Hitoshi mumbled. Aji-san is a huge softie, Izuku answered. Hitoshi's eyebrows twisted up incredulously. Izuku waited for the truth to hit him. After a moment, his expression cleared and opened and he said, honestly? True. It was a dark and stormy night. Well, not stormy, per se, but definitely dark, and with lots of clouds covering the moon. So it was more of a dark and cloudy night than anything else, but the point overall was that it was dark out. The air was very dry and hot. Izuku was watching, with some amusement, an older couple arguing about which of them had the keys to their car. Neither of them was the answer, because Izuku had caught a pickpocket not 2 minutes ago who had stolen the keys to their car and had been waiting in the darkness for the two of them to leave so she could steal it. You're the worst, the pickpocket hissed as Izuku took the keys back. Izuku pulled down the bottom half of his mask so he could stick his tongue out at her, and then he proceeded to run the keys out to the older couple, who thanked him and asked for his name. He said, somewhat smugly, Midori-san, and they thanked him again and left. With that done, Izuku returned to his pickpocket. He'd been trying to get one of these for a while now, but they were surprisingly difficult to find and even harder to catch. This was only his second pickpocketing capture ever. Third, if you count that one he set hound dog on. Technically, he said, leaning against the wall and raising his eyebrows at the girl, I should call Eraserhead and have him arrest you. Your evidence just drove away, though, she said, smirking. Izuku rolled his eyes. You have like 4 phones on you right now, he said, because he was nothing if not observant. You can't possibly be the rightful owner of all of them. She went back to scowling at him. I won't call Eraserhead if you give me the stolen phones, promise not to steal more, take 100,000 yen cash off my hands, and teach me how to do that. Her eyebrows, which had inched up incrementally each list item, disappeared under her blunt bangs. She wasn't even wearing a mask. Amateur. You're kidding, she said. I don't do that as a rule, Izuku answered. I'm always very serious. Well, sure, she said, if you untie me. Izuku clipped off the zip tie. He honestly expected her to attack him and run away directly after that, like his last target of such a proposition had done, which was why he was not, in fact, carrying 100,000 yen on him in cash at the moment, but she just rolled out her wrist and gave him an in-depth and valuable lesson on pickpocketing. He took notes as she talked and asked questions, and then she let him practice on her. He was not very good at it. It's more subtle, she said. You aim to distract and redirect attention so you can rob people blind. At least she was passionate. When Izuku had squeezed every last drop of knowledge out of her, he led her to an ATM and took out 100,000 yen cash. He handed it over, and she passed over the 3 stolen phones. They shook hands. A pleasure, she said, grinning toothily, and Izuku smacked her hand away from his pockets. Laughing, she turned and ran off into the pitch-black night. Feeling triumphant, Izuku went to find Eraserhead, who took the phones from him and scolded him for losing the villain. Izuku tried to explain it was a tactical negotiation, but Eraserhead wouldn't hear it. He swung into the darkness to bring the stolen phones to the police. Izuku stood proudly with his hands on his hips on the edge of a tall roof. He looked out on the city of Muzurafu and smiled. He was very good at this whole vigilante thing. Maybe even the best at it. Gotcha, a scratchy voice said from behind him, and a bag went down over Izuku's head. His hands flew up immediately to get it off, but rough palms seized his wrists and wrestled them behind his back. He kicked behind him, desperate, but his foot met empty air and he nearly lost balance, swaying. His attacker used this as an opportunity to push him down onto his stomach, where with one knee pressing into Izuku's lower back, he tied Izuku's hands together. Izuku struggled, but his attacker was stronger and definitely bigger than him, so it had no effect. He'd been caught. "We're going on a little field trip," his attacker hissed, pulling Izuku up to his feet. And then he let go. Izuku held very still, keeping his feet planted. They were on a roof, after all, and unless the fight had somehow traveled, they were close to the edge of it. He didn't want to risk falling off by moving. He felt a little like he was in a void, unable to sense where he was. He wished he could see. This, he decided, SCKED. Thank goodness not Aji-san hadn't kidnapped him this way. Not at all sophisticated. Worse, he genuinely didn't know who'd attacked him. Sure, he'd made his fair share of enemies and had a small collection of villains who probably despised him, that guy who'd broken his ribs, namely, but they were all supposed to be in jail, and none of them seemed organized enough to make an abduction attempt. The voice had maybe been familiar? He tried to replay how it had sounded to place it. Scratchy, like the guy, it seemed male, had a perpetual itch in the back of his throat, or was always on the verge of coughing. "Pick-ups here," the voice said, and grabbed Izuku by the scruff of his neck, steering him forward. Now that he was thinking about it, it sounded a lot like Dabi. But that didn't make any sense. What would Dabi want with Hai? Oh crap. Izuku twisted to get out of Dabi's grip. He'd take his chances with the roof, but Dabi grabbed both his arms right by the joint. His long fingers encased Izuku's upper arms. "Nuh-uh," he said, dragging him back. "You're not getting away, you little sheet." "Dabi," Izuku said helplessly. He felt Kurojire's portal around them. It always had the sense of pressing and folding around him, and panicked, thrashing to escape. "Let go, Dabi." "Ah," Kurojire said. "No," Izuku groaned. This was the worst possible scenario. "Dabi," Kurojire said, probably about to save Izuku's but like he always did. "Remember the last time you kidnapped someone? All for One asked me to get this one," Dabi said. "Just make sure the kid stays upstairs or something. That was the real problem last time." "Ah," Kurojire said again, and Izuku lost all hope. Well, it had been a long and successful life, but Midoriya Izuku, age 13, almost, had died a miserable death caused mostly by his own arrogance and also Dabi. "Rest in peace." Dabi forced him into a chair. "I will give you so much money if you let me go right now," Izuku said, squinting as if that would help him see through the bag over his head. "I'm so serious. Millions of yen." "Shut it," Dabi said. "Be nice," Kurojire said half-heartedly. He also sounded defeated. He knew the end of Izuku was coming. Izuku felt an additional rope twist around his torso a few times. It was really tight, which was unnecessary but flattering. Then another rope was wound around his thighs. Also extremely tight. "You're very rude," Izuku said in the direction he thought Dabi was. "I'm not taking any chances," Dabi shot back from the opposite direction. "That was fair. Go get All for One," Dabi said, probably to Kurojire. Then, as a clear afterthought, he added, "Please." Izuku decided that if he survived this day, Dabi would be his #1 enemy from here forth. JRK. Izuku would spare no expense in stalking him and digging up weird details about his past that no normal human should know and then flinging them in his face at the dinner table just to terrify him. Izuku would become his worst nightmare. Kurojire sighed. Izuku didn't hear him move, he was made of mist, but he knew Kurojire had walked away. He had to have. He'd gone to get not Aji-san and bring Izuku's life to a close. Dabi ripped the bag off Izuku's head. He was very dramatic. Izuku glared at him although Dabi couldn't see it through the masks. "No eraser head around to save you today," Dabi sneered. "Very sincerely," Izuku said, "you're, like, my least favorite person in the whole world." Dabi flipped him off. "Don't make rude gestures at children," not Aji-san said, strolling in like he owned the place. Because he did. Kurojire came in anxiously behind him and hovered in the outskirts of the room. Izuku dropped his head onto the back of the chair and stared woefully at the ceiling. "Goodbye world," he thought. "You are a child, correct?" not Aji-san asked. He dragged over a stool from the bar and sat down, studying Izuku. "I'm 15, Izuku told the ceiling. "And a pain in my butt," Dabi said. "Oh, I'm sorry," Izuku snapped, tilting his head up again to scowl at him. "Next time I'll try to make your butt more comfortable." "How'll that be?" "Don't swear," Kurojire said, fretful. Izuku frowned into his own lap. Dabi had tied his legs to the chair like 4 times, and his arms were starting to cramp from being bound behind him. "Sorry," he mumbled. "You've been quite the difficulty," not Aji-san said. "And virtually untraceable, too, which is impressive." Izuku blinked. Call him an optimist but that sounded almost like a compliment. A statement on Izuku's effectiveness as a vigilante, coming from the head supervillain himself. How do you keep figuring out where I'm operating and what I'll be doing? Not Aji-san asked. Izuku hesitated. He could answer truthfully, but if, by chance, not Aji-san didn't kill him the second his mask came off, he might want to retain some of his privacy. A magician never reveals his secrets, he said. You don't have a quirk, not Aji-san said, standing up abruptly. He was really tall. Izuku winced. Sir, Kurojairi said, stepping forward. Maybe you should. Am I an idiot? Not Aji-san asked. It wasn't clear who he was asking, maybe it was rhetorical, so Izuku said, helpfully, no, just not all-knowing. Not Aji-san grabbed his hood and mask and tore both off. Izuku shrank back, wincing. Now, he would die. Instead, he was met with complete silence. He worked one of his eyes open to find not Aji-san staring at him, frozen. Behind him, Dabi's mouth was hanging open and Kurojairi had a hand over his face, tired. Hi, Aji-chan, Izuku said weakly. How's it going? I quit, Dabi said, turning on his heel. You know what? I quit. I regret meeting you people. He stormed up the stairs. Good riddance. Not Aji-san closed his eyes, infinite pain flashing across his expression. All along, he said slowly. All along it's been you. Under my nose. Under my roof. To be fair, Izuku started. Not Aji-san held up a hand. Don't. Then, slowly, he turned to Kurojairi. Tell me you didn't know. You can lie, just tell me that. I need to hear it. Say, I didn't know. Kurojairi looked at Izuku. His expression betrayed it all as he said, I didn't know. Dabi stomped back down the stairs, bag slung over his back, stalked across the bar without looking at any of them, and went straight out the door, slamming it behind him. I, not Aji-san said, need a drink. Can we untie Izuku-kun first? Kurojairi asked as not Aji-san turned to the bar. Do whatever you want. Not Aji-san grabbed a full bottle of something from behind the counter. I'll be in my office. Good night. Izuku called. Not Aji-san echoed down the hall to his office. Izuku looked at Kurojairi. He's mad at me. No, Kurojairi said, gliding over to untie Izuku. He's mad at himself. Because of me. Because of himself. The ropes around Izuku's legs came undone. Kurojairi went around him to untie the rest of them from the back. Am I a terrible fake nephew? Izuku asked. Fake? The shout was so loud Izuku could hear it clearly from all the way in the bar, even though it had come from not Aji-san's office. The door to the office slammed open. Not Aji-san stormed out. Fake? Izuku said. He looked to Kurojairi for help, but couldn't quite see him because Kurojairi was behind him untying his arms from the chair. Yes? Since, like, you kidnapped me and pretended to be my uncle even though really you're this really huge supervillain all for one and my actual uncle is chaperoning a study abroad program in Australia right now. How long, not Aji-san said, long-suffering, have you known this? Izuku grimaced. You won't like it. Izuku, he said. Tell me this instant. Izuku told him. He didn't like it. For Midoriya's 13th birthday, All for One gave him the set of t-shirts he'd seen in the mall that one time, a few sizes too big, he said, so you can grow into them, and, to his alarm, Midoriya cried. All for One hadn't meant for it to be a thoughtful gift. He hadn't spent much money on it, to prove to himself that he wasn't so attached to Izuku, Midoriya that he had to spend exorbitant amounts of money on him for his birthday. He could spend very little money on a small, trivial gift, that Midoriya would still like, he wouldn't have been able to buy him a bad gift, and that would show both of them how little he cared. It had backfired. Midoriya sobbed and said All for One was his favorite fake uncle ever. There, All for One said, patting Midoriya awkwardly on the back, he was entrapped in another hug, and sending Kurojairi an alarmed look. Kurojairi, the traitor, was taking pictures. This is the best gift anyone's ever given me, Midoriya wailed. Over the past couple weeks, All for One had learned some things about himself. 1. He was not particularly smart. Average, actually. Some might even call him foolish. 2. He had a weakness when it came to Midoriya. A weakness that included almost immediately forgiving him for meddling in his evil plans, continuing to let him be a vigilante even after the recent discovery, which they weren't discussing, and making pancakes with him every Sunday. 3. He had very little control over his own life. Thus, this situation. Oh, Shinsuke-kun just texted, Kurojairi said, effectively ending the hug. He opened a portal and Izuku's perpetually exhausted friend walked through. All for One thought that the way he felt on the inside was the way this kid looked on the outside, fed up and slightly soulless. Hitoshi-kun. Midoriya chirped, bounding over. He wiped away his tears. Hi, Shinso said. Happy birthday. I got you a present but I want to wait until after school to give it to you, or you'll talk my ear off about it all day. Good thing you have 2 ears, Midoriya said, hunting for the gift by circling around Shinso. I left it at home to keep you from stealing it, Shinso said. He gave All for One a dead look. Did you know he's been taking lessons from pickpockets on the street? Hitoshi-kun. Midoriya punched him lightly in the shoulder. That was a secret. Seems like something your not uncle should know, Shinso said. All right, Kurogyari said, sending All for One an anxious look. Time to go to school or you'll be late. We're not even remotely close to being late, Midoriya said, but he headed for the new portal anyway. Don't burn the school down, Kurogyari reminded him. Midoriya didn't respond, which was foreboding. Shinso gave Kurogyari a little head JRK of a nod before following him through the portal. So everyone knew, All for One said calmly as Kurogyari closed the portal, except for me. Izuku-kun was trying very hard to keep it from you, Kurogyari said, as if this would make All for One feel better. And you know how he gets when he sets his mind on something. I'm still not speaking to you, All for One sniffed. He'd been giving Kurogyari the silent treatment for the past week as he recovered from the Midoriya is the annoying vigilante discovery. He'd get over it eventually. Maybe. All right, Kurogyari said easily, and went to the kitchen to start something on fire. These are so cool, Izuku said. I made them with 3 extra features too. Mei answered giddily over Izuku's brand new, very cool, comm system, which was now connected to his phone. She'd sent updates and new gadgets to him over the mail and insisted they call to go over the updates. It was nearly midnight, because Izuku had wanted to test his brand new awesome, incredible, fantastic night vision goggles in the night, but Mei claimed sleep was for the weak and was happy to talk him through the goggles at any hour. Izuku felt giddy. With the goggles on, he could see everything pretty clearly, although there was a bit of a green hue to everything. He wondered, briefly, if it was possible to somehow use quirks to improve technology. Like by using someone's DNA who had a night vision quirk, maybe it would be possible to use biomechanics to make night vision goggles. Maybe there were morality issues with that, though. It seemed like the sort of thing someone would get arrested for. He dragged his attention back to the awesome piece of technology at hand, setting aside these thoughts for later. What are the extra features? Mei walked him through the 3 settings, which he could navigate by a dial on the side, and which included infrared vision, captioning, and binoculars. Mei-san, Izuku said when she was done. I'm so happy right now. I'm going to die. Not yet. You haven't tested them out. Izuku's birthday had been about 2 weeks ago, but he counted this as one of his presents. It was just too epic to not have some sort of ceremony attached to it. He had real, genuine tears in his eyes. Too bad the goggles didn't have a tear-collecting setting. You're a total genius, Mei-san. The most genius. Well, I try, she said, but she sounded smug. Anyway, give the night vision setting a good test tonight and let me know how it works. If there are any glitches or anything, I'll work to fix them up right away. And if anyone asks. Hatsumei Industries, I know, he laughed. Thank you so much. Particularly Eraserhead. That man needs a goggle upgrade. We could send him one anonymously. Ha! Mei cackled. Maybe we should. I enjoy those projects, you know. Izuku did know. He'd been running a little dry on researching which heroes needed new gear recently because he was so busy doing 10 million other things, but maybe if he got a minute he could think of something good for both of them to work on. He liked working with Mei, she was high energy and a little off-putting sometimes, but so was Izuku, and they clicked well when they were knee-deep in a project and shouting ideas at each other over the phone. Crap, my mom's coming, Mei hissed. Talk to you later. Let me know how it works. Bye, Izuku said, but Mei had already hung up. Time to test the goggles out, then. He put them back on night vision mode and slipped through the alleys. He could see everything perfectly fine, really. It all had a kind of grainy quality to it, but it was working and it was working well. This was much preferable, at any rate, to standing triumphant on a rooftop on one of the darkest nights in Japanese history and having someone come up behind him and shove a bag over his head. Maybe he could have prevented that if he had been wearing night vision goggles. He had, of course, recently done his requisite deep dive into Dabi, his new worst enemy. He'd found a surprising amount of dead ends, which implied there was a lot more to dig into. Although he hadn't asked Not Aji-san directly, he suspected that the answers to Dabi's past were hidden in his computer, so eventually, when he had time, he'd go thoroughly through all the files and try to find stuff. When he had time was the kicker there. Izuku was doing too much stuff, and apparently Aldra Jr. High liked to assign ridiculous amounts of homework on top of it all. He turned the corner and found someone trying to rob an ATM. Sighing, he got out his Eskrima sticks and jumped into battle. It was much easier than he anticipated, mostly because he had the element of surprise on his side and because he could actually see now. He zip-tied the villain to a light post and crouched down next to her. Time to test out his skills. He located the villain's phone, dipped his fingers into the pocket, and took it. "What are you doing?" the villain asked, glaring. "I'm pickpocketing you," Izuku said happily. "Look, I took your phone. Isn't that awesome?" The villain gave him a disgusted look. "It's not pickpocketing if I'm tied up, you nut." "Shoo," Izuku said, holding the phone up to the villain's face to unlock it. "Let me have this." His first time pickpocketing a villain. He was so accomplished. So cool. He decided maybe calling a hero on a villain's phone was a bad idea, so instead he called the non-emergency police line, sitting crisscross on the sidewalk next to the villain, who had sunk to irritated muttering about how much Izuku sked. "Hello, this is Mizutofu Police," the receptionist picked up. Izuku explained the situation. She promised to send a car over and tried to extract some details about him, such as his name, his age, etc., but he just thanked her for her help and hung up. "Someone will be here shortly," he told the villain, and returned the phone to his pocket. Reverse pickpocketing. Then he went and climbed up the nearest fire escape. He waited on the roof for the police to come, keeping an eye on the villain to make sure A, that she didn't try to run away, and B, no one came up and tried to kill her while she was defenseless. Neither of the two things happened and the police arrived with little fanfare. Izuku turned away and jumped for the next roof over. A very successful night, he decided. And he had his new goggles and new skills to thank. Tamura scowled at the TV. The news broadcasters were talking about a vigilante named Midori-san, and Tamura wanted to strangle someone. A very particular someone. 2 someones, really. 3 if you counted All Might, but he was beginning to discover through his mandatory tri-weekly therapy sessions that he had no reason to count All Might. The other 2 someones were Midoriya Izuku, obviously, and Sensei. All for one. His therapist said it was preferable to refer to him by name. Tamura, against his will, liked his therapist. She was the only one he'd managed to even mention All for One to, and that made it difficult to get her voice out of his head in moments like these. "Vigilantes," Torino grumbled. He jabbed a finger at the TV and shouted at it, "Get him off the streets. What are heroes these days doing? If you need a child to do your job for you, you're not doing a good job." Tamura found living with Torino very odd. Torino was not the same as All for One. Torino was loud and abrasive and said things he didn't mean, only to take them back with an apology later. Tamura had tried to run away several times, especially during those first few months, but Torino always caught up and brought him back, and over time he'd started to wonder why he'd wanted to go back in the first place. All for One had abandoned him for this handful of a vigilante. He deserved what he'd gotten himself into by throwing Tamura away for the next bright and shiny thing. And Tamura, fine, he'd say it, Tamura was happier here than he had been there. Torino paid attention to him. And he didn't do it in the same way All for One had, like Tamura was a tool he was trying to figure out how to properly utilize. Torino paid attention to Tamura with no apparent ulterior motives attached. This had scared Tamura at first. It still did, sometimes, because he hadn't found the limit yet. But despite that he liked it better. "This kid," Torino said in a voice of amazed frustration, and Tamura pursed his lips hard. Midoriya was hard to look away from. He was, Tamura had seen, an attention hog. And now he was hogging Torino's attention too. It wasn't just limited to All for One and Kurogyri anymore. The whole world was watching him. Tamura huffed and returned to his remedial homework. Since he'd never gone to proper school, he was making up for it now. "Is Toshinori-san still visiting tonight?" he asked. Torino's eyes left the TV and found him again. "Last I heard." He shook his head. "That man needs to take a break." That, at least, Tamura could agree with. All for One walked into Aldra's gymnasium 2 minutes before 7. He glared around the room, trying to locate the PTA president. He suspected she was the short and slight one with chin-length black hair at the front of the room, currently listening to a huge hairy guy. The gymnasium was half filled with rows of chairs lined up lecture style, with an aisle down the middle. All for One sneered. Surely Sakamoto Miki didn't expect this many people to show up to the first PTA meeting of the year. It was almost time for the meeting to start and there were only around 30 people in the room. All for One thought if he was in charge he could have filled all these seats easily and forced the remaining people to stand in the back. "Midoriya-san?" a sharp voice asked to his left. Bakugo Mitsuki was sitting in one of the chairs near the edge of the mass of cheap blue folding chairs. "Bakugo-san," All for One said, walking over. "Oh, call me Mitsuki." She moved over 2 seats to give him room to sit next to her. "I didn't know you'd be here." All for One had prepared an excuse for this. "I'm trying to be more involved." Mitsuki nodded and All for One gave himself a mental pat on the back for his manipulative skill. She didn't even know it was the truth. Foolish woman. You've been doing this a while? All for One asked. Since Katsuki's third year of elementary school, she said. Usually Masaru, that's my husband, comes with me, but he couldn't make it today. Know anything about the president? She looked at the same woman All for One had pegged as Sakamoto, her eyes narrowing. Sakamoto Miki. She's friendly. Nice. Too nice, if you ask me. Her kids are FING hellions, she's probably really lenient with them. That coming from Bakugo Mitsuki was really something. All for One had only been in the presence of Bakugo Katsuki once, but he'd heard plenty from Midoriya and knew he was, at best, a handful. All right, we'll go ahead and get started, Sakamoto chirped from the front. She tapped on the microphone a few times to test it, although she'd just spoken into it. All for One despised her. My name is Sakamoto Miki. I'm the president of this year's PDA. It's nice to meet you all, and I hope to talk more individually with you after the meeting. Now, the agenda. She pointed the projector remote up and a full bullet-pointed agenda suddenly appeared projected onto the gymnasium's white wall behind her. First, I'll give a brief introduction to the PDA, and then I'll talk about our goals this year, and then ways that you can get involved. Finally, major dates to remember and how to stay in touch. With another click of the remote, the projector slide changed. Sakamoto launched into a well-organized and neatly formatted presentation on the Parent-Teacher Association at Aldera Junior High. All for One spent the whole meeting glaring at her from his seat, but she didn't seem to notice, flipping from slide to slide with a happy smile. They needed volunteers for making decorations and volunteers for running tables at the school's fundraiser. They needed event planning volunteers and volunteers willing to provide support at school events. Sakamoto put up a QR code for sign-ups and All for One put Midoriya's uncle down for almost everything, skipping the bake sale because he couldn't bake and neither, frankly, could Kurogyuri, just to prove he was an involved and dedicated parent. Take that, Sakamoto Miki. That concludes our meeting. Sakamoto Miki said brightly after around 30 minutes, suching the slide to a simple thank you. In flowery font. We have the space reserved for another 30 minutes, so please, enjoy the refreshments and mingle. I'd love to speak with you if you stay. The room rustled as all the parents got up. They started chatting in murmurs, some of them heading to the refreshment table and the rest of them gaggling toward the gymnasium doors. All for One stayed in his seat and judged them all. Sakamoto Miki flitted from parent to parent. I feel, Mitsuki said drily, like I've been sitting in the sun too long. How can anyone be so happy all the time? Jesus. All for One thought perhaps he'd found an ally in Bakugo Mitsuki. I feel an urge to spite her. Mitsuki cackled in agreement and got to her feet. Well, she seems to be organized, at least, and on top of her game. That's good, the PDA president at the elementary school was a FING mess. It's a wonder anything got done. Sakamoto Miki was drifting over to them. All for One stood, letting his entire 226 centimeters take up the space. He towered over her, two Sakamoto Mikis standing on top of each other like Legos would only be a head taller than All for One. Legos? That would be a good gift for Izuku. He'd have to write it down. God damn it. No. Midoriya. He was just Midoriya. Sakamoto, oblivious to All for One's crisis, chose this moment to pop over and say, hello. Thank you for coming. All for One gave her his sweetest smile, lacing it with a good amount of sharp hatred. She would cower before him. Something must have been wrong with her amygdala because she just arched her neck back and beamed. I haven't seen you around before. Who's your kid? I'm Midoriya Izuku's uncle and current primary guardian, All for One said. This is his first. Oh, I remember Midoriya-kun. Sakamoto snapped her fingers. He's quirkless, right? All for One stopped, observing Sakamoto silently for a moment. She just towed a mental line. Any further and he'd have to murder her. He didn't think he could get away with killing Sakamoto in public like this without damaging Midoriya's reputation. Maybe he had a quirk that could do it and make it look like an accident. He started rummaging through them. My kids used to play with him and Bakugo-kun when they were younger, Sakamoto said, blindly plowing on. Maybe 3rd or 4th grade? Is that right, Mitsuki-kun? Hell if I know, Mitsuki said. She didn't seem really engaged in the conversation, instead watching two parents bicker over the last bit of green tea, both of them trying to get the other to take it. Mitsuki's lack of attention didn't seem to sway Sakamoto, who said brightly, I remember Midoriya-kun was always a very smart kid. You must be so proud of him. How dare Sakamoto tell All for One whether or not to be proud of Midoriya? He had banned pride long ago. What had he said? The day he'd say he was proud of Midoriya would be the day he stopped trying to destroy one for all. It would never happen. He's a wonderful child, he said stiffly. He must be. How kind of you to step in and raise him in Inko's absence. It can't be easy. Oh, Kariuchi-san. Hello. She bowed to All for One, who had finally found the quirk he wanted. Excuse me. It was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to see you at the next meeting. She bounded off to go talk to whoever Kariuchi was. All for One glared at her back as she retreated. War. This was war. Well, Mitsuki said, now you've met her. Like a ray of sunshine, isn't she? A bit rude, to be honest. Some people don't want to be doused in joy at 7-FING-30. All for One made a noise of vehement agreement. He did not like Sakamoto Miki. He'd given her a good chance. He'd tried his best. But no, she'd proven her worth and it was nothing. He would steal her spot as president of the PDA and he would show the whole world how to run this place. But he'd have to wait until the next PDA election. Then he could do all that. Naomasa contemplated the coffee machine as Aizawa took a heaping cup of coffee away from it and held it up to his nose, inhaling deeply. Aizawa treated the coffee at the police station like it held the answers to the universe. Naomasa had had the coffee before, and it was honestly kind of gross. But at certain hours, maybe, a man started getting desperate and hallucinated the police station coffee into holy water. And in fact Naomasa was desperate. He got up and made his way over to the coffee machine. Aizawa, ever aware of his surroundings, moved slightly to the side as Naomasa came up behind him, letting him have access to the coffee machine. That bad, huh? Aizawa asked as Naomasa poured himself a cup. I haven't seen you drink this stuff in over 2 years. This vigilante, Naomasa said, letting his exhaustion show in his tone. Midori-kun? Aizawa guessed. The clarification, Naomasa supposed, was justified. Midori-san was far from the only vigilante in the streets around Mizutofu today, but also, obviously, no one else was as big a pain in the butt as Midori-san. Not any of the other vigilantes in Mizutofu, not any of the other vigilantes in Japan PRD. Naomasa would place bets that no other police force in the world was dealing with a vigilante as big a nuisance as Midori-san. It would be easy if they could just figure out what his quirk was. Then they could go through the quirk registration database, find someone who matched Midori-san's description. Green-haired and plain-looking was all they had to go by, based on the reports people gave when he was still young and making random phone calls on the street, and call it a day. But no. Midori-san either didn't use his quirk when he was out vigilante ing or it wasn't a flashy one, and that didn't help narrow things down at all. Frankly, Mizutofu's residence database didn't have anyone who matched Midori-san's description. He might not have even lived there at all. So it was hell. Aizawa said, he hasn't been bothering me as much recently, so it's been harder to keep tabs on him. Naomasa wished Aizawa would be more willing to just arrest the kid, but Aizawa had made his stance on this clear a few months back when he decided to stop nabbing him. I'd rather try to incentivize him to stop than put him in more danger by forcing him to, Aizawa had said, which was admirable and also made Naomasa's job 10 times more difficult. You look like you're about to quit, Aizawa said drily. What's he been doing? He started calling the police to come get villains he's defeated, Naomasa says. He takes their phones from them and calls us for pickup. We aren't a clean-up service. Aizawa's lip twitched. Don't laugh. I never laugh, Aizawa said, hiding his smile behind his paper coffee cup. This is the last time I confide in you, Naomasa vowed. He's the biggest nuisance the police force has ever seen. Worse, dare I say, than that awful car thief. He told me he ran into her and let her go, Aizawa said. Naomasa put his cup down. No, his quirk was ringing truth, but he didn't want to hear it. Aizawa took a sip of his coffee. Yep. I told him to never do that again. He said, if I remember correctly, that it was a tactical negotiation, and that it would benefit everyone in the long run. I see no benefits. Naomasa swore. Well, he's calling you directly now instead of bothering me, Aizawa said, so I've definitely benefited. F off. Naomasa slurped down his police station coffee. Disgusting, it was absolutely disgusting. He refilled his cup. Well, this can't be right, Izuku muttered to himself, clicking back out of the file he'd found to double-check that he'd taken the right path. Not Aji-san had a whole folder on Dabi. Apparently he had some crazy scientist under his employ who had saved Dabi's life or something. The medical files were all in there. Izuku didn't really understand what they'd said, but they were there. That hadn't tripped Izuku up. What had gotten him was the folder underneath all the medical stuff, which contained a lot of scanned articles on Todoroki Tuya. The path was right, that folder really was inside the Dabi folder. Maybe it had been misplaced? Maybe not Aji-san had accidentally. Yeah, no. Not Aji-san didn't do accidents. Izuku opened the Todoroki Tuya folder again, eyebrows furrowing. There were at least 30 documents in there. Who knew the world had so much to say about Todoroki Tuya? All Izuku knew about him was that he was Endeavor's first son but had died in an accident pretty young. Yes, this was an obscure fact that very few people knew. He was obsessed with heroes and a little bit of a stalker. Sue him. The presence of the Todoroki Tuya folder inside the Dabi folder seemed to imply that they were one and the same. He supposed that made sense. Irritable guy with a fire quirk, son of irritable guy with a fire quirk, yeah, that added up. Honestly, the more Izuku thought about it, the more similarities there were. So Dabi was Todoroki Tuya. This explained absolutely nothing. Izuku opened the first scanned document, ignoring the clock on his desk, which was telling him Kurogiri would actually kill him if he found out Izuku was still awake, and began a deep dive. He emerged from his deep dive over 3 hours later, eyes aching and clock on his desk non-verbally telling him he was an idiot, but with several more answers. They were not the answers he'd wanted, but they were answers nonetheless. Izuku rolled his chair away from his desk and frowned at his keyboard, trying to give his eyes a break while he thought this through. Todoroki Tuya had died in a very suspicious way, but supposedly this mad scientist had saved him and now he was Dabi. But why be a villain? Why not just go back to Endeavor and explain? Izuku had found the pictures of him right after he'd woken up from surgery, when he'd still looked pretty normal. He could have gone back to Endeavor and explained the situation without fear of being turned away because of the scars. There was no clear reason not to go back. Something was up. Izuku could smell it. He rolled out his shoulders, which were starting to cramp from being hunched over so much. Steadily ignoring both his clock and the little timestamp on his computer screen, he flexed his fingers, opened an incognito window, and dove straight into the dark side of the internet. The internet was full of Endeavor hate. People could admit he was effective and call him number 2 all day long, but that didn't mean they liked his glowing personality. And villains in particular hated his guts, which was a good sign that something was off. Villains didn't like heroes as a rule, but most of them wouldn't go so far as to hold a grudge against a particular hero, and definitely not en masse like this. Izuku found a post titled "Does Endeavor Abuse His Kids?" He scrolled past it, rolling his eyes. People on the internet could be so ridiculous. Endeavor was a hero and heroes didn't. Izuku stopped scrolling, thinking about that for a minute. Kaken, he thought to himself, wanted to be a hero. He dismissed the comparison right away. Kaken wasn't that bad, but the thought was enough to send him scrolling back up again anyway. He didn't want to believe it, didn't even want to suspect it. But he opened the post. He read it from top to bottom. Then he read it again, much more slowly, and analyzed every sentence. He thought everything through, turned the theory over in his mind and checked it for holes. Todoroki Tuya. An accident. Dabi, a villain. No. Izuku had wanted to find creepy things to randomly say to Dabi the next time they ran into each other, like, "So you use bubblegum toothpaste, huh?" or "How's your cat doing?" He had not wanted to find an incredibly detailed and unignorable bit of evidence that Endeavor was abusive. That had not been on his to-do list. Leaning back in his chair, he pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. This could not be happening. He was not feeling sympathetic toward Dabi, who had kidnapped his second favorite hero and also him. Dang it. Katsuki was dreaming about sheep, for some reason, when a weird knock woke him up. It was a weird knock for a couple reasons. One, it was kind of echoey in a way that he didn't usually associate with knocking, a weird hollow sort of sound, and two, it was not coming from the direction of his door. He sat up in bed, squinting at his door. The knock came again and he twisted around to look at his window. It was only his heroic instincts and a good deal of self-control that kept him from screaming. Deku was right outside his window, something splattered on his face. He made eye contact with Katsuki and waved. Then pointed at the window and mouthed, "Open it?" Katsuki got up and opened the window. "What is wrong with you?" he hissed. "Move, Kaken," Deku whispered, pushing him out of the way and practically falling into his room through the window. Ow! Something was not right with Deku's arm. Katsuki looked at it for a second and then decided he didn't want to look at it anymore. He looked at his face instead and his mouth dropped open. The splatter on Deku's face was definitely blood. "What the hell?" "It's rude to stare," Deku said. "Can I borrow your phone?" Katsuki, numb, went and unplugged his phone on his desk. He handed it over to Deku, who wrinkled up his nose. "Unlock it?" "Right. That would be important." "What happened?" Katsuki asked. "I got in a fight." Deku struggled to type one-handed for a moment, eventually sighing and walking over to Katsuki's desk. He set the phone down and typed with his left index finger. "A fight?" Katsuki said. He glanced at the door and reminded himself to be quiet. Last thing he needed was his mom or his dad waking up, and neither of them were particularly heavy sleepers. Okay, so this is a super big secret, so you can't tell anyone. Deku held up a pinky. You have to promise. I think we've outgrown pinky promises, Katsuki said, glaring. Deku pushed his pinky out insistently. Rolling his eyes, Katsuki linked his pinky in Deku's and they shook. Okay, I promise or whatever. What's going on? Okay, so for like 3 years now I've been a vigilante, Deku said. For years? Maybe almost 4? It's been a while. And I. You what? Katsuki hissed. I'm a vigilante, Deku repeated. He waited a moment for Katsuki to process that. It wasn't a long enough moment. Anyway, I got in a fight and lost, and the villain broke my arm and also my phone, but I need to call Kurogyri to pick me up, and I can't go to the hospital or the police will find out and be mad, and Hitoshi-kun lives over in Aichi and I don't think I can get over there this late, so my options were very limited. He hit the green call button on Katsuki's phone and lifted it to his ear. Katsuki felt like his mind was exploding. Deku's explanation had in fact explained very little and he was having trouble comprehending everything going on. Deku was a vigilante, shocking but not surprising, and, what, had gotten beaten up by a villain? What? That was supposed to be Katsuki's job. Kurogyri, hi, Deku said into the phone, it's Izuku. I kind of broke my phone. I'm at Kaken's house? In his room. Yeah. Yes, I know. Yes. Okay. Okay. I get it. Geez. Katsuki shushed Deku, gesturing at his door. His parents really were light sleepers and the last thing he needed was them finding out Deku had a broken arm. And was inside Katsuki's room, for whatever reason, at 2 in the morning. A swirling purple vortex opened in the middle of Katsuki's room and he slapped a hand over his mouth to contain an undignified yelp. Deku passed his phone back over. Thanks so much, he yelled at Katsuki, and then he stepped right into the vortex, which immediately twisted around itself and disappeared. Holy. F-I-N-G. Sheet. Katsuki sat down numbly on the end of his bed and stared vacantly at the wall. What just happened? What? Needless to say, he didn't sleep much that night. The next day at school, Deku's arm was totally back to normal. Katsuki spent a long time staring at him when he walked into class. Surely he hadn't dreamed that whole crazy interaction. He almost managed to write it off as a hallucination, but then he remembered that time Deku had flipped a kid over a desk, and he couldn't continue to lie to himself. Deku was a vigilante and somehow he'd healed a broken arm in less than 6 hours. Unhinged. Plus, when he checked his call history, he found an outgoing call to a number he didn't recognize at an unholy hour of the night, so it had to have been real. He spent the day watching Deku from afar, farther than normal. Barely ever stopping to talk to him or taunt him, just observing. How had he not noticed how much Deku had changed? Sure, Deku still spent the majority of his time hunched nervously over a notebook and sure he still shrank back when Katsuki's friends went anywhere near him, but he wasn't a FING noodle anymore. It was hard to tell because he sat like a gremlin and his uniform swallowed him, but he'd definitely bulked up at some point. At lunch, Carriage went over to pick at Deku, who stumbled his way through a weak response until the purple-haired a-hole got up and stared Carriage down. With another biting comment, Carriage turned and sauntered away. Deku immediately turned and started babbling about something or other to his friend. Katsuki had pushed Deku around for more years than he could count, and Deku rarely stood up for himself. Now that Katsuki was paying attention, though, it was obvious. Deku could wipe the floor with half the school if he would just grow a backbone. This was a development. Katsuki didn't really know what to do with the new information. So he sat, and he watched. You have to talk to him, Kurogyri said. I don't ask clouds for parenting advice, All for One answered, narrowing his eyes at his computer screen. He'd been reviewing footage of Midori-san, ridiculous, the kid was ridiculous, for the past 2 hours and all he'd found was that he was an idiot for not realizing it sooner. The similarities were obvious. All right, Kurogyri said softly. All for One glanced over his shoulder, but the doorway was already empty. He exhaled slowly through his nose. Midoriya had broken his arm last night while he was out as a vigilante. And All for One couldn't figure out what to do about it. This might have marked the first time in a long time that he felt actually unsure of himself. It was like he was standing in a field of landmines and couldn't decide where to step to go forward. A good parent would probably stop Midoriya from being a vigilante at all. A good villain would do that as well. All for One definitely wasn't the first and he was beginning to doubt himself on the second. He huffed and sighed and got up from his desk. Kurogyri would be bringing Midoriya home from school soon. As he walked out into the bar, Midoriya came through the portal without breaking conversation with Shinso, who stepped out afterward. And it's just that his effectiveness as a hero is dampened by the sheer amount of damage he creates. I mean, do you know how expensive it is to rebuild after a building is destroyed? Not to mention bad for the environment. Hi, Aji-san, and insurance won't entirely cover it. Maybe insurance companies should get better, then, Shinso grumbled, following Midoriya to the stairs. That's another thing. Why, All for One wanted to know, was his fake nephew talking about insurance companies at 13 years old? He hadn't even known what the Northern Lights were until last year, because Aldra was a joke, and already he was just casually talking about reforming insurance companies? He shook that off. Izuku-kun, he said, I need to speak with you. Midoriya paused on the stairs 2 feet up and turned. Really? All for One scowled. That should not be shocking. They'd spoken before, at times of great need. Yes, really, he said. Midoriya's nose wrinkled up, but he started down the stairs again. Admittedly, All for One's tone had been a bit sharp, but he refused to back down, and he gestured toward his office, raising an eyebrow. Will it be a long time? Midoriya asked, trailing after him. Does Hitoshi-kun need to go home? No, just a few minutes. All for One held the door to his office open. Okay? Midoriya glanced back at Shinso. Just go to my room, I guess, and I'll be up in a little bit? I'll get a head start on that awful math homework, Shinso said. Midoriya stepped into All for One's office. All for One shut the door as Midoriya plopped into the extra swivel chair. Like he owned the place. What's going on? Midoriya asked, eyebrows raised high. He was so trusting, and All for One almost resented him for it. All for One swept off his irritation. We need to discuss what happened last night and the vigilantism generally. Midoriya's expression stayed open and curious. How he wasn't cowering or sweating as Tomura would have done at this age confused All for One, who was blocking his way to the exit by circumstance and happened to be much taller than him. You broke your arm, All for One said, realizing abruptly that he still hadn't gotten around to making a plan about this conversation. He'd leapt into it without thinking it through, something that he never did. I did, Midoriya said, frowning at the newly fixed arm. It was very painful. He went back to looking expectantly at All for One. I'm thinking. No, he was not thinking, he knew. We need to set some ground rules. Now Midoriya's expression finally collapsed into something more distressed. What? No. The whole point of being a vigilante is not having a bunch of random rules keeping me from. Midoriya-kun, All for One said. It felt weird coming out of his mouth, Midoriya instead of Izuku. But they weren't actually related, and there was no point in pretending behind closed doors, regardless of the confusion that flashed over Midoriya's face. Like it or not, I am your legal guardian. And legal? Midoriya muttered. All for One raised his voice. And like it or not, I am responsible for your safety. You were out in Mizudafu with a broken arm and no way to get home and you had to break into. And you had to break into your friend's house to get a phone to call Kurojiiri. That is not okay. Bakugo-kun lives on the 4th floor of that building. Midoriya crossed his arms. Well, maybe you should be proud of me for scaling up the side of the building with a broken arm. It was very impressive. You don't ever acknowledge how amazing it is that I'm doing this stuff at my age. Even Hitoshi-kun's parents know to be proud of him. The P word. All for One was knocked speechless. But it was only for a split second, and then he recovered himself. Don't deflect, he snapped. And don't compare me to other parents. Midoriya had the audacity to roll his eyes. This was hell. All for One remembered when he had first adopted a 9-year-old Midoriya and he had believed that it couldn't get worse. He had been wrong. Teenager Midoriya was worse. Much worse. Ground rules, All for One said again, in a desperate attempt to get himself back on track. Every time you leave, Kurojiiri and I need to know where you'll be patrolling. Are you kidding? Midoriya burst out. The whole point of it is to stop you from doing crazy and very illegal stuff. Why would I tell you where I'm going to be? That's so stupid. All for One smacked his hand into his own face. How aggravating could this conversation get? All right, fine. Don't tell me. But you will tell Kurojiiri. When Midoriya's eyes narrowed, All for One added, and I won't ask him for details unless I think something's wrong. He had not imagined for 1 second when he started this conversation that it would be this difficult. Midoriya held his gaze, thinking it through. And this was just the first rule. Okay, Midoriya said finally. Okay, fine. Rule number 2, All for One said. 2. Midoriya threw his hands up. How many are there? Obviously, All for One thought, there was not going to be just one rule. Many, he said savagely. Midoriya slumped down in his chair. All for One actually had not thought of the second rule yet. He took a moment to clear his throat. Rule number 2, he said, mind scrambling. He couldn't exactly ban Midoriya from getting injured. Updates, he said, in a last-ditch dive for whatever word his mind could come up with. You need to send Kurogyri updates with where you are every hour on the hour. If you miss it by 5 minutes he'll alert me and we'll both go looking for you. He expected more argument on that one, but Midoriya nodded. That's fair. All for One was on a roll now. Rule number 3, I'm giving you an emergency button. You'll put it somewhere in your suit where it won't get pressed easily but you can get to it in an emergency, and if something goes wrong you press it and I'll come get you. So, All for One was a genius. He'd known all along, but this confirmed it. Only a genius would have thought of this. Okay, Midoriya said. Rule number 4, you need someone you can contact who isn't your friend from school and who you don't have to climb to the 4th story of a building to get to if something does happen. I'm open to ideas on this one. Midoriya reached a hand up and pinched his own mouth closed, furrowing his eyebrows. Eventually, his lips escaped and his muttering started. All for One didn't even bother trying to listen to it. This was just Midoriya thinking everything through, his own way of processing. Maybe, Midoriya said abruptly, stopping mid-mutter, do you think we could have a second emergency button? But this one for Eraserhead instead? He's helped me a bunch of times before and in situations where I don't want you to come, he'd be the closest responsible adult. Probably. And I can bring an extra emergency phone in my backpack for Kurogyri if I go somewhere outside of Muzutafu. All for One hated this idea. Hated it. Every little piece of it, except the emergency phone part, he hated. And yet, he said, all right. If it would keep Midoriya safe, it was worth it. He'd tired of thinking of rules. Those are all of them for now. Midoriya immediately launched out of his chair. Awesome, he said. I'm going up to do my homework with Hitoshi-kun, then. Suddenly, All for One felt off balance, like they'd missed a step. He couldn't think of what he'd missed, though, so he stepped out of the way as Midoriya beelined for the door. Midoriya was gone in an instant, and by the time All for One wandered out of his office, he was already upstairs. What, were they supposed to hug or something? For whatever reason, All for One found himself thinking about Sakamoto Miki. That a-hole. He would be a better parent than her. What would she have done? Midoriya, no, actually, Izuku, she would have said. Thank you for talking this over with me. I'm sorry it took so long for me to bring it up. And maybe that would have been better. I'll have you know you were a last resort. Nezu sipped his tea behind his desk and let a grin spread over his cheeks. It was impressive, he thought, that it had taken him as long as it had to take notice of what was going on. Truthfully, he should have known when Aizawa took his position as an assistant teacher in the heroics course at UA, and even more so he should have known when Aizawa agreed to getting promoted to be the primary practical heroics teacher. He had incorrectly assumed both times that Yamada had gotten through to him and turned the tides, but no. It seemed Aizawa had found himself a child. And Nezu hadn't realized until this morning, when Midori-san hit national news. I'm only coming to you now because you definitely know and there's no point in continuing to keep it from you. Yes, very impressive. Nezu might even go so far as to call Midori-kun one of the best-kept secrets in Japan, right next to One for All. Well, whatever could get this much desperation out of you? Nezu asked, although he already knew. Midori-kun, Aizawa said. I need to know who he is. Nezu had been, for the past 7 hours, shirking his duties as a principal to figure out the answers to that exact question. It had taken much longer than he'd initially anticipated. The vigilante had covered the tracks to his identity so well that Nezu lost the trail several times. And he was the best of the best when it came to this sort of thing, so either the child was a genius or he had someone on his side with a lot of connections. Nezu suspected both may be true, although who his benefactor was remained an annoying mystery. Regardless, moments before Aizawa Shoyuta slid into his office, Nezu had discovered that Midori-san was a quirkless 13-year-old boy named Midoriya Izuku. The alignment of the names made Nezu chuckle, who, despite reportedly not living in Muzutafu, went to school at Aldera Junior High. Fascinating, Nezu thought. This was a rare thought for Nezu. Things could be intriguing or notable, but for him to find something well and truly fascinating was out of the ordinary. And a singular person, no less. Aizawa apparently found the child fascinating as well, although perhaps in an altogether different way than Nezu did. Nezu wanted to sit with the child and pick his brain for several hours. Aizawa, if Nezu's instincts were to be believed, wanted to save him. How heroic. Nezu clapped his paws together and let his grin extend to his ears. And what brings you to believe I have that information? Midori-san is a very private individual. Aizawa didn't justify that question with a response, just an unimpressed eyebrow raise. Nezu cackled. He hadn't had something this entertaining come up in years. Unfortunately, I have an emotional investment in leaving the situation as it is. I don't believe I'll be revealing anything. But you do know. Maybe, Nezu said. He sipped his tea. I'm not going to arrest him, Aizawa said. I'm electing to gain his trust over time and slowly pull him out of there. His home situation, it isn't safe. Nezu had an entirely different view of things. Isn't it? Before Aizawa could respond, Nezu added, and if you're looking to gain his trust, then surely going behind his back to figure out his identity won't win you favors. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers and Nezu hid behind his teacup, satisfied with his win. The game wasn't any fun without good players, and Aizawa, although he wore a mask of ordinariness, was a highly entertaining opponent. You'll tell me, Aizawa said, if something goes wrong and he needs immediate help. You'll tell me. Nezu acquiesced. Naturally. I am, after all, a hero. He bared his teeth in a sharp smile. Aizawa sighed. Dabi decided that if his lungs were going to give out from his quirk anyway, he might as well smoke. He flipped open a pack of cigarettes he'd stolen in a moment of desperation not long after moving out of the bar, pulled one out, and lit it with the tip of his finger as it hung from his mouth. Did you know that's really bad for you? An annoying, horrible voice piped up from directly behind him and Dabi nearly lit the whole goddamn alley in flames. Things had gone downhill after he left the bar. He'd spent a week hating himself, another week taking that hatred out on the world around him, and a third week feeling miserable. If someone had told him a month ago that one 13-year-old could cause such destruction on his life, he would have laughed at them. But no, he was still processing everything that had happened. And now, the 13-year-old had come to destroy Dabi's life further. What, Dabi said in a dead, flat tone, do you want? More of a statement than a question. It's just, the kid said, trotting around Dabi so they could talk face to face, we did this biology unit in class and we dissected a bunch of lungs and… Yes. Dabi snapped. I know it's bad. Everyone knows that. Okay, geez. Midoriya wasn't wearing his mask or anything, maybe because it was the middle of the day and, although it was cloudy and bitter cold out, he might not have wanted to be so conspicuous. He had on a giant yellow hoodie, but the hood was down and his green curls bounced all over the place. Awful, terrible kid. He'd grown taller since Dabi had last seen him. Don't yell at me, the kid said. I was just pointing it out. Well, it's rude, Dabi said. The kid lifted his eyebrows as if to point out that Dabi couldn't exactly point fingers about rudeness. He so could. Just because he was a villain did not mean he didn't know how to be polite. He was so polite. Enough. Even in his head, thinking stuff like this made Dabi cringe. What do you want? He asked again. Oh. The kid swung a yellow backpack in front of himself, which Dabi hadn't noticed due to it matching the color of his hoodie, and pulled out a thick stack of papers. Okay, so I was doing some research and you could totally sue your dad. Whatever Dabi had been expecting, it wasn't that. It felt like all the smoky air got swept out of his lungs. He pulled the cigarette out of his mouth. I feel like I could have explained better, Midoriya said. Okay, so I, looked really deep into your background because I was mad at you and I found out about, Endeavor and your family and all that? And then I put this packet together. It's not much. He held out the packet. Dabi stared at it, unable to move. And also, I'm sorry for being so weird and chaotic and making you move out on accident? You should come back and live with us again. I don't like you very much, to be honest, but the room is still there, and I need you to eat Kurojire's food before me so I know if it's poisonous. Dabi managed to breathe in. Are you going to take it? The packet was wilting in Midoriya's hand. Like his arms were pressing through wet cement, Dabi reached out. He took the packet. Okay. Midoriya stuck his arm back through the strap of his backpack. That's all I had to say. Have a good day? Week? Life? Bye. He backed away. At the head of the alley he turned around, and then he was gone. Dabi looked down at the packet in his hands. He flipped open the first page, and then flipped to the second. There were maybe 20 pages of what was essentially detailed Endeavor vitriol. Sophisticated and well-evidenced Endeavor vitriol. A booklet of evidence Dabi could use against his own dad in court. Like hell would Dabi use it, obviously, because he already had a plan, but holy shit. To give Dabi this packet like a peace offering and then call it not much was insane. Midoriya was actually insane. And absolutely the kind of person Dabi wanted on his side. Dabi threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. He ran out of the alley after the kid, who was luckily still in sight. Midoriya-kun, he yelled after him. The kid turned and beamed at him. Weirdo. Kurojire picking you up? Midoriya nodded. Yeah. Wanna come with? Clutching the packet in his scarred hands, Dabi didn't hesitate. Sure. And so his life was changed forever for the second time. So, Sakamoto Miki sat down next to All for One after the PTA meeting. He had been waiting for Mitsuki, who had run to the restroom, and apparently Sakamoto had seen this as an invitation to break the ice. Tell me about yourself, How'd you come to step into Parent Midoriya-kun? All for One had many talents. Of all those talents, possibly his most prominent was his ability to manipulate a conversation into a direction he needed it to go. Usually, in his day-to-day life, he didn't use this skill. He reserved it for those high-stakes face-offs when he really needed it. This was one of those moments. Ah, he said with a smile. Well, as you may know, Inko-san, Izuku-kun's mother, is up north caring for her father. And Izuku-kun had been staying with the Bakugas, but I thought why not step in? He's a great kid. No trouble at all. Wow, Sakamoto said. She laid a hand on All for One's knee. That is so kind of you to step in. I'm sure it's a lot of pressure. All for One hated Sakamoto. Without any logical reason, he despised her. Well, these are the things we do for those we love. Who are your kids? Oh, I have one in Midoriya-kun's year and one 2 years above, she said. First and last years of junior high, All for One said, nodding. His tactic was this, deflect. Keep attention off himself at least until Mitsuki returned. Where's your eldest hoping to go to high school? UA, she said, with an almost apologetic laugh. I've told her again and again it's not going to happen, but her heart is set. All for One did a quick scan for her quirk and found nothing good. A weak mental-based quirk that allowed her to sense emotions more strongly than the average person. It barely even counted as a quirk. If her kids took after her, no wonder she didn't have faith in their ability to get into UA. He did, however, immediately apply a quirk on himself to mask his own emotions. Well, heroic schools are underrated. Sakamoto beamed. That's my belief as well. Of course I'm very appreciative of heroic schools and the work that heroes do, but I told her it's best to find a practical career. She's very interested in chemistry as well, so I'm hoping to set her up with a good science high school and maybe send her to school in America once she graduates. She's going places, for sure. Is Midoriya-kun thinking about high school yet? Curse it all, she'd managed to deflect the conversation back to him again. She was beating him at his own game. Oh, I'm sure he has his plans, All for One said. He's always striving for the best and the highest. He doesn't share his goals with you? Sakamoto asked, eyebrows raised. All for One could spot a critique on his parenting from a mile away, and that was one. He focused on keeping his emotional response level, both so that she wouldn't pick up on his irritation and so that he didn't reduce her to shreds right now. He's not very verbose, All for One lied. Oh, really? He was quite the chatterbox when he was younger. All for One wanted to scream at her. How dare she insinuate that she knew his fake nephew better than he did? How dare she? He kept a pleasant smile on his face. Yes, I recall. He went through a lot of bullying in elementary school, and he's changed. Sakamoto put a hand on her heart. Oh no, she said, with so much passion and sympathy that All for One almost worried for her. That's awful. Bullying is terrible. My kids would never do something like that. All for One sincerely doubted that. He had no proof, but suddenly he blamed Sakamoto's kids for all of the bullying Midoriya went through in elementary school. She had effectively scapegoated herself. Well, he said. Luckily for Sakamoto, this was the moment Mitsuki reappeared. Sakamoto-san, she said, nodding in acknowledgement. Thanks for all the work you've been putting into the PDA this year. It's been really well organized. Oh, it's no trouble. Thank you for your dedicated participation. Sakamoto, All for One had to begrudgingly admit, was good at structuring the PDA meetings. But he would keep those thoughts to himself. Thanks for waiting for me, Mitsuki said as All for One rose from his chair. He enjoyed, when Sakamoto stood up, the vast height difference between the two of them. She was small and insignificant. Well, I won't hold you, Sakamoto said brightly. I'll see you at the fundraiser. And thanks for volunteering to help make the decorations, Midoriya-san. That'll be really great. All for One hated his past self for deciding to sign up for that. Sakamoto bounded away. Decorations? Mitsuki said, grinning at All for One. You signed up for decorations? I had an impulse at the time, he said. I regret it. She cackled. Well, come over to my house for dinner this upcoming week and we can do it together. And then Izuku-kun and Katsuki can hang out too, they haven't seen each other outside of school in a while and I'm sure they miss it. All for One had never heard Izuku say anything of the sort, but, sure, he said. That'd be nice. Immediately, he regretted the words. He did not, in fact, want to go over to the Bakugas for dinner. Although it would not be the same level of chaos as Inko coming to visit, it certainly wasn't a good idea. Too late now, though, he thought miserably, walking Mitsuki to her car. At some point, he'd become chivalrous. Too late now. Now that he and Izuku were standing on the other side of Kurogiri's portal right outside the Bakuga's door, All For One was beginning to wonder what, exactly, was going on. He had not been invited to someone's house like this in a long time. Usually there were ulterior motives attached, or there was blackmail involved. This popping over for dinner, because they were going to make decorations together, was practically unprecedented. Are we going to stand here forever or are you going to knock? Izuku said. All For One took a step toward the door. Oh my god, Izuku muttered all in one word and he brushed past All For One and rapped on the door. Wait a minute. Midoriya. Not Izuku. Midoriya brushed past All For One. Enough with this first name thing. All For One couldn't even trust his own mind anymore. Who was he becoming? The door opened. Izuku-chan. Mitsuki screeched, and pulled Izuku into a hug. It's been such a long time. You grew. I did. Aizu, Midoriya answered, hugging her back full force. I'm almost 160 centimeters. Come in, come in. Mitsuki led them into the house. Masaru's making katsudon for you. Your favorite. Yes. Izuku cheered, kicking his shoes off and running for the kitchen. Thank you Masaru-aji-san. All For One had not known that Midoriya's favorite food was katsudon. That felt like something he should have known, but he hadn't. Katsuki's in his room. Mitsuki shouted after him. Okay. Midoriya shouted back. Sorry for the chaos, All For One said, bowing slightly. Mitsuki waved it off. Ah, it's no trouble. We're family at this point. Come in, come in. I have everything set up for crafting in the living room. If we work together we can crush these decorations in no time. Carefully setting his shoes together by the door, All For One walked into the apartment. He could hear Katsuki yelling at Midoriya all the way down the hall and hesitated, unsure if they were okay by themselves. But, he reasoned, Midoriya had trusted Katsuki enough to come to him with a broken arm, and Midoriya had proved time and time again he could handle himself. Best to let the kid have some independence. Mitsuki had indeed set up a bunch of crafting supplies, spread all over the coffee table. All For One reached into a space-bending quirk he'd stolen from someone a century ago and pulled his own additions to the supplies, including colored paper, glue, and glitter, his life, out of the space pocket, adding them to the table. All For One forever hated himself for signing up for this. It had seemed like such a good idea at the time, spiting Sakamoto. Now, however, he was faced with the fact that he had just made himself into Sakamoto's servant, toiling away making decorations for her. He could probably just WHP something up using a quirk, but that felt like letting Sakamoto win, somehow. I would suggest we get the kids to help, Mitsuki said, settling down on one end of the coffee table, but I know Katsuki would just destroy all the decorations and the table, so better to leave them to themselves. Izuku would end up going off task and making a killer robot out of the paper, All For One answered, so I think you're absolutely right. Mitsuki laughed. Her laugh was always more cackle than anything else, which All For One appreciated. It wasn't falsely sweet the way Sakamoto's laugh was. All For One and Mitsuki set about making the decorations. All For One kept up a steady internal monologue of self-hatred for getting himself into this mess, but Mitsuki was good company and had an eye for design, thankfully, so as they went on with it he managed to tone down his irritation. Why, Mitsuki muttered at a certain point, trying to glue two pieces of paper she'd cut into snowflakes together, does she insist on handmade decorations? We could just buy this sheet from the store. Where does she think we have the time? Where does she get the time? Perfect parents. Excellent questions, All For One thought. I intend to try to take her position as president next year. Mitsuki laughed derisively. Good luck, she said. Sincerely, good luck. The school could use a change, but good luck. An explosion sounded from down the hall. Mitsuki sighed, looking at the door to the hallway with hopelessness. He needs quirk control, she muttered. He knows not to hurt people with it but it's so loud and his room gets into this charred mess of hell. He's lucky I'm an expert with cleaning products. Quirk control is difficult, All For One said, trying not to spill glitter everywhere as he made Mitsuki's new snowflake creation sparkly. If it hadn't been said before, his life. I'd say good thing Izuku-kun doesn't have to deal with it, Mitsuki said, except he probably would be extremely good at controlling his quirk if he had one. That kid's a genius when it comes to that stuff. Right after Katsuki's quirk manifested, Izuku-kun broke down the whole thing and probably 20 different applications. He was 4. All For One couldn't help a chuckle. That sounds like him. Mitsuki glued two more snowflakes together, one white and one blue. It's unfortunate he doesn't have a quirk, she said, and All for One felt himself start to bristle. He forced his shoulders to remain relaxed. But all Mitsuki said was, the world isn't kind. He'll have his work cut out for him. It's true, All for One said, reaching for the next snowflake pair. I'd say, in fact, that he already does. But he's determined to keep up. Mitsuki let out her cackling laugh. That's a word for Izuku-kun, for sure. Determined. Determined. All right, her husband called from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Deku and that purple-haired loser leaned toward each other across the aisle in the classroom, talking to each other in low voices, when Katsuki walked into the classroom. Some of the other kids were sending them, or rather the purple-haired loser, wary looks, but Deku seemed perfectly oblivious to the stares and the rumors that he was being brainwashed. Katsuki, for the record, did not believe Deku was being brainwashed by the purple-haired loser. Deku was really so stupid that he would latch on to the most villainous person in class out of desperation for a friend. Plus, Katsuki had begun tracking Deku's activities through the power of the internet and some obsessed people on Reddit, and he had to admit despite himself that Deku could probably handle himself if the purple-haired kid did try to brainwash him. This revelation had not come easily. It had also been accompanied with a newfound hatred for Deku for trying to get ahead, and a subsequent determination to prove how awesome he was. A determination, which, unfortunately, was made more difficult by the purple-haired loser. Katsuki glared at them from his desk. The purple-haired loser looked at him and levelly met his eyes as Deku kept chattering about whatever he was chattering about. Katsuki lost the staring contest and looked away with a quiet tch. Maybe Deku was brainwashed, honestly. It would explain why he'd want to hang out with that loser instead of Katsuki, and it hadn't been long ago that Deku had wanted to hang out with Katsuki, had followed him around everywhere and wanted to be his friend. Katsuki watched them murmur to each other, probably talking about him behind his back, and he gnashed his teeth together. He'd show them. He'd show both of them. They were supposed to be looking at him. He was supposed to be the hero. And now he'd just have to prove it. Hitoshi was sick. Maybe, if Izuku wasn't quirkless and hated by every single member of his class, this would not be a notable event. But it was very notable. Izuku had asked Not Aji-san if he could stay home from school, and Not Aji-san had given him this wrinkly-nosed squinty look as if to ask, "What on earth is wrong with you that you think I'll let you stay home from school for no reason?" And Izuku didn't want to explain, and so now he was at school. His plan was to keep his head down, not mutter at all, and run out of class the second it was over. Lunch would be the hardest, but he'd made it through hard lunch PRDS before, and usually no one was too mean to him then because they all still had to make it through to the end of the day. For the first half of the day, his plan worked well. He stuck a pencil in his mouth to keep himself from muttering, which did lead to the pencil falling with a clatter onto his desk more than once. That definitely annoyed the teacher, but it was better than muttering a whole ton and drawing even more attention to himself. He got through lunch by sitting really close to the teacher's desk and keeping very quiet. He could tell Kaken was looking at him, but overall he seemed to have escaped the attention of the class, and after lunch was over he went back to his seat completely unharmed. The pencil in his mouth trick worked for the rest of the day as well, and as the final bell rang he let himself sigh out a breath of relief. He'd made it through the whole day. Without Hitoshi there. He put his pencil into his pencil case and his pencil case and his notebooks into his backpack. A shadow fell over his desk. 2 shadows. 3 shadows. Crap. Izuku had forgotten that he actually had to leave the school before he could call it a success. He looked up and he shrank down in his chair. This was very bad. "Sir." Kurojiiri called, sounding a bit frantic. All for One was in the middle of going through some files and did not have time for distractions at the moment. "Sir." Kurojiiri yelled again, more urgently. Okay, maybe he could spare a second. He pushed his swivel chair out from his desk, eyes still on the screen. The files were a mess. He'd need to make a whole new organization system. "Shigaraki!" Kurojiiri shouted, now incredibly said. "Get in here this goddamn second." It was fury that launched All for One out of his chair. He stormed into the bar proper. "What did you just call?" He froze. For a second, it felt like all the air in the world was clogged up in his throat. He couldn't even process what he was seeing. "Aji-san," Midoriya said over not one but 2 splits in his lip. "It's not that bad." Comparatively, this was the worst All for One had ever seen Midoriya. The kid's left eye was swollen, someone had a mean right hook, and he was holding his wrist delicately. Maybe sprained or even a fracture. All for One didn't even want to scan for anything else because the immediately visible was bad enough, but he did, and he found a torn ligament in the kid's knee. He couldn't fix that with any of his quirks, so after examining it he continued scanning up and found a lot of bruises and a concussion. This was at school? All for One asked, careful to keep his voice calm. The last thing he needed was Midoriya trying to cover for it because he thought All for One was going to kill a kid. Midoriya hesitated. All for One did something he'd never done before and bent his knees to crouch down in front of him so they were more eye to eye. The last thing he needed was Midoriya hurting something more by craning his head up. For some reason, suddenly being able to meet All for One's eyes seemed to break something in the kid, and his chin wobbled. He pressed a hand into his mouth. The back of his hand was swollen like someone had stepped on it. It was at school, he whispered. How long ago was this? All for One asked. Kurogyri stiffened. You can't use. Don't tell me what I can and can't do, All for One said without looking. Midoriya? Midoriya sniffled and mumbled, maybe 30 minutes ago. Right. All for One dug through his mind for the quirk. He always used this one sparingly because it had a long cooldown PRD, it could only be used properly once every year, and it was one of his most useful quirks. I'm sorry, Midoriya said, and the tears were starting to spill over now, silent and thin, not at all like his usual sobs. All for One very rarely saw Midoriya truly upset like this, down to his core, and that was why he pulled up the time reversion quirk to the surface. Not your fault, he said softly, kindly, because there were no consequences in a time loop and Izuku wouldn't remember this in 1 second. And then he pushed the quirk through every inch of his skin and looped. All for One got up from his desk. Screw the disorganized files, he could fix that at any time. What he could not fix at any time was a torn ligament in the knee. He hurried through to the bar. I need a portal to Izuku-kuin's school, he told Kurogyri without preamble, and then realized he'd said Izuku and not Midoriya. Well, screw it. Izuku it was, then. Why? Kurogyri asked, confused but already in the midst of opening the portal. The time reversion quirk reset everything to an hour prior. It was a very powerful quirk, one of the best in All for One's collection, and had saved him more than once when he got caught up in a situation he didn't like and wanted a do-over. No one else would realize time had reset or remember what happened in the first rendition of the loop, and so he could redo a whole hour once every year with no consequences. He's about to get beat up, All for One said, stepping through the portal. That weird flattening sensation passed and he came out the other side right in front of Izuku's school. Kurogyri popped out after him. Do you need a return portal? The normal time for pickup will be fine, All for One said, narrowing his eyes at the school building. Actually, would you warp me just outside Izuku-kuin's classroom? I don't want to deal with that vapid front desk assistant. Kurogyri produced another portal and All for One went in. Luckily, the hallway he stepped out into was empty. He checked the time and decided school hadn't ended yet. Izuku must have been cornered just after the bell. So All for One leaned against the wall, keeping an ear on the hallway in case someone started coming and he needed to just disappear for a moment, and waited. It took around 15 minutes for the bell to ring. All for One stayed still as students started leaving the classroom, flanked by their teacher. All for One decided he hated this teacher, especially given that the man didn't seem to notice the 225 centimeters tall man standing in the midst of the hallway. The kids noticed, and the teacher did not. All for One waited another agonizing minute before pushing off the wall and ducking through the door to Izuku's classroom. There he was, still sitting at his desk, and there were 4 kids around him, blocking any possible exit. One of them, to All for One's surprise, was Bakugo Katsuki. The other 3 he didn't recognize, although one of them looked vaguely familiar so he'd probably seen their mom or dad around. Izuku was sitting very small in his desk. All for One hadn't ever seen him so small, all curled up on himself. He looked like he'd shrunk a few inches. Enough. All for One swept across the classroom and loomed over the kids. Izuku-kun, he said. Are you ready to go? 5 heads snapped up so fast it would have been comical in other circumstances. As it was, All for One was not amused. He raised his eyebrows, locking eyes with Bakugo Katsuki in particular, who should have known better. Aji-san? Izuku said, sounding a combination of relieved, confused, and annoyed. How he managed to do this all at once was astounding. All for One decided to ignore Izuku for the moment and address the staring eyes of the remaining 4 kids. Bakugo, at the least, had the sense to lower his eyes. He'd been caught and he knew it. I hope you're not picking on my nephew, he said, and if he pulled himself to his full height and used a quirk to make his eyes glow, no one would call him out on it. Nope, the familiar-looking kid said. Not at all. He peered at them. Then what are you still doing here? The kids scattered. Why are you here? Izuku said the second after they all scurried out of the room. And, that wasn't anything. They weren't, that wasn't anything. This wasn't the time to argue. I'm sure, All for One said. And I'm here to take you home. The glittery snowflakes dangled all over the room as All for One sat next to Mitsuki and her husband at an incredibly fancy table at Aldera's fundraiser. I'm so sorry, again, for the trouble Katsuki's been putting Izuku-kun through, Mitsuki said, bowing the best she could while seated. I can't apologize enough for not noticing it. Masaru, who was significantly more soft-spoken than Mitsuki, also dipped his head slightly. The same sentiment from me, he said. We never would have imagined this could be happening. They were so close when they were younger. All for One had, of course, informed them that Katsuki had been bullying Izuku. Luckily, they had both accepted the news straight away, rather than fighting or doubting him for it, and hopefully the kid would start leaving Izuku alone. Much more luckily, Mitsuki hadn't let the situation be awkward and All for One hadn't lost his only ally in the fight against Sakamoto because of some middle school bullying. Well, you can't help what you don't know, All for One said. He decided to be amicable about this because he did value his alliance with Mitsuki and he did want to continue to find support in her during the trying times of PDA meetings. I'd say the fault lies more with the school for failing to notice it. Mitsuki nodded right away, taking the easy out All for One had given her. Yeah, it'd be easier for us to keep control of our kid if we knew what the hell he was even up to at school. Please let us know if Izuku-kun mentions anything like this happening again. All for One wanted to tell her Izuku never mentioned anything happening. He just came home with bruises and burns and smiled it off, but that might back her into a corner and he was trying, god damn it, to keep her on his side. Of course. This school district is very corrupt, Masaru put in softly. It's all about who can bribe their way into favor and who can't. That sounded like purely nonsense gossip, but All for One, who could very easily bribe his way in, leaned forward anyway in case there was a nugget of truth in there. Oh, he said. People like the Carriage family, Mitsuki said, jerking her chin in the direction of another table where two sharp-eyed people All for One had seen before at the PTA meeting Saturday. They have money to throw around, so they give it to their school. So if any of their kids get in trouble, the school doesn't notice because they want the Carriages to keep donating. The Carriages, All for One noticed, had two low-emitter quirks that didn't seem to be much use to anyone. He pursed his lips. We, of course, don't bribe the school, Masaru said, so that doesn't necessarily explain why Katsuki is getting away with all this. The staff likes Katsuki because he has heroic potential. Mitsuki shrugged. They probably just want an alum to go to UA and think he has the best chance. All for One thought that was a bit self-congratulating of Mitsuki. He was in the middle of furrowing his brows at her when Masaru, usually the more level-headed of the duo, said, "Oh, yes, that's probably it." Izuku has heroic potential, All for One said, and immediately regretted it. What was even coming out of his mouth? Total trash. Something was wrong with him. He just tried to defend his own kid by saying he could be a hero, as if that was a compliment. He deserved to go to Tartarus for even thinking it. Mitsuki and Masaru looked at him with something between confusion and pity. They were too polite, even Mitsuki, to say what they were thinking, but All for One knew already. He decided, lest he started blowing up tables, not to comment further on that. Oh, look, he said instead. Sakamoto-san approaches. Sakamoto got on the stage and launched into a sickly sweet speech about how great Aldera was and how lucky her kids were to go here, how lucky all their kids were to go there. She praised the teachers and staff, All for One scoffed under his breath, the arts programs and the sports teams, and several notable alumni. Her speech came to an end when she put up a QR code for donations, and, with a little bow, she stepped off the stage. Reckless and crazed pandering for money, if you asked All for One. He sneered as he scanned the QR code. So it was all bribery, huh? Fine, then. If that's what it came down to, then he'd drown the school in money. They wouldn't even know what to do with it all. Assholes. Midoriya-kun. Sakamoto cheered, throwing her arms out for a hug. It's been so long. Hi, Sakamoto-san, Izuku said sheepishly, letting her embrace him. How have you been? All for One watched this interaction with growing horror. Here in the school's gymnasium, stood his worst enemy, worse, perhaps, than All Might himself, although the race came close, hugging his fake nephew, and his fake nephew, if it could even be believed, was hugging her back. They were surrounded by decorations All for One and Mitsuki had spent ages on, paper tulips and cherry blossoms taped to the walls. It was a hideous scene. You've grown so much. Sakamoto gushed, looking Izuku up and down. Oh my goodness. I feel like the last time I saw you you were only this tall. She gestured. Izuku beamed and said proudly, I had a growth spurt this year. I grew 4 more centimeters. Wow. Isn't that exciting? Sakamoto smiled up at All for One. How are you? Doing, Midoriya-san? Well, thank you. Izuku, the little sheet, was laughing at him behind Sakamoto's back. So what if All for One was acting stiff? The witch had just hugged his fake nephew in the middle of a fake spring. Some stiffness was warranted. I was surprised when I heard you were campaigning against me, Sakamoto said, which, frankly, was insulting. It'll be difficult for me. Best of luck to you. She bobbed her head happily. And to you, All for One said. She separated herself and went to greet another parent and their kid as they walked in. Izuku grinned at All for One. You're campaigning against Sakamoto-san to be president of the PDA? Don't patronize me, All for One said. That's such a terrible idea. Izuku laughed at him. This is going to be so funny. Go hang out with the other kids, All for One said, pushing him away. Go. Find where Shinsuku wandered off to. Still laughing, Izuku stepped away to find his friend. The event was twofold. 1. A spring festival for the kids to show off projects that they did in class and to eat food that was terrible for them and to hang out as a group. There was a bouncy castle, which All for One found offensive, and cotton candy and a cupcake decorating table. The president of the PDA, who was still bounding around greeting people, had spared no expense. And secondly, the event was so parents could vote for next year's president. All for One had followed through with his decision to run against Sakamoto and he thought he stood a good chance. He valued efficiency, he had donated so much money to the school this year that it probably looked suspicious, and he had promised the parents they would be purchasing decorations under his rule rather than making them at home like worker ants. Ridiculous. People were voting on paper, which was archaic. It would have made it easier for All for One to rig the votes, but he decided he wanted to win fair and square, and he would, so he could really rub it in her face when he wiped the floor with her. He found Mitsuki and Masaru at one of the cafeteria tables and sat next to them. The festival went on and on. Izuku came back a few times to make All for One hold on to weird projects he'd been working on. He'd made a bracelet at one of the tables and had, apparently, won a small prize in the hero trivia contest. Eventually, Izuku and Shinso exhausted all that the festival had to offer and they both settled down at the table next to Mitsuki and Masaru and All for One, chatting back and forth. All for One supposed they could leave. The results of the race for PDA president would be announced digitally later that evening if he missed it in person, but he was, to his surprise, enjoying talking with Mitsuki and Masaru and delayed their departure to continue the conversation. Bakugo Katsuki appeared after another half hour or so, sending Izuku a wary look and keeping his distance, as he should. Slowly, the festival started to die down. Sakamoto Miki took the stage again. Thank you so much to everyone who came to the Spring Festival today. Our vice principal has been diligently counting the votes for the PDA election and it is now time to announce the PDA officials for the upcoming year. I'll let our vice principal take the stage now. She introduced the woman and descended from the stage so the results could be announced. It occurred to All for One suddenly that if, by some slim chance, he did not win the election, he would have to hear this announcement while surrounded by people whose opinions of him he actually cared about and who would probably think less of him for the negative results. He glanced over at Izuku, who had the decency, or indecency, to look anxious. The vice principal started by announcing the treasurer, the event coordinator, and the secretary. And then, the contest between our two candidates for PDA president was incredibly close. The winner is Sakamoto Miki. Congratulations. Her vice president will be her oppo. All for One didn't hear the rest of it. He was too busy stewing in amazement. It felt like cotton had been stuffed into his ears. Sakamoto Miki won? Against him? He was twice her size. He could snap her like a twig. And she had won? Ugh, bad luck, he heard Mitsuki say, although she was politely clapping. That's annoying. I cannot do another year of hand-making decorations for these things. Ugh. Izuku had his head down on the table and Shinso was giving him a somewhat amused pat on the back. Vice President of the PDA, Izuku mumbled. What has the world come to? Tell me you see the problem here, Hitoshi-kun. I see it, Shinso said, fighting an obvious smile. Can we make your life into a reality TV show? Izuku sighed heavily. Good try, Mitsuki said, standing up. Run again next year, please. I can't take much more of this. She patted All for One on the shoulder and started shepherding her son out the door. See you around, she called back behind her. Masaru trailed after her with a quiet, have a good night. How was everyone acting so normal in the face of his catastrophic failure? Sakamoto Miki appeared as if conjured by All for One's hatred of her. Izuku jumped to his feet, already starting to wedge himself between them, as if All for One was about to blow her up. Obviously he was not. He could be civil if he really set his mind to it. He nudged Izuku back. I'm so excited to be working closely with you this upcoming year. Sakamoto Miki said, beaming up at All for One. I can already tell this is going to be a great partnership. All for One was starting to feel like he missed something in his initial shock. Something important. Ah, yes, he said, nodding like he knew what was going on. Congratulations on your win. Thank you, she said, beaming. Well, I'll send you an email in the next month or so and we'll get started planning for next year. She bowed and bounded off, people flocking around her to congratulate her. How was she so popular? He's the vice president, Izuku mumbled to Hitoshi again. It's real. Who's the vice president? All for One asked sharply, struck suddenly with a terrible sense of foreboding. Izuku's expression was miserable. You are, he said. The world, All for One decided, was coming to an end all around him. Vice president to Sakamoto Miki's president. He'd have to spend twice as much time around her next year. No. Well, time to go home, Izuku said. Can you unlock this for me? He held up All for One's phone. All for One, still shell-shocked, unlocked it. And then realized what had just occurred. How'd you get that? Out of your pocket, Izuku said, a huge smile exploding over his face. You didn't notice? Am I really awesome? And talented? You can tell me, I don't mind. All for One begrudgingly admitted, I didn't notice. Izuku's smile could have rivaled the brightness of the sun itself. He gave himself a single whispered cheer, yes, and went back to whatever he was doing on All for One's phone. Kurogyri will pick us up in the normal spot in 5 minutes, he announced, passing the phone back. You could have done that on your phone, All for One grumbled. Mine's dead, Izuku said brightly. Come on. He pranced off toward the exit. How does he have so much energy? All for One asked no one in particular, awestruck. Every time I think he'll run out, Shinso said drily, he somehow finds more. All for One thought he might have a kindred spirit in Shinso Hitoshi. They shared a tired look and then followed after Izuku, who was already at the door to the gymnasium. And waving them over. Fine, then. Vice President. This was all just a stepping stone, he had bigger plans ahead. My birthday's in a few weeks, Izuku informed Dabi. Dabi didn't answer beyond glaring more deeply at his phone. He'd been trying steadfastly to ignore Izuku for the past hour, although Izuku was sitting on the floor in his room and trying to keep up a conversation. They couldn't get over their hatred of each other if they didn't try to bond. Dabi was putting in significantly less effort than Izuku, though. When's your birthday? Izuku prodded. Stubborn as ever, Dabi didn't respond. It was hard to believe, sometimes, that he was raised by a hero. It was harder to believe, at times, that he could actually be over 20. He was so immature. We celebrate Aji-san's birthday in December, Izuku told him, because that's when my uncle's birthday is. What are you even talking about? Dabi said, finally looking up. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? Yes. Attention. Now to just push it further. And Kurogyri's birthday is, Izuku said, and then paused. Huh? Rolling his eyes, Dabi went back to his phone. Dabi's room was very messy. He didn't clean it meticulously like Izuku did his, maybe because his room wasn't curated like a museum and didn't need constant upkeep. He also never made his bed, so his sheets were all in a tangle everywhere. One of his blankets was a charred heap on the floor. Izuku sometimes contemplated introducing Dabi to a vacuum, but he also enjoyed having his head attached to his shoulders and so he had not taken that risk yet. I actually don't know when Kurogyri's birthday is, Izuku admitted. He couldn't remember them ever celebrating it, although maybe they had when he was younger and his memories hadn't started solidifying yet. I bet I can find out though. Sincerely, Dabi said, I don't care. Izuku already had his laptop on his knees. He used his connection to not Aji-san's computer and started hunting around for Kurogyri-related files. Maybe they could even surprise Kurogyri on his birthday by having a sorry we forgot your birthday for the past several years celebration. Kurogyri, like Dabi, had an entire folder dedicated to him. It took a long time for Izuku to find that folder, so long that he almost gave up on the information even existing at all, but after searching through every folder in the hard drive he found it. He took a slight pause after he found the file to look up when Todoroki Tuya's birthday was. That seemed like a fun fact he could randomly spring on Dabi at some point to creep him out. It was January 18th, which had already passed this year, but he'd remember it for next year. He looked up all his siblings' birthdays too, just to know, and made a mental note to look deeper into the family. He'd spent so much time on Endeavor that he'd neglected the rest of them. That done, he went back to the Kurogyri file. Poking his tongue out slightly, he opened the file and skimmed through the many folders inside of it. One of these folders was named Medical, which would probably have the information he needed. There was also a file named Shirakumo Oboro which he squinted at for a long time. He didn't recognize the name, but he had the distinct feeling that he was on the edge of something when he looked at it, some piece of information that was really important to who Kurojairi was, the type of information that would change everything. He dodged away from it to begin and went to the medical files to find his birthday first. He did not, in fact, find Kurojairi's birthday. What he found instead was a lot of confusing stuff about surgeries and quirks and stasis tanks. The word Numu was floated around a lot. He found diagrams and extremely scientific informations. As he got deeper, a headache forming behind his eyebrows, his confusion grew and grew. This couldn't be right. Kurojairi was a person, Izuku's nurse guardian cousin assistant person. He wasn't. Izuku switched over to the Shirakumo Oboro folder, opening files. He gnawed on his lip. He felt like he was standing in a stone tunnel, and although his core was warm, his skin tingled with cold on the surface. This was horrifying. "Kid," Dabi said gruffly, "are you?" "I'm fine." Izuku clicked open another article on Shirakumo Oboro's death. He didn't like it any more than he'd liked the last one. He closed out of all the folders and cut the link to not Aji-san's computer. Clapping his laptop closed, he got to his feet. "Kid," Dabi said again, looking a bit worried. "I'm fine," Izuku said, and he stormed out of the room. He took the stairs 2 at a time on the way down and caught a hand around the end of the railing to swing himself around the corner. Ignoring Kurojairi, how could he ever talk to Kurojairi the same way again? He stalked right to not Aji-san's office and slammed the door open. Not Aji-san turned in his swivel chair, eyebrows furrowed. Izuku very carefully shut the door behind him, twisting the handle to make it soft. "Shirakumo Oboro," he said. The expression that took over not Aji-san's face confirmed everything. Izuku shut his eyes and pursed his lips together hard. This was awful. "Tell me you didn't," he said. "I can't, just tell me you didn't." Not Aji-san didn't say anything for so long that Izuku managed to get himself back together again and worked his eyes open. When he did, not Aji-san wasn't even looking at him, but at the door to his office, a thoughtful look on his face. "Aji-san," Izuku said, voice breaking. "I don't regret it," not Aji-san said. "But," Izuku said, and found he didn't have anything to follow it. Izuku didn't like crying when he was upset, but his eyes blurred and stung and he didn't do anything to stop it. The tears started to slip out, cold tracks tracing down his cheeks. "But it's Kurojairi," he managed to get out, chin wobbling. "Why would you do that to Kurojairi?" Not Aji-san met his eyes again, expression calm. "Do you want an explanation? Do you think one will actually help you understand? You like the heroes, and I am a villain. These are different things. I hate you," Izuku sobbed. "I really, actually hate you." Not Aji-san said nothing. To his credit, he stayed facing Izuku as Izuku tried and failed to pull himself together, hiccuping through his tears. "I just don't understand." Izuku tried to wipe the tears out from under his eyes with the heels of his hands. "You're not supposed to," not Aji-san said, not unkindly. "And, as I mentioned, I don't regret doing it, and I won't regret doing it. But, for what it's worth, I am sorry for how it's impacted you. Just shut up. Please, just. Don't speak to me that way. I can't." Izuku opened the door again and wobbled out. "I can't even talk to you. I can't do this. You're just terrible." Not Aji-san's voice followed him down the hall. "Yes, I know." Izuku walked back into the bar, met eyes with Kurojairi, who looked thoroughly bewildered, and burst into tears all over again. He ducked his head, sobbing, and ran through the bar and up the stairs. Shutting his bedroom door behind him, he stood, crying, in the middle of his room, swiping his tears away with his sleeves. Kurojairi didn't even know. He'd had a life before, friends and a family, and he didn't remember it. Those memories had died with his old self and Izuku couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't even tell Kurojairi. How would he bring it up? "Hi, Kurojairi, fun fact. You actually used to be a person and then my fake uncle decided to kill you and erase all your memories and shove a bunch of quirks into you and now you're not even the same person anymore." Izuku crawled onto his bed and wedged his shoulder into the corner of his room. He pulled his secret All Might pillow out from the corner, dragged it onto his lap, and curled up around it, letting his tears seep into it. This was the end, he thought. His life couldn't get any worse than this. On Izuku's 14th birthday, he continued to refuse to speak to All for One and walked right past him and through the portal to school without looking. Kurojairi, who still had not been let in on what was going on, looked aghast. "I know," All for One said. "It's been weeks," Kurojairi said. "I know." Again, Kurojairi asked the question All for One had been avoiding ever since Izuku initially stopped speaking to him. "What's going on with you two? You've been tight-lipped and Izuku-kun just starts crying whenever I ask." All for One sighed, pinching his eyebrows together with his index finger and thumb. "It's complicated. I can handle complicated, Kurojairi said. Izuku, all for one suspected, hadn't told Kurojairi anything because he didn't want to drop that bomb of information on him, proving that sometime in the past year or two he had learned a little bit about tact. Not a lot, but a bit. All for one had never told Kurojairi simply because it hadn't come up, and over the past few weeks, Izuku was very stubborn. He had continued the secrecy because he could sense it might ruin all his evil plans, which he had a lot of stakes in. But Kurojairi was starting to get pushier and pushier, and Izuku clearly expected All for One to take some sort of step to mend this situation. Maybe information was the place to start. You can't tell me, Kurojairi surmised. I could tell you, All for One said. But I'm weighing if the potential loss is worth being on speaking terms with Izuku-kun again. When he put it like that, it was obvious what to do. When he'd gone so soft, he didn't know. Yes, he worried about losing Kurojairi in the process, but to keep Izuku in his corner he would do this. Fine. All right, he sighed, taking a seat at the bar. You know the Numu experiments? Kurojairi's yellow eyes narrowed. Izuku-kun found out about them. Well, yes, All for One said. He paused. It was such an easy out, going along with that assumption, that Izuku had found out about the experiments and had been so angry with All for One just because of that. But no. He sighed. There's more, Kurojairi said. All for One pursed his lips and nodded. He wanted an easy way to say this, and he didn't have one. Not for the first time, he wished he'd never started to care about stupid things like Kurojairi's feelings, but he did, and he knew this was going to be a crushing blow. Kurojairi shifted, uncomfortable. I'm just going to say it, All for One said, very bluntly, because I don't know how else to say it. And then we'll go from there. Kurojairi nodded. You are a Numu. The silence that followed that statement was painful, but All for One didn't let himself look away. This wasn't something he was ashamed of, and, as he'd mentioned to Izuku, it wasn't something he regretted. He was a villain, and he hadn't cared about Shirakumo Oboro. He did care about Kurojairi, against his will, but he wouldn't have a Kurojairi to care about if he hadn't done what he had. Ah, Kurojairi said finally. I would tell you more about your past self, All for One said, but I worry it would mess with the programming. Kurojairi winced. Calling it programming is? That is what it is, though, All for One said flatly. And I hesitate to go against it because at best it would lead to you having an identity crisis, and at worst it could cause you to completely shut down and die. I wasn't keeping this from you lightly. He wished they could take this more slowly. All this information wasn't going to be easy for Kurojairi to process, and it could already be causing damage to the programming. Although, the conversation was already going much smoother than All for One had predicted. Kurojairi ran a hand over his forehead. I suppose Izuku-kun wanted to know why you did it. Well, I wanted a working Numu with a teleportation quirk, All for One said. But he wouldn't take that well, so I didn't give him a reason. Was I alive before, or did you find a dead body to use? You were alive. Now that he'd started the conversation, the rest of it was becoming easier. Kurojairi wanted answers, and All for One was happy to tell him. Kurojairi was one of the creations he was most proud of himself for, and while he wouldn't call what he was currently doing bragging, it wasn't awful explaining the process. To All for One's surprise, Kurojairi cracked a tight smile. Ah, I understand then why Izuku-kun's upset. And why he keeps bursting into tears. Back to Izuku again. All for One had to admire Kurojairi's dedication to the boy's feelings. He hadn't even seemed to consider his own, perhaps because he wasn't supposed to have those anymore. He's taking the news surprisingly hard. In my view, you are still alive, and I value having you here. You were probably happier before, of course. I can't miss what I don't remember. Yes, indeed, Kurojairi was reacting much better than All for One expected. Perhaps also because he hadn't read a bunch of articles about his life pre-numification. Suddenly, to All for One's surprise, Kurojairi chuckled. I guess you kidnapped me, too. Just in an entirely different way. All for One paused, thinking that through. I suppose I did. Am I becoming predictable? Izuku-kun's chaos balances you out. Kurojairi pulled a few glasses down from the shelf. I'm drinking. Do you want to join me? It's 8 in the morning, All for One said. Kurojairi got out a bottle of vodka. All for One said, I'll take some. And you'll tell me everything, Kurojairi said. About who I was before, too. Like it or not, me knowing this is going to change things. I'll risk the break in my programming. If he wanted it so badly, All for One wouldn't keep it from him. Fine, he said. But alcohol first. You're not upset? Izuku asked, curling his knees up to his chest. Kurojairi had come to his room after dinner to talk through everything, which Izuku appreciated because he'd been having trouble figuring out how to tell Kurojairi what was going on. Izuku sat in his bed with his back against the wall and Kurojairi had taken his desk chair so they could talk eye to eye. Kurojairi's head tipped slightly to the side. "I'm not upset," he said. "But your uncle," "Fake uncle," Izuku muttered, "is a complicated person. And, you know, if he hadn't done what he'd done I never would have met you. So. But you had other friends," Izuku exploded. "You were friends with, like, Eraserhead. And Present Mike. And you were a hero. You went to UA and had a family and it's so unfair that he took all that away from you for something as stupid as making a Numu, which, by the way, I've been looking into and did you know there are more of them?" "I did," Kurojairi said. "It's not fair. It's not fair for anyone." Izuku swiped at his eyes, angry with himself for tearing up again. Izuku probably cried more than the average person, but over the past few weeks he'd probably cried more than he'd ever cried in his entire life. It was just all so frustrating and out of his control. "I'm just so upset. I can't ever talk to him again." Kurojairi got up from his chair and sat on the side of Izuku's bed, slightly diagonal. Izuku bunched up his blankets in his hands. "Listen," Kurojairi said. "You might never understand the way all for one thing."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.